Hello guys, welcome to God of Fiction. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry's true love was Bellatrix Black, a forbidden time travel romance that saved the world? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Man Out of Time. The killing curse missed Harry's left ear by 3 inches. He didn't flinch. Didn't even turn his head fully, just angled his wand behind him and sent a stunner back through the doorway with the casual precision of a man swatting a fly. He heard the thud of a body hitting stone, and kept walking. "Potter, we need to fall back." Williamson's voice crackled through the communication charm, tight with panic. "They've got the whole east corridor warded, then I'll unward it," Harry said, and meant it. He was 25 years old, Head Auror for 11 months, and he was so goddamn tired of Death Eater remnants thinking they could hide in the Department of Mysteries like rats in a cathedral. This was the 3rd cell they'd flushed out this year. Dolahov's people, or what was left of them. Fanatics who'd rather die than accept that their master was ash and memory. The corridor ahead pulsed with defensive magic. Harry could feel it, layers of ward work, some crude, some surprisingly elegant. Whoever had set these up had studied here. Had access. That bothered him more than the curses. He raised his wand and didn't bother with a specific counter. He just pushed. Raw magical force, shaped by intent, hammered into the ward structure like a battering ram. The air shimmered, cracked, and the wards collapsed in a cascade of failing enchantments that sounded like breaking glass. Williamson and Proudfoot caught up to him as he stepped through. Both were breathing hard. Harry wasn't. "How do you?" Proudfoot started, then shook his head. "Never mind." The Department of Mysteries had never stopped unnerving Harry. Even now, years after the battle that killed Sirius, the place hummed with a wrongness that scraped against his magical senses. Too many experiments. Too many questions asked by people who didn't care about the answer's consequences. They moved through the time room, or what remained of it. The cabinet of time turners had been destroyed during Voldemort's war, every last hourglass shattered. But the room itself still resonated with temporal energy. The walls seemed to breathe at different speeds. Shadows moved half a second behind the objects that cast them. "Contact!" Williamson shouted, and then everything happened at once. 3 figures burst from behind a row of broken shelving. Not fleeing, attacking. 2 sent killing curses while the 3rd did something far more dangerous. She lunged for a device on a plinth that Harry hadn't noticed, something that looked like an astrolabe made of black glass and silver wire, spinning slowly under its own power. Harry dealt with the curses first. One he sidestepped, the other he deflected with a conjured slab of marble that exploded into dust on impact. Then he hit the first attacker with a body bind so powerful the man's joints audibly locked. The second got a blasting hex that launched her into the far wall. But the third, a woman he recognized as Alara Selwyn, one of Dolahov's most devoted, had already grabbed the device. For the Dark Lord, she screamed, and smashed it against the plinth. The world went white. Not white like light, white like absence. Like reality itself had been overexposed and was burning away at the edges. Harry felt the temporal energy he'd sensed in the walls suddenly everywhere, rushing inward, converging on the point of destruction like water into a drain. He tried to apparate. Couldn't. Tried to shield. The magic slid off whatever was happening like oil on water. The last thing he saw was Williamson's face, mouth open in a scream Harry couldn't hear, reaching for him across a distance that was stretching like taffy, then nothing. Then everything. Harry hit grass. Not stone floor, grass. Soft, damp, morning dew grass that soaked through his aura robes as he rolled with the impact. His wand was still in his hand. That was good. That was instinct so deep it was nearly biological at this point. He lay still for 3 seconds. Breathing. Feeling. The air was different, cleaner, somehow, and carrying the scent of heather and distant rain. No trace of the department's sterile, recycled atmosphere. Harry opened his eyes to a grey sky and sat up. He was on a hillside. Below him, perhaps a quarter-mile distant, a village sprawled in the comfortable disorganization of centuries of organic growth. Thatched roofs and stone chimneys. A pub with a sign he couldn't quite read from this distance. Beyond the village, rising against the Scottish Highland landscape like a fevered dream of architecture, Hogwarts. Harry stared. The castle looked different. Subtly, but noticeably. The astronomy tower was intact, of course it was, it had been rebuilt after the war, but it looked newer somehow. Raw stone. And there was an entire wing on the eastern face that Harry didn't recognize at all, one that he was fairly certain had been destroyed in some conflict or another before his time. Before his time. The realization settled into him like cold water. Not a portkey. Not apparition. The temporal device, Selwyn had broken it, and the energy had. Harry stood up slowly. His body ached, but nothing was broken. He ran a diagnostic charm on himself automatically, healthy, magically intact, no curses or residual effects beyond a fading buzz of temporal displacement that was already dissipating. He looked down at Hogsmeade. At Hogwarts. At the sky that was the same sky but somehow felt like a different sky entirely. Right, he said aloud, to no one. Right. He needed information. Date, year, context. He needed it before he did anything else, because if what he suspected was true, if that device had thrown him backward instead of killing him, then every action he took from this moment forward carried the weight of consequences he couldn't calculate. Harry started walking toward the village. The three broomsticks looked almost exactly the same. That was somehow the most disorienting thing, this anchor of familiarity in what was rapidly revealing itself to be a very different world. Harry pushed through the door and was hit with the smell of butterbeer and wood smoke and the low murmur of morning conversation. A younger woman stood behind the bar. Not Madame Rosmerta, or rather, not the Rosmerta Harry knew. This woman was perhaps 30, dark-haired and sharp-featured, and she looked up at Harry with the professional assessment of someone who made her living reading strangers. "Morning," she said. "What'll it be?" Harry slid onto a bar stool. "Fire whiskey. And a copy of the Prophet, if you've got one." She raised an eyebrow. It was early for fire whiskey, her expression said, but poured it without comment and slid a folded newspaper across the bar. Harry looked at the date. September 3, 1971. He drank the fire whiskey in one go. It burned exactly the way it should. Real. Present. He was here, wherever here had decided to be. His parents would be, he did the math quickly, 11. First years. Just started at Hogwarts 2 days ago. His mother and father were children in that castle right now, and he was sitting in a pub with their future son's face and their future war's scars. Harry ordered another fire whiskey and forced himself to think clearly. He knew about time travel. Knew the theory, at least, what the Department of Mysteries had documented, what Hermione had learned from her Time Turner year, what the Unspeakables had theorized in classified reports he'd read as Head Auror. Short-range time travel, hours, created stable loops. You couldn't change what had already happened because you'd already been there. But this wasn't hours. This was 54 years. The rules were different at this scale, or so the theory suggested. At this distance, the timeline hadn't incorporated his presence yet. It was still plastic. Changeable. Which meant everything he did mattered in ways he couldn't fully predict. Which meant everything he didn't do mattered too. Harry stared into his empty glass and thought about the future. About everyone he'd lost. Sirius, falling through the veil with surprise still on his face. Remus and Tonks, dead in a corridor, their son orphaned. Fred Weasley, laughing at his own last joke. Dumbledore, falling from the tower. Snape, bleeding out his memories and his love on a dirty floor. All of it. Every death. Every broken thing. It all traced back to one man's choices, made decades before Harry was born. Tom Riddle was out there right now. Not yet Voldemort fully, not publicly, but building. Recruiting. Whispering his gospel of pure-blood supremacy to young witches and wizards from old families, offering them purpose and power and someone to blame for their frustrations. Harry could kill him. Right now, today. Walk to wherever Riddle was, and end him. He had the power, more than enough. The Elder Wand's allegiance still sang in his magic even without the physical wand. He'd mastered death once. He could deliver it with trivial ease. But Riddle had Horcruxes already. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, at minimum. Probably the diadem too. Killing his body would accomplish nothing permanent. So, more subtle measures were required. Harry paid for his drinks with a galleon he transfigured from a pebble, temporary, but it would last long enough, and stepped back into the morning air. He needed a plan. He needed resources. He needed to understand what had already happened and what was about to happen. And he needed to figure out what he was willing to change. Diagon Alley in 1971 was brighter than Harry remembered it, or rather, brighter than it would become. No boarded-up shops. No fearful glances between strangers. The war hadn't touched it yet, and the cheerful commerce of wizarding Britain hummed along in blissful ignorance of what was coming. Harry had transfigured his Auror robes into something more era-appropriate, dark traveling cloak, well-cut wizarding suit beneath. He'd altered his appearance just enough, hair lengthened slightly, scar covered by a glamour, the lightning bolt too recognizable even in a time before it meant anything. He kept his glasses. Some things were non-negotiable. Gringotts first. Gold was freedom, and Harry needed both. The goblins didn't ask questions when you walked in with raw gold, transfigured from larger stones this time, permanent transfiguration that would hold for centuries. Harry had learned that particular trick from Dumbledore's own notes, found in the headmaster's study after the war. Real transmutation, not the temporary conjuration most wizards could manage. The gold was gold, down to the atomic level. The goblins tested it, found it pure, and opened a vault without comment. Walking out of Gringotts with a small fortune and a vault key, Harry felt the first stirring of something he hadn't felt in months, purpose. He spent the next 3 days building his foundation. A flat in London, Wizarding side, above a quiet shop in a corner of Diagon Alley that wouldn't exist by the 1990s. Reference materials from Flourish and Blots. Back issues of The Prophet. He immersed himself in the current political landscape like a general studying terrain before battle. What he found confirmed his worst suspicions and illuminated things he'd never known. Voldemort was operating openly among pure-blood society, not as a Dark Lord, not yet, but as Tom Riddle, charming and brilliant and full of ideas about wizarding preservation. He hadn't yet adopted the Voldemort name publicly. He moved through high society gatherings, private salons, exclusive clubs. The sacred 28 families treated him as a visionary. The ministry didn't see a threat, or chose not to. The Black family was prominent in these circles. Of course they were. Cygnus and Druella Black had 3 daughters, Bellatrix, the eldest, currently in her 6th year at Hogwarts, Andromeda, a 5th year, and Narcissa, a 3rd year. The family was old money, old blood, old prejudice wrapped in the elegant packaging of wealth and tradition. Harry read the name Bellatrix and felt his stomach clench. He remembered the woman who'd killed Sirius. Remembered her cackling laugh, her manic eyes, her slavish devotion to a half-blood who called himself a lord. She'd been a monster. Irredeemable. But right now she was 16. 17 in a few months. A student. A girl who hadn't yet chosen to kneel before anyone. Could he really? Harry shook off the thought. He wasn't here to fixate on one person. He was here to stop a war. And if that meant understanding the mechanisms by which Riddle built his army, understanding how brilliant young people were turned into killers, then he needed to understand all of it. including how Bellatrix Black became Bellatrix Lestrange. The opportunity came sooner than he expected. Hogsmeade weekends had started early that year, apparently, a scheduling decision Harry vaguely remembered reading about in some historical document or another. First weekend of October, the village flooded with students in their school robes, faces flushed with the cold and the freedom of being outside the castle walls. Harry sat in the Three Broomsticks with a book and a butterbeer, watching. Not for anyone in particular, or so he told himself. He was observing. Getting a sense of the social dynamics that would eventually calcify into battle lines. He spotted his parents immediately and had to look away. James Potter, tiny, 11, glasses too big for his face, already swaggering with the confidence that would either charm or infuriate everyone he met. Lily Evans beside him, no, not beside him. They wouldn't be friends for years yet. She was with another group entirely, red hair vivid against her green scarf, laughing at something a dark-haired boy said, Snape. Young Severus Snape, not yet hollowed out by grief and bitterness, sitting with Lily Evans and actually smiling. Harry looked away. He couldn't. Not yet. That was too much. He swept his gaze across the pub instead and found what he hadn't admitted he was looking for. A group of older Slytherins had claimed the corner booth. 6th and 7th years by their look, carrying themselves with the casual authority of the nearly adult. Harry recognized faces from photographs, from wanted posters, from trials after the First War. Rodolphus Lestrange, thick-featured and heavy-lidded. Evan Rosier, handsome in a cruel way. Rabaston Lestrange, younger and quieter than his brother. And at the center of the group, like a dark star around which the others orbited, Bellatrix Black. Harry's breath caught. She was nothing like what he'd expected. Or rather, she was everything he'd expected physically, but the feeling of her was completely different. The wild dark hair was the same, the heavy-lidded eyes the same, the aristocratic bone structure. But where the Bellatrix he'd known had been gaunt, ravaged, half-mad from Azkaban and devotion, this Bellatrix was alive. That was the only word for it. She was vividly, intensely, almost aggressively alive. She talked with her hands, laughed with her whole body, and her eyes were sharp and hungry and searching in a way that had nothing to do with madness. She was arguing with Rosier about something. Harry could tell by the way she leaned forward, jabbing a finger at him, while he leaned back with his hands raised in mock surrender. She was beautiful. Not in the delicate way of the Black family portraits, in a fierce, angular, dangerous way. Like a blade someone had decided to dress in school robes. Harry watched her for perhaps 30 seconds before her head turned, slowly, deliberately, and she looked directly at him. Their eyes met across the crowded pub. Something happened. Harry didn't have a word for it. It wasn't recognition, because she didn't know him. It wasn't magic, not in any way he could identify. It was more like resonance. Like two tuning forks struck at the same frequency, vibrating in sympathy across a distance. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Not with suspicion, with interest. The kind of interest a predator shows when it encounters something it can't immediately categorize as prey or threat. Harry held her gaze. Didn't look away, didn't smile, didn't perform any of the social niceties that a normal person might when caught staring. He just looked at her with the steady calm of a man who had faced down worse things than a schoolgirl's attention. After a long moment, Bellatrix's lips curved into a smile that was more challenge than welcome. She turned back to her companions, said something that made Rosier glance Harry's way with open suspicion, and then, very deliberately, stood up and walked toward the bar. Which happened to take her directly past Harry's table. She didn't stop. Didn't speak. But as she passed, close enough that he caught the scent of something dark and floral, night-blooming jasmine, perhaps, she let her gaze slide over him one more time. Cataloging. Assessing. Filing him away for future reference. Harry sipped his butterbeer and waited. She collected her drink from the bar, fire whiskey, not butterbeer, which probably required some charm or intimidation to procure as a student, and on her way back, she stopped. "You're not from around here." Her voice was lower than he expected. Richer. Not the baby-talk screech of the woman he remembered, but a smooth contralto that carried absolute certainty of its own authority. "No," Harry said. "I'm not." "And you were staring." "I was." She tilted her head, dark hair cascading over one shoulder. "Most people at least pretend to be embarrassed when caught." "I'm not most people." The smile returned, sharper this time, edged with genuine curiosity. "No. You're not, are you?" She let her eyes travel over him, not flirtatiously, but with the same analytical precision she probably applied to complex spellwork. "You don't feel like a shopkeeper. Don't feel like ministry either." "What are you?" "Complicated," Harry said. "And you're Bellatrix Black." Something flickered in her expression, surprise that he knew her name without introduction, followed immediately by the assumption that of course he knew her name. She was a Black. Everyone knew the Blacks. "And you have me at a disadvantage," she said, "which I don't particularly enjoy." "Harry." He offered his hand. "Harry Evans." He used his mother's maiden name without thinking about it, instinct, maybe, or something deeper. Something that wanted a connection to this timeline that wasn't a lie. Bellatrix looked at his hand like it was a foreign object, then took it. Her grip was strong, her skin warm, and when their hands met, that resonance he'd felt earlier intensified. A hum of magic at the point of contact, barely perceptible but undeniably present. Her eyes widened fractionally. She'd felt it too. "Evans," she repeated, not releasing his hand immediately. "I don't know that name." "You wouldn't." "Muggleborn?" The question was direct, and Harry could hear the weight of her upbringing in it, the reflexive categorization, the need to place him in the taxonomy of blood that her family had drilled into her since birth. "Half-blood," Harry said easily. "Does it matter?" Bellatrix released his hand and studied him with an expression he couldn't quite read. In her world, the world of the sacred 28, of blood purity and family honor, it did matter. It mattered enormously. But she didn't say that. Instead, she said, "You have an unusual amount of magic." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You can feel that?" "I can feel everything," she said, and there was no arrogance in it, just statement of fact. "My family thinks it's unseemly. Too sensitive, too aware. A witch should be composed." She said the last word like it tasted bad. "But yes, I can feel it. You're practically radiating." Harry hadn't bothered to suppress his magical aura. In his own time, he'd learned to keep it tightly controlled. Walking around at full power tended to unsettle people, and his job required a certain amount of normalcy. But here, in this time, he'd let it settle at its natural level. And apparently its natural level was noticeable. "Maybe you should sit down," Harry said, gesturing to the empty chair across from him. "If you're going to interrogate me, you might as well be comfortable." She laughed, a short, surprised sound, nothing like the cackle that would haunt his nightmares in another timeline. "You're very sure of yourself for a man I've known for 30 seconds. Give it another 30. I only get worse." Bellatrix sat down. Not because he'd told her to, her body language made that clear. She sat because she wanted to, because he was interesting, because he was something new in a world she was finding increasingly small and predictable. "So, Harry Evans," she said, leaning back in her chair with her fire whiskey held loosely in one hand. "What brings a half-blood with more magical power than half my professors to a village full of schoolchildren?" "Research," Harry said, which was true enough. "Into what?" "The future." She blinked. Then smiled, slow and genuine and slightly dangerous. "Now that's an interesting answer." From the corner booth, Rodolphius Lestrange was watching them with an expression that couldn't decide between jealousy and contempt. Rosier had leaned over to whisper something to Rabaston. The social dynamics were already shifting. ripples spreading from this single point of contact. Harry didn't care. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Tell me something, he said to Bellatrix. What do you want? What? Simple question. What do you want? Not what your family wants for you, not what's expected, what do you want? No one, Harry suspected, had ever asked her that. Not directly. Not without agenda. The surprise on her face confirmed it, a flash of vulnerability so brief that anyone less observant would have missed it, quickly covered by her default expression of challenging confidence. Power, she said, testing the word like she was daring him to judge her for it. What kind? The kind that means no one ever tells me what to do. The kind that means I never have to smile at boring men at dinner parties while my mother negotiates my bride price like I'm a particularly well-bred Kneazle. The bitterness in her voice was real, raw and recent and clearly something she didn't say out loud often. The kind that means I decide what I become. Harry nodded slowly. And if I told you that the path you're currently on, the one being laid out for you by your family, by the people at that table over there, by the very charming man who's been whispering in the ears of every pureblood family in Britain, leads you to a cage worse than anything your mother could build? Bellatrix went still. Completely, dangerously still, like a cobra considering whether to strike. What do you know about that? She asked, and her voice had dropped to something cold and quiet. More than you'd believe. Try me. Harry met her eyes and let her see, not everything, not the future in detail, but the certainty. The absolute, bone-deep knowledge of a man who had seen how this story ended. There's a man, Harry said carefully, who offers power to people like you. People who are hungry, brilliant, restless. He tells you that he can give you what your family can't, freedom, purpose, something to fight for. And he is brilliant, and he is powerful, and for a while it feels like everything you wanted. Harry paused. And then you realized that what he actually wanted was a weapon. A very clever, very powerful weapon that he could point at his enemies. And by then you've given him everything, your mind, your loyalty, yourself, and there's nothing left of the woman you could have been. Silence. Bellatrix stared at him with an expression he couldn't decipher, not quite fear, not quite anger, something between recognition and denial. I'm talking about you, Harry said. And the choice you haven't made yet. The pub noise seemed distant now. The space between them had become its own world, charged and strange and full of a significance that neither of them could fully articulate. Who are you? Bellatrix whispered. Someone who knows how this story ends, Harry said. And someone who's here to offer you a different one. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she stood, abruptly, her chair scraping back. Her face was a mask again, controlled and cold, the black family armor snapping back into place. I don't know what game you're playing, she said, but I don't appreciate strangers speaking about me as if they know my fate. Then prove me wrong, Harry said calmly. Keep making your own choices. See if they lead somewhere different. Bellatrix said nothing. She turned and walked back to her corner booth, her spine rigid, her fire whiskey abandoned on Harry's table. Rodolphus said something to her as she sat down. She responded sharply, Harry couldn't hear the words, and the conversation at the table became subdued. But 3 times in the next hour, Harry caught Bellatrix looking at him. Not with anger. Not with the cold dismissal she was projecting for her companion's benefit. With thought. Harry finished his butterbeer and left the pub. He'd planted the seed. Now he needed it to grow. The following week, Harry did something he probably shouldn't have. He applied for the defense against the dark arts teaching position at Hogwarts. The current professor, a doddering wizard named Galbraith who seemed to think the curriculum should consist entirely of identifying dark creatures from textbook illustrations, had announced his retirement effective end of term. Dumbledore was already seeking a replacement for after Christmas. Harry walked into the headmaster's office on a Tuesday afternoon with no appointment and no invitation, and found Albus Dumbledore exactly as he'd always been, half-moon spectacles, twinkling eyes, a bowl of sherbet lemons on the desk, and an aura of power that he wore as casually as his garishly colored robes. Though this Dumbledore was younger. Sharper. His auburn hair was streaked with grey rather than fully silver, and his movements had a quickness to them that the older Dumbledore, tired, dying, playing his final gambit, had lacked. "I don't recall scheduling a meeting," Dumbledore said pleasantly, though his wand had appeared in his hand with a speed that belied his casual tone. "You didn't," Harry said. "My name is Harry Evans. I'm here about the defense position." "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes moved over him, not just looking, but seeing, in that way he had. Reading magical signatures, body language, the thousand subtle tells that made Albus Dumbledore the most dangerous man in any room. "You're rather young for a teaching position. I've been told I have an old soul." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Harry sat. "You have a curious magical signature, Mr. Evans. Layers upon layers, like a palimpsest. Magic written over magic. I've lived a complicated life. You're also, if I'm not very much mistaken, displaced in time." Dumbledore said it conversationally, the way one might comment on the weather. "The temporal resonance is quite distinctive. I've only encountered it once before, in a rather unfortunate accident involving an unspeakable and a grandfather clock." Harry felt no surprise. Of course Dumbledore could see it. Of course he would name it directly rather than dance around it. This younger Dumbledore was more direct than the one Harry had known, less inclined to manipulation through implication, more willing to simply know things and state them openly. "Yes," Harry said. "I am." "From how far?" "Far enough that telling you specifics could be dangerous." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. The twinkle in his eyes hadn't dimmed, if anything, it had intensified. "And yet you're here, applying for a teaching position rather than attempting to minimize your impact on the timeline." "Minimizing my impact isn't the goal." "Ah. A single syllable carrying volumes of understanding. Then what is the goal, Mr. Evans?" Harry considered his words carefully. Not because he was afraid of Dumbledore, that ship had sailed long ago, burned to ashes by the revelation of how Dumbledore had orchestrated Harry's life and death for the greater good. But because this Dumbledore was a potential ally, and allies deserved some measure of truth. "There's a war coming," Harry said. "You already know that. You can feel it building, the recruitment, the ideology, the quiet consolidation of power in certain circles. You're already watching. Already concerned." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes went very still. "I know how that war ends," Harry continued. "I know what it costs. And I'm here to make it cost less. Preferably by stopping it before it starts. A noble goal. And what qualification do you bring to this task beyond knowledge of the future?" Harry smiled slightly, then raised his hand, not his wand hand, his empty hand, and let his magic flow freely for just a moment. The office lit up with power. Every instrument on Dumbledore's shelves rattled. The phoenix on his perch, Fawkes, young and brilliant, trilled a note of surprise and recognition. The air itself seemed to thicken. Harry let it recede. Dumbledore was staring at him with an expression Harry had never seen on the old wizard's face, genuine, unguarded shock. "That," Dumbledore said slowly, "is a level of magical power I have only ever encountered in one other individual." "I know who you mean," Harry said. "And I'm not him. I'm what was built to stop him." Silence stretched between them. Fawkes flew from his perch to Harry's shoulder, a gesture of trust so profound that Dumbledore's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. "Hello, old friend," Harry murmured, stroking the phoenix's chest feathers. "Long time." "Fawkes has never gone to a stranger," Dumbledore said quietly. "I'm not a stranger." "Not to him." Harry looked at Dumbledore directly. "Give me the position." Let me teach your students to actually defend themselves. Let me be here, where I can do the most good. And in return, I'll give you something you've been wanting for years. What's that? Someone who can match Tom Riddle in a straight fight and win. The name landed like a stone in still water. Dumbledore's face cycled through several expressions: concern, calculation, hope, wariness, before settling on something like grim acceptance. I will need to verify certain things, he said finally. And there will be conditions. Verify anything you like. And I'll hear your conditions. You will not tell me the future in detail. You will not use your position to harm students. And you will come to me. Dumbledore's voice hardened slightly, before taking any action against Tom Riddle directly. Harry considered this. The first two were easy. The third. I'll come to you first, Harry agreed. But if he moves before we're ready, if he threatens the students, I won't wait for permission. Fair enough. Dumbledore extended his hand. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor Evans. Harry shook it. When do I start? January. That gives you 2 months to prepare, and gives me 2 months to adjust to the implications of your presence. Fair enough. Harry stood to leave, then paused at the door. One more thing. Yes. There's a student. Bellatrix Black. She's one of our most gifted, Dumbledore supplied, watching Harry with renewed interest. Also one of our most troubled, though she hides it well. She's being recruited. Actively. By Riddle's people, if not by Riddle himself yet. I'm aware. I have been unable to find a suitable intervention. Her family is deeply entrenched, and she is not inclined to trust authority figures. She might trust someone who offers her what she actually wants instead of what she's supposed to want. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment. Be careful, Mr. Evans. The Black family does not take kindly to outside influences on their daughters. Good thing I'm not particularly kind either. Harry left the headmaster's office with a job, a purpose, and the uncomfortable awareness that a pair of dark eyes and a teenage face had been occupying his thoughts far more than was strictly appropriate for a future professor. He'd worry about that later. The 2 months before term started were not idle. Harry trained, not because he needed to become more powerful, but because his body was the body of a 25-year-old who'd been doing desk work for nearly a year, and the magical world of 1971 was going to demand that he be at his absolute best. He ran. He dueled practice dummies. He pushed his magic in ways he hadn't bothered with since the immediate aftermath of the war. He also began his real work, Horcrux hunting. The locket was in the cave. Harry knew exactly where, exactly what protection surrounded it. He'd watched Dumbledore die slowly from the poison of that cursed ring, had drunk the potion himself in nightmares for years afterward. But this time, he wasn't a 16-year-old with limited knowledge. This time, he was a fully trained wizard with the power to rival Dumbledore himself. He went to the cave on a cold November evening. The blood sacrifice on the entrance was the same, a smear across his palm, the rock face parting like lips. The lake of Infery was the same, dark and still and radiating the cold malice of enslaved dead. The boat was the same. Harry didn't bother with the boat. He stood at the edge of the lake and raised his wand, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, the same wand that had killed Voldemort in another life, and cast a Patronus. Not just any Patronus. He poured everything into it, love for his parents, for Sirius, for Remus, for his friends, for the future he was building. The stag erupted from his wand and grew, not just a shield, not just a guardian, but a beacon of pure positive energy that lit the entire cavern like daylight. The Infery didn't just retreat. They dissolved. Decades of dark magic holding them in half-life couldn't withstand the concentrated force of Harry's will, and they simply let go. Bones settled to the lake floor. The water cleared. Harry walked across the surface of the lake, a trick he'd learned from a very old wizard in Tibet, and reached the island with the basin. The potion gleamed green and malevolent. Harry studied it for a moment, then vanished it with a flick of his wand. Not by drinking it, by overpowering the enchantment that prevented its removal. Riddle had been brilliant, but he'd been brilliant in 1960. Harry had studied every defensive enchantment ever created and broken most of them. The locket sat at the bottom of the empty basin. Slytherin's locket, heavy and gold, containing a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. Harry picked it up. He could feel it, the wrongness of it, the parasitic life within, pressing against his mind like cold fingers. It tried to influence him. Tried to find the cracks in his psyche, the doubts and fears it could exploit. It found nothing it could use. Harry had been broken and rebuilt too many times. His cracks had been filled with something stronger than the original material. "Hello, Tom," he said to the locket. "One down." He sealed it in a warded box and left the cave. One Horcrux secured. The ring in the Gaunt Shack would be next, but that one required more preparation. The curse on it was lethal, and while Harry was confident he could handle it, he wasn't going to be careless. He had all the time in the world. December brought snow and a letter that Harry hadn't expected. It arrived by school owl on a Friday morning, expensive parchment, neat but aggressive handwriting, sealed with the Black family crest in violet wax. "Mr. Evans, I've been thinking about what you said. I don't know how you know what you seem to know, and I don't trust you. But I don't trust anyone, so that's hardly unique. You asked me what I want. I've been asking myself the same question for 2 months, and the answers I'm getting are, not what my family would approve of. There's a Yule gathering at Malfoy Manor on the 22nd. My family will be there. Certain other people will be there. People who have been asking about me, about my loyalties, my ambitions, my willingness to serve a cause larger than myself. I haven't given them an answer yet. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Perhaps because you're the only person who's spoken to me as if I'm a person making a choice rather than a piece on someone else's board. If you have something better to offer than what they're selling, I suggest you figure out what it is before the 22nd. B. Black. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he set it down, went to his window, and looked out at the snow falling over Diagon Alley. She'd heard him. More than that, she'd been thinking about what he said. For 2 months, his words had been working inside her like a splinter, forcing her to question the path being laid before her feet. But she was also giving him a deadline. And a warning. If he couldn't give her a reason, a real, concrete reason, to choose differently, she was going to walk into that gathering and let herself be claimed by the movement that would eventually consume her. Harry sat down and began to write his response. Then stopped. Crumpled the parchment. Words weren't going to be enough. Not for Bellatrix Black. She didn't want promises or philosophy or vague warnings about the future. She wanted proof. Proof that there was another path. Proof that the power she craved could be found without kneeling. Harry would give her proof. He spent 3 days preparing. The 21st of December found Harry standing in a quiet grove of trees outside the boundary of the Malfoy estate. The manor house glowed in the distance, warm light in every window, the sounds of celebration carrying faintly on the cold air. Snow blanketed the grounds in pristine white, unmarred by footprints. He wasn't going to the party. He wasn't that crude. He was waiting. At 11 minutes past 9, exactly when he told her in a brief, unsigned reply note that he would be here, a figure appeared at the edge of the woods. Dark cloak over what was clearly an expensive dress, hair pinned up in an elaborate style that was already losing its battle against the wind. Bellatrix looked different outside of Hogwarts. Older. More herself, somehow, as if the school robes were a costume and this, the elegant pureblood daughter in a gown that cost more than most wizards earned in a month, was closer to her true form. She saw him and stopped. Studied him from 10 feet away with those dark, calculating eyes. "You came," she said. "So did you." "I almost didn't. Rodolphus was watching me all evening." She said the name with distaste, a reaction Harry filed away for future reference. I told him I needed air. Do you need to be back soon? I need to be back eventually. My mother counts minutes. She took a step closer. Why are we meeting in a forest like criminals? Because what I'm about to show you isn't for an audience. Interest sparked in her eyes, the same hungry curiosity he'd seen in the pub. Show me what? Harry held out his hand. Do you trust me? Absolutely not. Good. Trust is earned. But I need you to take my hand for this to work. She looked at his outstretched palm, then at his face. Whatever she saw there, whatever calculation she ran behind those dark eyes, must have satisfied her, because she stepped forward and placed her hand in his. That resonance again. Stronger this time, like a bell being struck. Bellatrix's fingers tightened on his reflexively, and he saw her pupils dilate. What is that? She breathed. I don't know, Harry admitted. But it's been there since the first time we met. He apparat them both, not with the violent crack of most wizards, but smoothly, silently, a skill he'd perfected over years of combat work where noise meant death. They reappeared on a cliffside overlooking the sea, Dover, white cliffs luminous in the moonlight, the channel stretching dark and silver beneath them. Bellatrix looked around, then at him, then at the vast expanse of ocean and sky. Impressive sighed along. No sound at all. That's not what I brought you here to show you. He released her hand and stepped back. The wind whipped at his cloak, his hair, but he stood steady. You want power, he said. Real power. Not the power of a family name or a husband's reputation or someone else's cause. You want your own power, answerable to no one. Yes. Simple. Definite. I'm going to show you what real power looks like. And then I'm going to tell you something you won't believe, but you'll know it's true. Harry raised his wand. He didn't use a spell, not a named one, anyway. What he did was closer to what Dumbledore had done in the Ministry Atrium against Voldemort, raw magical manipulation, the kind of thing that transcended individual spells and operated on the fundamental level of what magic was. He reached out with his will and took hold of the sea. Not a wave. Not a splash. A column of water 50 feet across rose from the channel, rose and rose and rose, a pillar of dark ocean climbing toward the sky, defying gravity through nothing but the force of one wizard's intent. It rose 100 feet. 200. Moonlight turned it into a tower of liquid silver. Then Harry shaped it. The column spread into wings, vast, impossible wings of seawater, then collapsed into a dragon that flew in a circle around the cliff, then shattered into 10,000 individual droplets that hung suspended in the air like stars before gently, impossibly, forming the shape of two figures standing face to face. He let it fall. The ocean reclaimed itself with a roar, and the cliff was sprayed with mist that caught the moonlight in a brief, perfect rainbow. Bellatrix was staring at him. Her composure, the careful, aristocratic mask she wore like armor, was completely gone. In its place was something naked and raw, awe. And not just awe, hunger. The same hunger she'd expressed in the pub, but magnified 1,000-fold. That's not, she started, stopped. That's not possible. Not without ritual, not without, I just did it. You just, one wizard doesn't, the scale of it, Bellatrix. He said her name and she snapped to attention, eyes locking on his. That's what power looks like when it's not leashed to someone else's agenda. That's what magic can be when you stop accepting limitations other people put on it. She was breathing fast. Flushed despite the cold. Teach me. I'm going to. I'm the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Starting January. Her expression flickered, surprise, then suspicion, then something that might have been delight. You're going to be my teacher. Officially. Unofficially, I'm going to be considerably more than that, if you'll let me. Why? She stepped toward him, and there was nothing of the calculating pure-blood daughter in her face now. Why me? There are brilliant witches and wizards all over Britain. Why seek out Bellatrix Black and pull her away from a party to show her the impossible? Harry looked at her, really looked, the way he hadn't let himself look before. At the intelligence burning behind her eyes. At the fierce, restless energy that radiated from her like heat from a furnace. At the potential in her, vast and untapped and being slowly channeled toward destruction by people who saw her as a tool. Because in another life, he said, you became the most feared witch in Britain. The most loyal, the most powerful, the most dedicated soldier a Dark Lord could ask for. And it was a waste. All that brilliance, all that fire, enslaved to a man who didn't deserve you. Who used you and broke you and left you with nothing but madness and chains. She was very close now. Close enough that he could see the moonlight reflected in her eyes, could count the individual snowflakes catching in her dark hair. That's not destiny, he continued. That's not fate. That's what happens when no one gives you a better choice. So here I am. A better choice. You're very arrogant, she whispered. But she was smiling, a real smile, not the challenging blade edge she'd shown him in the pub. Something softer. Something young. Absolutely, Harry agreed. Also right. She laughed. That surprised sound again, surprised at herself for making it, surprised at him for drawing it out. The 22nd, she said. The gathering. They're going to formally ask me to join. To commit. And what are you going to tell them? Bellatrix looked out at the sea, dark and vast and full of the impossible thing he'd just done, then back at him. That I'm considering my options. It wasn't a no. It wasn't a yes either. It was Bellatrix Black, brilliant, cautious, never committing to anything without understanding all the angles. It was enough. For now. I should get back, she said. Before Mother sends a search party. Harry offered his hand again. She took it without hesitation this time. January, she said, as they apparat back to the grove near Malfoy Manor. January, he confirmed. She turned to go, then paused. Looked back at him over her shoulder. In the moonlight, with snow in her hair and that fierce light in her eyes, she looked like something out of a myth. Something that could save the world or burn it down. Harry Evans, she said, tasting the name. I'm going to figure you out. I'm counting on it. She walked back toward the manor. Harry watched her go, watched the straight spine, the purposeful stride, the way she shook the snow from her hair as she went, and felt the full weight of what he was doing settle onto his shoulders. He was trying to save Bellatrix Black. Not just from Voldemort, not just from her family, from the version of herself that she would become without intervention. He was inserting himself into the life of a brilliant, volatile, powerful young witch and offering himself as an alternative to the path that would destroy her. And he was doing it because something in him, some instinct deeper than strategy, older than planning, recognized her. Knew her. Wanted her in a way that transcended the rational. 54 years from now, she would kill his godfather. She would torture Neville's parents into madness. She would be the Dark Lord's most faithful servant, his most terrible weapon. Or none of that would happen. Because Harry Potter, displaced in time, armed with power and knowledge and a reckless certainty that the future could be rewritten, had decided that it wouldn't. The snow continued to fall. The manor glowed in the distance. And somewhere inside, a 17-year-old girl with dark hair and dangerous eyes was making decisions that would reshape the world. Harry turned on the spot and disappeared without a sound. Christmas Day. Harry's flat above the empty shop in Diagon Alley, quiet except for the crackle of his fire and the distant sound of carolers somewhere in the snowy street below. He was sitting at his desk, mapping Horcrux locations and protections, when another owl arrived. Same expensive parchment. Same aggressive handwriting. No seal this time. Evans, I told them no. Or rather, I told them, not yet, which in Black family parlance amounts to the same thing. My mother nearly had an aneurysm. Cygnus broke a wine glass with his bare hand. I have no idea why I'm telling you any of this. You are a stranger. I know nothing about you that can be verified. You could be a madman, a ministry plant, or something worse. But I keep thinking about the water. About the sea rising like it was nothing to you. About the fact that you stood on that cliff and wielded more power than the man who's been courting my family all year, and you didn't ask for anything in return. You just showed me. Like it was a gift. No one has ever given me a gift without wanting something. So what do you want, Harry Evans? What's the price? Answer honestly or don't answer at all. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. The fire burned low. Outside, snow whispered against the window. Then he picked up his quill and wrote, Bellatrix, what I want is to see what you become when no one is pulling your strings. That's it. That's the whole price. There's no trick here. No hidden agenda. I know what your life leads to if nothing changes, and I've decided I won't let it happen. You don't have to understand why yet. You don't have to trust me yet. Just keep your eyes open and your choice is your own. January is coming. I'll be there. Also, your mother's aneurysm was probably good for her circulation. Purebloods don't get enough excitement. He sent the letter off with a borrowed owl and returned to his Horcrux notes. But he was smiling. God help him. He was smiling. January 2nd. Harry stood at the entrance to Hogwarts and looked up at the castle, his first real home, the place where everything had begun, looking slightly different and somehow more alive in this time before war touched it. Students wouldn't arrive back from holiday for another 4 days. He had time to settle in, plan his curriculum, familiarize himself with the castle in its current configuration. Time to prepare for what came next. He walked through the gates, and the castle's magic reached out to him, recognizing him, welcoming him, in a way that felt like coming home and arriving somewhere new simultaneously. The paradox of time travel. He belonged here and didn't. He was welcome and alien. Both things were true. Dumbledore met him in the entrance hall. Professor Evans. Welcome. Headmaster. Your quarters are in the East Wing, 3rd floor. I trust you'll find them adequate. I'm sure they'll be fine. They walked together in silence for a moment. Then Dumbledore said, without looking at him, the black girl. You've been in contact with her. It wasn't a question. Of course Dumbledore knew. Yes. And? She told Riddle's people no. For now. Dumbledore paused. Something complicated moved through his expression, hope, perhaps, carefully contained. That is. More than I was able to accomplish in 2 years of subtle intervention. You were subtle, Harry said. I wasn't. Evidently. Dumbledore resumed walking. I find myself uncertain whether to be reassured or alarmed by your methods, Professor Evans. Be both, Harry suggested. I usually am. Dumbledore actually laughed at that, a brief, genuine sound that echoed in the stone corridor. Harry climbed the stairs to his new quarters and began unpacking, books, notes, warded boxes containing terrible secrets and dark artifacts that he would systematically destroy over the coming months. In 4 days, students would return. In 4 days, Bellatrix Black would walk back through those gates and into a world that now contained him, not as a stranger in a pub, not as a mysterious figure on a cliffside, but as her professor. Present. Constant. Undeniable. The game was beginning in earnest. And Harry Potter, a man out of time, armed with love and fury and enough magical power to reshape the world, was ready to play. Chapter 2, Black Fire. The great hall buzzed with the particular chaos of students returning from holiday, trunks banging, owls swooping, voices overlapping in a symphony of gossip and reunion. Harry sat at the staff table and watched the tide of young witches and wizards flood through the doors, feeling the strange vertigo of recognition. So many faces he knew, or would know, wearing youth like a second skin. He spotted Lucius Malfoy at the Slytherin table, 17 and already carrying himself with that particular brand of aristocratic entitlement that would serve him so well in politics and so poorly in war. A few seats down, a very young Arthur Weasley, 7th year, Gryffindor, was laughing with a round-faced girl Harry didn't recognize. At the far end of the Gryffindor table, tiny James Potter was demonstrating something with his wand that made Peter Pettigrew squeal, and Sirius Black, Harry's chest constricted. Sirius, 11 years old, skinny and defiant, sitting at the Gryffindor table like an act of rebellion made flesh. The black sheep, literally and figuratively. Harry wanted to walk over and, what? Hug the child who would grow up to be his godfather. Tell him that his bravery mattered, that his choices mattered, that 12 years in Azkaban wouldn't break him. He couldn't. He could only watch, and protect from a distance, and make sure that this Sirius grew up in a world that didn't require such terrible sacrifices. Then the Slytherins came in, and Harry forgot everyone else. Bellatrix entered with Andromeda on one side and a girl Harry didn't recognize on the other, some 6th-year companion, chattering away while Bellatrix nodded absently. She was scanning the room. Looking for something. Her eyes found the staff table and stopped. Found him and stopped. A flicker of something, surprise, amusement, something electric, crossed her face before she mastered it. She lifted her chin slightly, a gesture that could have been acknowledgement or challenge, and took her seat. Dumbledore stood to make his announcements. The usual start-of-term business, Forbidden Forest, Quidditch schedules, Filch's expanding list of banned items. Then, and I am pleased to announce that Professor Galbraith, who has served this school admirably for many years, has elected to enjoy a well-earned retirement. Taking over defense against the dark arts for the remainder of the year is Professor Harry Evans. I trust you will extend to him the same courtesy you show all your instructors. Heads turned. Hundreds of eyes fixed on Harry, curious, assessing, a few hostile, the Slytherin upper years, who could clearly see he wasn't one of them. Harry inclined his head to the room with the casual confidence of a man who couldn't be bothered to perform humility. He caught Bellatrix's eye across the hall. She was smiling, that private, blade-sharp smile he was beginning to recognize as her genuine expression of pleasure. Told you, his look said. I see that, hers replied. His first class was third-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Harry used it to calibrate, figure out where Galbraith had left the curriculum, appallingly behind, as it turned out, assess the general skill level, and establish his teaching style. Books away, he said, the moment they were seated. Wands out. The students exchanged uncertain glances. Galbraith had been a textbook n-theory man. Wands hadn't featured heavily. You, Harry pointed at a Hufflepuff boy in the front row. What's a boggart? A shape-shifting creature that takes the form of, good. Have you ever faced one? And no, sir. Then you haven't learned anything about them. You've memorized words. Harry flicked his wand and a wardrobe in the corner of the classroom rattled ominously. Today, you face a boggart. All of you. And you learn the difference between knowing what something is and knowing how to survive it. By the end of the lesson, every student had faced the wardrobe. Several had cried. All of them had eventually produced a passable ridiculous. And the look in their eyes when they left, flushed, shaky, but proud, told Harry everything he needed to know about how to run his classroom. Word spread fast. By the end of the first week, his classes were the most anticipated, and most dreaded, on the schedule. Harry didn't ease students into difficulty. He threw them into the deep end with the absolute confidence that they could swim, and somehow, that confidence became contagious. Fourth years learned to duel, properly, not the formalized nonsense that passed for dueling club. Fifth years tackled Patronus theory and practice, 3 students produced corporeal forms by February, a school record. Seventh years were learning combat magic that wouldn't appear in the official curriculum for another 2 decades. But the 6th years. His 6th years. That was the class that mattered. Tuesday afternoon. Double defense against the dark arts. 6th year Slytherins and Gryffindors. Harry had arranged the classroom differently for this group, desks pushed to the walls, open floor space in the center. When the students filed in and found nowhere to sit, the reaction split along predictable lines. The Gryffindors looked excited. The Slytherins looked suspicious. Bellatrix entered with her usual entourage, Rosier, the Lestrange brothers, a girl named Alecto Caro who looked like she was perpetually sucking on something sour. She took in the rearranged room with a single sweep and her lips twitched. "Practical today, Professor?" she asked, her voice carrying exactly the right amount of deference to pass as respectful while communicating none whatsoever. "Every day, Miss Black. Books are for people who've run out of opponents." A murmur of interest from the class. Harry moved to the center of the open space. Today's lesson is about magical intent. Specifically, the difference between casting a spell because you've memorized the incantation, and casting a spell because you mean it. He turned slowly, making eye contact with each student. Anyone can wave a wand and say words. A first year can do that. What separates adequate wizards from exceptional ones is will. The force of personality behind the magic. He raised his wand. "I need a volunteer. Someone who thinks they're good in a fight." Rodolphus Lestrange stepped forward immediately, chest out, chin up, the posture of a boy who'd never been beaten and assumed he never would be. "I'll go, Professor." Harry looked at him. In another life, this young man would marry Bellatrix, would help torture Alice and Frank Longbottom into insanity, would rot in Azkaban and emerge broken and cruel. Right now, he was 17, arrogant, and built like a beater. "All right, Mr. Lestrange. Standard dueling rules. On 3. They faced each other. The class pressed back against the walls, buzzing with anticipation. 1. 2. 3. Rodolphus was fast, Harry would give him that. His opener was a stunner followed immediately by a leg locker, which showed decent tactical thinking. "Chain your spells, don't give them time to respond." Harry sidestepped the stunner without appearing to move quickly at all, just a slight shift of weight, a turn of the shoulder, and batted the leg locker aside with his bare hand. Not his wand hand. His bare hand. The class went silent. Rodolphus faltered, then rallied. Credit to his nerve. He sent a bludgeoning hex, a disarmer, and something that looked unpleasantly dark for a classroom setting, a cutting curse, if Harry wasn't mistaken. Harry didn't dodge this time. He caught the bludgeoning hex, his wand flicking out to intercept it, wrap it in his own magic, and hold it suspended in midair like a glowing fist-sized sphere of force. The disarmer he let splash against a shield so thin it was barely visible. The cutting curse he simply cancelled with a negligent wave, like wiping condensation from a window. Then he flicked the captured bludgeoning hex back at Rodolphus. It hit him square in the chest and sent him sliding backward 10 feet, robes flapping, until he hit the classroom wall with a grunt. Not injured, Harry had dampened the force considerably, but comprehensively beaten. Silence. Then whispers. Then Bellatrix's voice, cutting through the murmur like a knife. "How did you do that?" "The catching, you held his spell." Harry turned to her. She was leaning forward, eyes blazing with that hunger he recognized, the hunger for knowledge, for capability, for more. "Intent," Harry said. Mr. Lestrange cast his hex thinking hit the target. I intercepted it thinking this is mine now. The difference in conviction created a difference in outcome. "That's not in any textbook," said a Gryffindor girl, Marlene McKinnon, Harry realized with a jolt. Marlene McKinnon, who would be murdered with her entire family in 1981. "No," Harry agreed. "It's not. Textbooks teach you what magic does. I'm going to teach you what magic is. He spent the rest of the double period working them in pairs, pushing them to cast with genuine intention rather than rote memorization. Most struggled. A few showed flashes of understanding. Frank Longbottom, surprisingly, grasped the concept almost immediately. Alice Fortescue wasn't far behind. And Bellatrix. Bellatrix, who took to the concept like a bird taking to updraft. Within 20 minutes, she was overpowering every partner he gave her, not through superior knowledge of spells, but through sheer force of will. She meant her magic in a way most people never learn to. "Miss Black, stay after class please," Harry said as the period ended. "I'd like to discuss your coursework." Rodolphus shot Harry a dark look as he passed, pride still stinging from his public defeat. Rosier lingered near the door until Bellatrix waved him off with an impatient gesture. When the room was empty, Bellatrix perched on the edge of a desk and crossed her arms. "Coursework," she said dryly. "Is that what we're calling it?" "In public, yes. And in private?" Harry leaned against his own desk and studied her. In the 3 weeks since term started, they'd maintained a careful distance, appropriate interactions in class, nothing that could raise eyebrows. But the letters had continued. Brief, coded, increasingly honest. She was testing him, still, probing for inconsistencies, for hidden agendas, but the testing had taken on a quality of enjoyment. Like she wanted to be proven wrong about him. "In private," Harry said, "I want to talk about the fact that you just demonstrated a level of magical intuition that most adult witches never achieve. And I want to know why you're hiding it." Bellatrix's expression flickered. "I'm not hiding anything. You are. You pulled your punches in every pairing except the last one, when you forgot to hold back because McKinnon nearly got past your shield. You're deliberately performing below your capability." Silence. Bellatrix looked away, out the window, where January rain streaked the glass. "My family," she said finally, "has very specific ideas about what a proper pure-blood witch should be. Powerful, yes, but controllably powerful. Impressively talented, but not threatening." She said the word with quiet venom. "A witch who outperforms every wizard in the room is not a marriageable prospect. She's a problem. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Bellatrix looked back at him sharply, then laughed. That surprised, genuine sound. "You can't say that to a student." "I just did. And I'll say it again, anyone who wants you to be less than what you are doesn't deserve your consideration. You have a gift, Bellatrix. Not just talent, understanding. You feel magic the way a composer feels music. Stop pretending to be a flute when you're the whole bloody orchestra." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, very quietly, "You keep doing this." "Doing what?" "Saying things that make me feel like I'm being seen for the first time." She uncrossed her arms, and for a moment she looked her age, 17, uncertain, hungry for validation she'd never received from the people who were supposed to give it. "It's unsettling." "Good. Settle for less than unsettled and you'll end up exactly where they want you." She stood, gathering her bag. At the door, she paused. "The letters you've been sending. The ones about magical theory, intent-based casting, wandless fundamentals, conceptual frameworks." "Yes. They're better than anything in the Hogwarts library." "Where did you learn all of this?" "From a war," Harry said honestly. "From necessity. From watching people die because they weren't good enough, and deciding I would never let that be me." Something shifted in her expression, a softening, or perhaps a sharpening, like a blade finding its edge. "Teach me," she said. "Not the classroom version. Not what you give the rest of them. The real thing. What you showed me on the cliff. It's dangerous. I don't care. Your family won't like it. I don't care about that either." Harry regarded her, this fierce, brilliant young woman standing in his doorway, asking him to change her life. asking him to give her the tools that would make her either a force for good or a force for something else entirely. But that was the gamble, wasn't it? That was always the gamble with Bellatrix Black. She was fire, it would always be dangerous. The question was what she chose to burn. Saturday nights, he said. 10 o'clock. Room of requirement, 7th floor, left corridor. Walk past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times thinking about what you need. And what will I find? A training room. And me. And the beginning of something that'll change everything you think you know about magic. She smiled, slow, wide, and absolutely radiant. Saturday, then. She left. Harry listened to her footsteps fade down the corridor and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He was playing with fire. He knew it. The metaphor was apt in more ways than one. Bellatrix's magic ran hot, literally, her spells carrying a thermal signature that spoke to the passion driving them. Teaching her, spending time alone with her, building this connection, it was dangerous on every level. Professionally, temporally, personally. But the alternative was watching her fall. Watching the brightest witch of her generation, and she was, Harry was increasingly certain, be swallowed by Riddle's cause. And he hadn't come back 54 years to watch history repeat itself from a safe distance. Saturday came. Harry paced before the blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, thinking, I need a place to train a very powerful, very stubborn witch who wants to learn everything. The door appeared, large, iron-banded, promising something substantial behind it. Inside, the room of requirement had provided a space roughly the size of the Great Hall. High ceilings lost in shadow. Stone floor, slightly cushioned, smart room, anticipating falls. Practice dummies lined one wall. Another wall held targets of varying sizes and materials. The center of the room was open, clear, a stage for whatever they would do here. Harry checked his watch. 5 minutes to 10. At exactly 10 o'clock, not a second before, not a second after, the door opened and Bellatrix walked in. She'd changed out of her school robes into something practical, dark trousers, a fitted long-sleeved shirt, boots that looked like they could survive running over rough terrain. Her hair was pulled back in a simple braid. She looked like she'd come prepared for anything. You're punctual, Harry observed. And you look surprised by that. Pleased, not surprised. Let's begin. He didn't ease her in. She wouldn't have respected that, and he wouldn't have insulted her by trying. He started with the fundamentals of what he'd been teaching in letters, intent-based casting, the theory of will over incantation. Magic isn't about words, he said, pacing in front of her. Words help focus. They're training wheels. But the magic itself responds to what you mean, what you hold in your mind and your gut at the moment of release. Watch. He held up his hand, empty, no wand, and a sphere of blue-white light bloomed above his palm. No incantation. No gesture beyond the raised hand. Just light, called into being by will alone. Bellatrix's eyes locked on it with predatory focus. Wandless. Yes. And wordless. Two things you're told are master-level skills that require decades of practice. He let the light expand, then compressed it to a pinpoint, then let it fade. The truth is they require one thing, absolute conviction that your magic will answer when you call. Most people don't believe hard enough. They've been taught since childhood that magic requires a wand, requires words, requires the proper form. So their magic obliges their belief. You're saying it's psychological. I'm saying belief shapes power. And I'm saying your beliefs about your own limitations are the only thing holding you back. He spent an hour on theory. Another hour on application, walking her through the mental frameworks, the visualization techniques, the particular quality of certainty required. She struggled at first, not with understanding but with execution. Years of proper magical education had built walls in her mind that had to be dismantled. But then, near midnight, something clicked. Bellatrix raised her empty hand, mirroring his gesture from earlier, and a spark appeared above her palm. Not a sphere. Not controlled or beautiful. Just a tiny, fierce spark of dark violet light, barely visible. She gasped. The spark died. Again, Harry said immediately. Don't think about it. Don't analyze it. Just do it again. She raised her hand. The spark returned, brighter this time. Then brighter still. Then it was a flame, licking upward from her palm like something alive, purple-black and hungry, casting strange shadows across her face. Oh, she breathed. And then she laughed, wild and joyous and nothing like the cackle of the woman Harry remembered. This was the sound of someone discovering freedom for the first time. Oh, Harry, that's yours, he said. No wand. No words. No one else's permission. Just you. She stared at the flame in her hand with an expression so raw, so open, that Harry had to look away for a moment. This was the Bellatrix that had been buried under layers of family expectation and pure-blood propriety, the real one, the burning one, the one who just wanted to be enough on her own terms. When she finally let the flame die, she looked at him with eyes that were suspiciously bright. Thank you, she said. Just that. No elaboration, no qualification. The simplest and most sincere thing she'd ever said to him. We're just getting started, Harry replied. Same time next week. Try to stop me. The weeks that followed fell into a rhythm. Classes during the day, Harry teaching, challenging, refusing to let any student coast on talent or coast on excuses. Evenings spent on Horcrux research, on building his understanding of this era's political landscape, on quiet correspondence with Dumbledore about Riddle's movements. And Saturday nights in the room of requirement, where Bellatrix Black was transforming before his eyes. Her progress was staggering. By the third session, she could sustain wandless light indefinitely. By the fifth, she was casting basic spells without her wand, nothing complex, but the foundation was solid. By the seventh, she was attempting the intent-based combat techniques Harry had demonstrated in class, and succeeding often enough to be genuinely dangerous. You're a prodigy, Harry told her one Saturday, watching her disassemble a practice dummy with a combination of wandless force and wand precision that would have given most Aurors pause. I mean that. I've trained adult combat wizards who couldn't do what you're doing after a year. You're doing it in weeks. Bellatrix wiped sweat from her forehead. She trained like she fought, with her entire body engaged. You're a good teacher. I'm a passable teacher with an extraordinary student. She shook her head, sitting down on the floor with her back against the wall. It's more than that. You see magic differently than anyone I've ever met. Not as a tool, or a skill, or a weapon. You see it as. She searched for the word. As alive. As something you have a relationship with. Because that's what it is. Magic isn't a force you control. It's a force you collaborate with. It has preferences. It responds to sincerity better than skill. My family would call that dangerously close to mudblood thinking. Your family, Harry stopped himself. Recalibrate it. Your family has a very rigid understanding of magic. That rigidity gives them structure. It also gives them limits. Bellatrix was quiet for a moment. Then, he contacted me again. Harry didn't need to ask who. When? Last week. A letter, hand-delivered by Lucius, who is apparently already running errands like a good little servant. Contempt dripped from her voice. It was, well written. Clever. Full of things about my potential, about the future of wizarding Britain, about the honor of old families. She pulled her knees up to her chest, a surprisingly vulnerable gesture for someone who wore confidence like armor. 6 months ago, I would have been flattered. And now? Now it reads like a recruitment letter. Which is what it is. She looked at him. You ruined it, you know. Whatever mystique he had for me, You ruined it the night you showed me the sea. Because that was real power, freely given, no strings attached. And everything he offers comes wrapped in obligations and hierarchy and kneeling. Something warm expanded in Harry's chest. He sat down beside her, not touching, but close enough to feel the heat she radiated. What did you tell Lucius? That I was focused on my studies. That my parents handled family alliances and he should speak to them. A thin smile. It won't hold him off forever. But it buys time. Time for what? For me to figure out what I actually want. Beyond power, I know I want power. But what I do with it? She turned her head to look at him, and from this close, her eyes were overwhelming, dark, deep, full of thoughts she was only beginning to articulate. Before you, the only answer anyone gave me was, serve. Serve the family. Serve a husband. Serve a cause. You're the first person who's ever said, decide for yourself, and meant it. I meant it. I know you did. That's the terrifying part. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Bellatrix said, very carefully, you know the future. It wasn't a question. She'd been circling this conclusion for weeks. Harry could see it in the questions she asked, the way she probed at the gaps in his story, the occasional flash of something knowing in her eyes. Yes, he said. From how far? Very far. And in this future, what happens to me? Harry exhaled slowly. He'd known this moment would come. Had dreaded it and anticipated it in equal measure. In the future I came from, he said, choosing each word with care, you were brilliant and powerful and completely lost. You gave yourself to someone who didn't deserve your devotion, and it consumed everything you were. You became famous, notorious, actually, and feared. And miserable. And eventually dead, killed in a battle that should never have happened. Bellatrix was very still. Her breathing was controlled, forcefully controlled, the kind of stillness that takes effort to maintain. Did I kill people? She asked quietly. Yes. Good people. Harry thought of Sirius. Of Neville's parents. Of the unknown dozens who'd fallen to her wand during both wars. Yes. Silence. Then, and you came back to stop that. I came back because someone broke a time device during a fight and I had no choice in the destination. But staying, choosing to intervene, yes. Partly that. Partly. I also came back to stop a war. You're not the only piece of this puzzle, Bellatrix. There are larger things in motion. But I'm the piece you spend your Saturday nights with. There was something in her voice, not accusation, but a need to understand her place in his calculus. The piece you write letters to. The piece you, she stopped. Why? Harry turned to face her. This close, he could count her eyelashes. Could see the tiny scar on her left eyebrow, dueling injury, probably. Could feel that resonance between them humming like a live wire. Because you're the one who was worth saving, he said. Not as a strategy. Not as a chess move. As a person. Because the waste of what you became, the waste of all this brilliance and fire and life, was the single most criminal thing a man who committed countless crimes ever did. Her breath caught. The mask, the aristocratic composure, the armor of wit and challenge, cracked completely, and underneath was a 17-year-old girl hearing for the first time that she mattered for her own sake. You barely know me, she whispered. I know you better than you think. And what I don't know yet, I want to learn. The air between them was charged. Dense. Full of something building that they both recognized and neither was quite ready to name. Bellatrix broke the moment, deliberately, with a sharp intake of breath and a turn of her head. Self-preservation, or maybe just the instinct of someone who'd never been safe enough to be vulnerable for long. Teach me something else, she said, standing. Something big. Something impossible. Harry stood too. Recognized the deflection and respected it. There would be time. They had time, that was the whole point of being here. All right, he said. I'm going to teach you to apparate without a wand. Her head snapped around. That's not, people can't do a lot of things, Harry said, already moving to the center of the room. Until someone does. Come here. She came. And for the next 2 hours, they didn't talk about feelings, or futures, or the growing impossibility of what was building between them. They just worked. Magic flowing between and through them, Bellatrix pushing boundaries she'd been told were absolute, Harry showing her they were nothing of the kind. At 2 in the morning, exhausted and exhilarated, she managed to shift herself 6 inches to the left without touching her wand. 6 inches, a trivial distance, and yet absolutely world-altering in its implications. I did it, she said, staring at the space where she'd been standing. You did it. She grabbed his arm, grabbed it in both hands, squeezing with a strength that would leave bruises, and her face was incandescent with joy. Harry. I did it. He covered her hands with one of his. This is what you are. This is what you've always been capable of. Everything else, everything they tried to make you, is a lie. She looked up at him. Close. So close. Her fingers tightened on his arm. Then she stepped back. Let go. The mask slid into place, but imperfectly. The cracks were showing now, and both of them knew it. Saturday, she said from the door. Saturday. She left. And Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, feeling the ghost of her grip on his arm and wondering when exactly he'd crossed the line from saving Bellatrix Black to something far more dangerous and far more personal. February brought complications. The first came in the form of Rodolphus Lestrange, who had not forgiven his humiliation in class and had apparently decided that Harry's growing closeness with Bellatrix was a personal affront. Harry was walking through the second-floor corridor after dinner when he felt the curse coming, felt it, didn't hear it or see it, because the caster was behind him and the spell was silent. A cutting hex, sharp and vicious, aimed at his spine. Harry turned it aside with a thought. Didn't even raise his wand. The curse splashed against the stone wall, leaving a scorched mark. Rodolphus stood 15 feet behind him, wand out, face flushed with anger and something uglier. Beside him, his brother Rabastan, looking less certain but present. Behind them, Evan Rosier, wand raised but not yet committed. Mr. Lestrange, Harry said pleasantly. Attacking a professor from behind. That's, what, immediate expulsion. Or just a lengthy suspension. You're no professor, Rodolphus snarled. No one knows where you came from. No one knows your family. You show up with your tricks and your, his lip curled, half-blood arrogance, and you think you can what? Stay away from Bellatrix. Ah. There it was. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Miss Black is my student. I'll interact with her as I see fit in the course of my teaching duties. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean. She's promised to me. Our families have an understanding. And I've seen how you look at her, how she looks at you, Rodolphus. Harry's voice dropped the pleasantness like a stone. Put your wand away. Take your friends and go back to your common room. And don't ever throw a curse at my back again. Or what? Rodolphus stepped forward, and Harry could see the influence behind his bravado, not just jealousy but ideology. The certainty that a half-blood should know his place. The background radiation of Riddle's recruitment, already poisoning these young men. You'll do what? You're a teacher. You can take points, give detention. Harry moved. Not fast, instantly. One moment he was 15 feet away, the next he was in front of Rodolphus, close enough to see his pupils dilate with shock. Harry hadn't apparat, hadn't done anything identifiable, he'd simply been in one place and then another. I won't take points, Harry said quietly, looking down into Rodolphus's suddenly pale face. And I won't give detention. What I will do is demonstrate the gap between your capability and mine in a way that will make our classroom exchange look like a friendly handshake. Do you understand? Rodolphus's wand hand was trembling. Behind him, Rabastan had lowered his wand entirely. Rosier had stepped backward. You can't threaten students. I'm not threatening. I'm informing. There's a difference. Harry stepped back, giving Rodolphus room to breathe. Go to bed. All three of you. And in the morning, consider whether the person who told you to be angry about this is actually looking out for your interests, or whether he's using your pride to further his own agenda. He turned his back on them, deliberately, contemptuously, and walked away. No curse came. He hadn't expected one. But he'd made enemies. Young, stupid enemies with powerful families and dangerous connections. In another timeline, all three of those boys became Death Eaters. Here, now, the question was whether that was still inevitable or whether removing Bellatrix from their orbit would change the calculus enough to shift their trajectories too. Probably not. Some people chose darkness because it was all they were offered. Others chose it because they wanted to. The second complication was more concerning. Dumbledore called him to the headmaster's office on a grey Wednesday afternoon. The old wizard's face was grave, none of the usual twinkle. Tom Riddle is asking questions about you, Dumbledore said without preamble. My sources within his growing circle report that he's become interested in the new defense professor at Hogwarts. Harry sat down. What kind of questions? Background. Family. Where you trained. How you came to my attention. The usual preliminary intelligence gathering that precedes more direct action. And what answers is he finding? None of substance, which is precisely what concerns him. You are, to his sources, a cipher. No family records. No school records. No employment history. A man who appeared from nowhere with extraordinary power and Albus Dumbledore's personal endorsement. Dumbledore regarded him over his half-moon spectacles. Tom does not like mysteries he hasn't authored. Good. Let him be uncomfortable. I admire your confidence, but I urge caution. Tom Riddle at this stage is not yet the creature he becomes. He is, in many ways, more dangerous now than he will be later. He is charismatic, rational, and capable of subtlety. He has not yet lost himself to the madness of multiple soul divisions. Harry had considered this. The riddle of 1971 was the most dangerous version, for 5 Horcruxes made, but his mind still largely intact. Brilliant, magnetic, and operating openly within pure-blood society. Not yet a figure of terror, but of admiration. What's his approach likely to be? Harry asked. Recruitment, first. He approaches all powerful individuals the same way, with respect, with offers, with the seductive implication that they are special enough to deserve his attention. Dumbledore paused. Failing that, well. Tom was never one to leave threats unaddressed. Let him come, Harry said. Either way. I'd welcome the meeting. That, Dumbledore said dryly, is precisely what I was afraid you'd say. Albus. Harry leaned forward. I've been working on the Horcrux problem. I've secured one already. I know where the others are. Give me 6 months and I can strip him of his immortality. Then it's just a matter of the final confrontation. Dumbledore's hand tightened on the arm of his chair, the only sign of the magnitude of what Harry had just said. You found one. The locket. Slytherin's locket. It's in a warded box in my quarters. The protections weren't enough. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. You continue to exceed my expectations, Professor Evans. And my expectations were already extraordinary. I'll need your help with the ring. It's cursed, a withering curse tied to the resurrection stone. In my timeline, Harry stopped. Reconsidered. In my timeline, someone died from that curse. I'd rather not repeat the mistake. The resurrection stone, Dumbledore whispered, and something deep and painful moved behind his eyes. Harry knew that look, knew what the stone meant to Dumbledore, what temptation it represented. Ariana. Always Ariana. We'll handle it together, Harry said firmly. When you're ready. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And the girl? Bellatrix? Is making her own choices. Better ones. Is she making choices, or is she trading one charismatic man's influence for another's? The question stung because it was fair. Harry had asked himself the same thing, late at night, alone, staring at the ceiling of his quarters. Was he any better than Riddle? Offering power, offering purpose, offering himself as an alternative? The difference, Harry said carefully, is that I'm not asking her to kneel. I'm asking her to stand up. I hope that distinction remains clear. To you and to her. The third complication was the most personal, and it arrived on a Saturday night at the end of February. They'd been training for 3 hours, intense, focused work on advanced combat techniques that had Bellatrix drenched in sweat and grinning with savage satisfaction. She'd mastered wandless shielding. Could apparate without a wand up to 10 feet now. Was developing a signature style of combat that combined her natural affinity for fire with the intent-based techniques Harry was teaching, creating something genuinely new, spells that burned with dark violet flame, shields that scorched anything that struck them. She was magnificent. And Harry was finding it increasingly difficult to maintain professional distance. Again, he said, after she'd successfully defended against a chain of 5 spells he'd thrown in rapid succession. But this time, I won't hold back. She grinned, feral, alive. Don't you dare. Harry attacked. Really attacked, not with intent to harm, but with the speed and complexity of real combat. Spell after spell, varying angles, varying types, forcing her to think and react and adapt in real time. Bellatrix met him. Dodging, shielding, returning fire with those violet burning hexes that were becoming her trademark. She couldn't match his power, not yet, but her instincts were extraordinary, her reflexes were supernatural, and her sheer bloody-minded refusal to go down meant that the exchange lasted far longer than it should have. He finally broke through, a feint left followed by a stunner from an angle she didn't expect. It caught her in the shoulder and spun her around, but instead of falling, she used the momentum, turning the spin into a rotation that ended with her firing a wandless concussive blast directly at his chest. It hit him. Actually hit him. Harry staggered back 2 steps, genuinely surprised. They stared at each other across the training room. Both breathing hard. Both grinning. You hit me, Harry said. I hit you, Bellatrix confirmed, looking like Christmas had come early. No one's hit me in, he tried to remember. A very long time. Then everyone else wasn't trying hard enough. They were moving toward each other without either of them consciously deciding to, pulled by that resonance, that magnetic impossibility that had existed since the first moment their eyes met across a crowded pub. Bellatrix stopped when she was a foot away. Looking up at him, she was tall for a woman, but he was taller, with an expression that was trying very hard to be analytical and was instead devastating. I think about you constantly, she said. As if reporting a fact. As if she was examining the phenomenon from outside and finding it notable. I think about these sessions all week. I think about your letters. I think about the way you looked at the sea when you made it fly. She lifted her chin. I'm not stupid. I know what that means. Bellatrix, don't. Her hand came up, not touching him, but close. Close enough to feel the warmth of his chest without contact. Don't give me a speech about propriety or age or the complications. I know all of those things. I've been arguing them to myself for weeks. They don't seem to be relevant. I'm your teacher. You're many things to me, and teacher is the least interesting of them. Her eyes were steady, direct, absolutely certain. You came back in time. You've been teaching me impossible magic. You showed me the sea and told me I was worth saving. And there is, she gestured between them, frustrated by the inadequacy of language, this thing. This pull. You feel it too. Don't insult me by pretending otherwise. Harry didn't pretend. He'd stopped being capable of pretending weeks ago. I feel it, he said. Since the first moment. Then what are we doing? Dancing around it like proper British wizards while the world burns? We're being careful. Because you're 17 and I'm 25. I know. I worked it out. She smiled, sharp, challenging. I've read about temporal displacement. The age difference is technically 54 years, but physically it's 8. Legally, in the wizarding world, I come of age in 4 months. And emotionally, her smile softened, turned wry, I haven't been a child in a very long time. Harry looked at her. At the certainty in her face. At the absolute conviction, the same quality he'd been teaching her to bring to her magic, now turned on him with devastating precision. 4 months, he said. When you're of age. Not before. She raised an eyebrow. Are you setting terms? I'm being proper. You. The man who caught Rodolphus Lestrange's curse with his bare hand and told him to go to bed. Responsible. Boring, she said, but she was smiling. Fine. 4 months. But I'm not going to stop thinking about you just because of an arbitrary date on a calendar. I wouldn't expect you to. I couldn't stop thinking about you if I tried. The confession hung between them, raw and honest and enormous. Bellatrix looked at him with something he'd never seen directed at him before, unguarded tenderness. Brief, quickly covered by her default sharpness, but real. Saturday, she said, stepping back. Saturday. She walked to the door. Paused. Turned. Harry. Yes. The future you came from. The version of me that existed there. Did she ever feel like this? About anyone? Harry thought about it. Thought about Bellatrix Lestrange's slavish devotion to Voldemort, the obsessive, worshipful, self-annihilating love of a broken woman for a man who couldn't love anything. She thought she did, he said. But it wasn't love. It was worship. And there's a world of difference. Good, Bellatrix said. Because what I feel isn't worship. I don't kneel, Harry Evans. Not to anyone. Not even you. I would never ask you to. I know. And her smile this time was radiant, genuinely, blindingly radiant. That's why I'm yours. She left. The door closed behind her. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement and let the enormity of the moment wash over him. He'd come back in time to stop a war, to destroy Horcruxes, to save the future. He hadn't planned on this. Hadn't planned on feeling the ground shift beneath him every time a dark-haired girl looked at him with eyes that burned. But here he was. In love with the woman who was supposed to be his enemy. The woman who, in another life, killed the closest thing he'd had to a father. The woman who, in this life, was becoming something magnificent. March. April. The months burned by with the urgency of a lit fuse. Harry destroyed the cup, retrieved from Gringotts in a nighttime operation that utilized his invisibility cloak, his mastery of goblin-made security, and a level of stealth that would have made Dumbledore weep with pride. The Hufflepuff cup, corrupted by Riddle's soul, died screaming under fiendfire in the room of requirement at 3 a.m. Bellatrix had been asleep in her dormitory, unaware. 2 Horcruxes down. 3 remained, the ring, the diadem, the diary. Plus whatever Riddle's current body contained. Meanwhile, Harry's classes had transformed the school's approach to defense. Students who'd been afraid of their own shadows were now dueling with confidence. Frank Longbottom was showing signs of real combat talent. Marlene McKinnon had become a force. Even the Slytherin students, most of them, were engaging genuinely, their initial hostility overwhelmed by the undeniable effectiveness of Harry's teaching. Bellatrix's progress was becoming difficult to hide. In class, she still moderated herself, but the gap between her public capability and what she could actually do was widening dangerously. Harry saw Rosier watching her with narrowed eyes after she dispatched a practice dummy with wandless efficiency she'd forgotten to suppress. Saw Rodolphus's face darken when she answered questions with knowledge that shouldn't have been available to a sixth year. Questions would be asked soon. And then there was Riddle. The invitation came in mid-April, elegantly written, formally worded, addressed to Professor H. Evans, and delivered by a hired owl rather than anything traceable. Dear Professor Evans, your reputation precedes you. The magical community speaks highly of your innovative approach to instruction, and several families of my acquaintance have noted their children's marked improvement under your guidance. I would welcome the opportunity to meet and discuss our shared passion for the advancement of magical education. Perhaps you would be available for dinner at your convenience. I find that the most productive conversations happen over good food and wine. With respect and anticipation, T.M. Riddle. Harry read it twice. Then showed it to Dumbledore. As predicted, the headmaster said grimly. The recruitment approach. He wants to assess me in person. See if I'm a potential ally or a problem. What will you do? Accept, obviously. Dumbledore's expression conveyed his feelings about this quite clearly. I need to see him, Harry said. Need to gauge where his head is, how far along he is in his descent, how much of the man remains versus the monster. And I need him to know, when the time comes, that I'm not afraid of him. Pride isn't the issue here. Strategy is. If he meets me and sees strength he can't co-opt, it changes his calculation. Makes him cautious. Buys time. Or it makes him decide to kill you immediately. He can try. Harry said it flatly, without bravado. Simple fact. He hasn't got anything that can touch me, Albus. Not anymore. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then sighed. I wish I could say your confidence was unfounded. Very well. Accept the dinner. But please, do try not to start a war before pudding. Harry told Bellatrix about the dinner. Not asking permission, informing her, as he did with everything related to the larger game they were playing. They were in the room of requirement, their space now, transformed by weeks of use into something that felt almost domestic in its familiarity. Training equipment on one side, but also a comfortable seating area that had appeared after their third session, as if the room had recognized that they would need space for conversation as much as combat. Bellatrix stood from where she'd been sitting and paced, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. Energy crackling off her like static. You're going to sit down to dinner with the man who, in your time, did all of that. Everything. Yes. And you're not concerned? About dinner with Tom Riddle? Harry stretched his arms over the back of the sofa, the picture of ease. No. He's not stupid, Harry. If you walk in there radiating power the way you do, I'm not going to suppress it. That's the point. I want him to feel exactly what he's dealing with. She stopped pacing. Looked at him with frustration and something fiercer. And what if he decides you're a threat and acts? Then I deal with him. Which, for the record, is what I came back to do. You came back by accident. I stayed on purpose. She made a sound of frustration, half growl, half laugh. You're impossible. So I've been told. Bellatrix crossed the space between them and stood over him, hands on hips, chin lifted, every inch the Black family fury. If you die at dinner with a Dark Lord because you were too arrogant to be careful, I will find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you myself. Harry looked up at her. The firelight caught in her hair, turned her eyes to something dark and luminous. She was furious with him. Afraid for him. Both things she would have denied categorically if asked. I'm not going to die, he said. I've done it once already. Didn't take. Her expression flickered, the reference to something she didn't yet fully understand. He'd told her about the Horcruxes in general terms, about Riddle's quest for immortality. He hadn't told her about his own death. About the forest, and the choice, and the walk back. For days, she said, her voice different now. Quiet. My birthday is in 4 days. I know. I'll be 17. Of age. I know that too. She held his gaze. The challenge was there, it was always there with Bellatrix, but beneath it, something vulnerable. Something that was asking a question without forming it into words. For days, Harry said softly. And then no more arbitrary dates. She nodded once. Turned away. But not before he caught the smile, private, fierce, full of promise. 4 days. Then dinner with a Dark Lord. Harry couldn't decide which one he was more nervous about. The dinner with Riddle was set for the 28th of April. Bellatrix's birthday was the 24th. Harry spent the intervening days in a state of heightened focus that Williamson would have recognized from their most dangerous field operations, the particular alertness that came before walking into known hazard. Not fear. Never fear. But awareness. On the 24th, he spent the day teaching as usual, 7th years in the morning, 4th years after lunch. Normal. Routine. Anchoring. That evening, after the castle had settled into its nighttime quiet, he waited in the room of requirement. He'd asked the room for something specific tonight, not the training space, but something warm. Comfortable. Intimate without being inappropriate. The room provided a space that looked like a small sitting room, fire crackling, soft chairs, a window that showed stars even though they were on the 7th floor. A table with 2 glasses and a bottle of something the room had conjured. Bellatrix arrived at 10. She dressed carefully, not school robes but a deep green dress that made her look older, sharper, more herself. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and she paused in the doorway to take in the transformed room. This is different, she said. Special occasion. She came in. Sat across from him. Took the glass he poured, elderflower wine, light and sweet. Happy birthday, Harry said. Thank you. She sipped the wine. Watched him over the rim of the glass with those dark, fathomless eyes. So. I'm of age. No more excuses. No more excuses, Harry agreed. The air between them was thick with everything they hadn't done, hadn't said, hadn't allowed themselves. Weeks of Saturday nights, of growing closeness, of conversations that circled and circled the truth without landing on it. Of hands almost touching. Of moments stretched too long. Of the constant, maddening resonance that sang between them like a plucked string. I have questions, Bellatrix said. Before anything. I have questions and I want honest answers. Ask. The future version of me. The one who became a monster. Did you hate her? Yes, Harry said. No hesitation. She deserved honesty. She killed someone I loved. She tortured people I cared about. She was cruel, in a way that went beyond ideology or orders. She enjoyed suffering. Bellatrix didn't flinch. And yet you're here. With me. You're not her. I could become her. You don't know, I do know. That's the whole point. I know exactly what made her, and I'm watching you choose differently every single day. You're not her, Bellatrix. You're who she was before anyone ruined her. She set down her glass. Stood. Crossed the space between them and stood before him, close enough to touch, not quite touching. One more question. Yes. Is this real? What you feel, is it actually about me, or is it about saving some abstract future version of a person? Harry looked up at her. Let her see everything, the want, the certainty, the terrifying vulnerability of caring about someone in a world where everything could change. It started as saving someone, he said. It became this, he gestured between them, about 3 weeks in. The night you laughed for the first time and I couldn't breathe. The night you first managed wandless magic and grabbed my arm like I'd given you the world. He stood, closing the remaining distance. It's real. It's about you, this you, now, standing in front of me. Not some hypothetical. She kissed him. No preamble. No further conversation. Bellatrix Black, newly 17, fierce and certain and done waiting, put her hands on either side of his face and kissed him with the same intensity she brought to everything else in her life. The resonance between them exploded. Not metaphorically, the magic in the room actually surged, the fire flaring, the glasses rattling, the window showing stars that seemed to multiply and brighten. Their combined power sang at a frequency that the room of requirement had never experienced, and the walls responded, expanding, accommodating, trying to contain the energy of two extraordinarily powerful magical beings experiencing the first convergence of what they'd been building for months. When they finally broke apart, they were both breathing hard and the room was noticeably warmer. Oh, Bellatrix said, dazed. So that's what that feels like. Yeah, Harry managed. Yeah. She laughed, breathless, delighted. Then kissed him again, slower this time, her hands sliding from his face to his shoulders, pulling him closer. Harry's arms went around her waist, holding her like she was something precious and dangerous in equal measure, because she was. She absolutely was. When they separated the second time, she pressed her forehead against his. 4 months of waiting, she murmured. Absolutely criminal waste of time. I was being responsible. You were being an idiot. But a noble one, so I'll forgive it. She pulled back enough to look at him properly. Her face was flushed, her eyes brilliant, and the smile on her lips was something Harry had never seen before, open, unguarded, purely happy. What now? Now, Harry said, we keep this between us. Not because I'm ashamed, never that, but because what's coming requires that certain people don't know certain things. The dinner. Riddle. Yes. If he knows about us, about what you are to me, he'll use it. That's how he operates. Find what people love and threaten it. Her expression hardened. I'm not a weakness. You're not. You're a strength. But he won't see it that way. To him, love is vulnerability. Let him believe you're still undecided. Still available to recruit. It gives us an advantage. I don't like deception. Neither do I. But I like you alive more than I like honesty. She considered this. Nodded slowly. Fine. In public, nothing changes. I remain the dutiful pureblood daughter considering her options. Her smile went sharp. But in private, you're mine. We're each other's, she corrected firmly. I don't belong to anyone. But I belong with you. There's a difference. There is, Harry agreed, and kissed her again because he could. Because after months of restraint, the simple act of touching her was a revelation, warm and electric and right in a way that nothing in his life had ever been right before. They stayed in the room until nearly dawn, talking, kissing, planning. The conversation wove between personal and strategic with the fluidity of two people whose lives had become inseparable from the larger game they were playing. When you meet him, Bellatrix said, curled against his side on the sofa with her head on his shoulder, he'll try to read your mind. I know. He won't find anything. He's a master legilimens. And I'm a master occlumens. Also, I've fought him in my mind before. Literally. We shared a mental connection for years. I know his technique better than he does. She tilted her head up to look at him. You shared a mental connection with the Dark Lord. Long story. Involves a Horcrux in my head and a lot of unpleasant dreams. A Horcrux in, what? Harry realized he'd said too much. Or perhaps just enough. He told her, carefully, selectively, about the scar, about the connection, about the piece of Riddle's soul that had lived behind his eyes for 17 years. About walking into the forest to die so that fragment could be destroyed. By the time he finished, Bellatrix was sitting upright, staring at him with an expression caught between horror and awe. "You died," she said. "You actually died. I came back." "You, how? How does anyone come back from? It's complicated. And tied to things I can't fully explain. But the point is, I've been inside Tom Riddle's head. I know how he thinks, what he fears, what drives him. And nothing I find at that dinner table is going to surprise me." She was quiet for a long moment. "Then, you've lived an impossible life, Harry Evans." "Harry Potter, actually." She blinked. "What?" "My real name. Potter. Harry James Potter. Evans was my mother's maiden name. Potter, as in, there are Potters at this school right now. First year. James Potter. My father." The silence that followed was profound. Bellatrix stared at him, working it out, connecting threads, seeing the full scope of the temporal impossibility for the first time. "Your father is 11, she said faintly. "Yes. Which is why I go by Evans." "And your mother?" "Lily Evans. Also 11. Also currently at Hogwarts." "You're teaching your parents' classmates." "Among other things." Bellatrix opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "I have so many questions." "I know. And I'll answer them. All of them. But not tonight." He pulled her back against his side. "Tonight is yours. No more war. No more strategy. Just this." She settled against him with a sigh that carried the weight of everything she was processing. But her hand found his, and their fingers intertwined, and the resonance between them settled into something warm and steady, not the dramatic surge of their first kiss, but a deeper hum. A foundation. "Harry Potter," she murmured, tasting the name. "I'm in love with a man whose father is younger than me. The universe has a very strange sense of humor. You have no idea." 4 days later, Harry dressed for dinner with the most dangerous wizard in the world. He chose his clothes deliberately, not the humble professor, not the powerful warrior, but something between. Dark suit, well cut. No robes, a subtle statement of modernity over tradition. His wand in its holster, visible. The glamour over his scar maintained. Everything else, the coiled power, the absolute certainty, the quiet lethality, he left unhidden. Let Riddle see. Let him understand exactly what had arrived in his era. The meeting was at a private dining room in a high-end wizarding restaurant in London, the kind of place where old money came to make deals over rare wine. Harry arrived exactly on time and was shown to a room in the back. Tom Riddle stood to greet him. Harry had seen Riddle before, in memories, in the diary's projection, in the resurrection. But never like this. Never in his prime, before the Horcruxes had fully warped his appearance, before the snake face and red eyes and the loss of everything human. This Tom Riddle was handsome. Genuinely, strikingly handsome, dark-haired, tall, with features that managed to be both aristocratic and approachable. His eyes were dark blue, not yet red, and they held an intelligence so sharp it was almost physically tangible. He moved with the fluid grace of someone absolutely comfortable in his own power. Harry understood, in that moment, why people followed him. Why brilliant young witches and wizards knelt. This wasn't a monster, not visibly. This was magnetism in human form. Professor Evans. Riddle's voice was warm, cultured, carrying the precise accent of someone who trained away whatever origins they'd come from. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. Mr. Riddle." Harry shook his hand. The contact sent information flowing, magical signature, intent, the subtle pressure of legilimency testing his defenses. Harry let the legilimency encounter his shields and bounce. Not aggressively, he didn't slam the door. He simply presented a surface as smooth and featureless as polished glass. Nothing to grip. Nothing to see. A flicker of something crossed Riddle's face, there and gone so quickly that anyone less perceptive would have missed it. Surprise. Interest. Caution. Please, sit. Riddle gestured to the table, set for two, intimate, with a bottle of wine already breathing. I've taken the liberty of ordering. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. They sat. Wine was poured. The opening moves of a very different kind of duel began. I must confess, Riddle said, swirling his glass, you've become something of a fascination to me. A man of extraordinary talent appears from nowhere, impresses Albus Dumbledore enough to secure a teaching position, and proceeds to revolutionize magical education at Britain's premier institution. He smiled, charming, warm, utterly calculated. I find myself wanting to know, where does a wizard like you come from? Nowhere particularly interesting, Harry said. I traveled extensively. Studied widely. Found that practical application teaches more than theory. A philosophy I share. The limitations of traditional magical education have always frustrated me. Riddle leaned forward slightly, creating intimacy, inviting confidence. Tell me, Professor, in your travels, did you encounter anything that challenged your understanding of magic's limits? Several things. Such as? I'd rather not discuss them over dinner. Some knowledge is dangerous in the wrong context. Riddle's smile didn't change, but something behind his eyes sharpened. You're cautious. I respect that. But I assure you, I'm not the wrong context. I've dedicated my life to understanding magic's deepest secrets, pushing boundaries that others are too afraid to approach. Harry met his gaze levelly. I know. 2 words. Simple. But carrying an implication that made Riddle's expression flicker again, that microscopic tell of encountering something unexpected. You know. Riddle repeated it as statement, not question. What, precisely, do you know about me, Professor Evans? Enough to have this dinner. That's delightfully cryptic. I prefer efficient. We're both intelligent men, Mr. Riddle. Let's not pretend this is a social call. You've heard about me, investigated me, found nothing, and decided to assess me in person. So assess. Harry spread his hands. Here I am. The mask of charm slipped, just slightly, just for a moment, and what looked out from behind Tom Riddle's eyes was something cold and ancient and hungry. The real thing. The predator beneath the polish. Then it was gone, and the smile was back. But different now. More genuine, in a strange way, the respect of one powerful being encountering another. Direct, Riddle said. I appreciate that. Very well, cards on the table, as the Muggles say. I am building something, Professor Evans. A movement, a gathering of the most talented, most ambitious witches and wizards in Britain. People who share my belief that magic should not be constrained by fear, by bureaucracy, by the mediocrity of those who would limit our potential. I'm familiar with the pitch. And it sounds like every revolutionary who ever decided that his vision was worth other people's freedom. Something dangerous flickered in Riddle's eyes. But his voice remained pleasant. An interesting perspective. From a man who is himself attempting to revolutionize how magic is taught. Teaching people to be stronger isn't the same as building an army. Isn't it? Every student you empower becomes a potential soldier, for whichever side reaches them first. Harry took a sip of wine. It was excellent, of course it was. Is that why you're interested in Bellatrix Black? Because she's a potential soldier? The name landed like a precisely aimed curse. Riddle's expression stilled, a predator caught mid-hunt, assessing the new variable. Miss Black is from an excellent family, Riddle said carefully. Her talents are remarkable. It would be a shame to see them wasted. On what? On a conventional life. Marriage, children, the slow suffocation of domestic duty. She's capable of so much more. We agree on that, at least. Do we? Riddle's gaze was penetrating now, trying again, Harry could feel, to slide past his mental defenses. Finding nothing. Professor Evans, I'm beginning to think you and I have more in common than either of us might be comfortable admitting. We have nothing in common. Harry said it without heat. Without aggression. Simple statement of fact, delivered with the same certainty he brought to his magic, absolute and immovable. Riddle studied him. The silence stretched. The restaurant sounds, distant clinking, murmured conversations, felt very far away. You're not afraid of me, Riddle observed. As if this was a curiosity rather than an insult. No. Most people, even those who don't know exactly what I am, sense something. A survival instinct. You don't seem to have one. I have one. It's just calibrated differently than most. Harry leaned forward. Let me be clear with you, Tom. I know what you are. I know what you've done, the doors you've opened that can't be closed, the prices you've paid for power that you think makes you immortal. And I'm not here to negotiate, or to be recruited, or to be threatened. I'm here because I wanted to look you in the eye and tell you, whatever you're building, I will dismantle. Whoever you're recruiting, I will offer something better. And if you come at me directly, if you threaten my students, my people, my life, I will put you in the ground. The room temperature dropped. Actually, physically dropped, frost forming on the wine glasses, breath becoming visible. Riddle's power was manifesting involuntarily, responding to the threat, to the challenge, to something he hadn't encountered in decades, someone looking at him without fear. That, Riddle said softly, is a very dangerous thing to say to me. I'm a very dangerous person. They stared at each other across the table. Two forces of nature, measuring, calculating. The frost on the glasses trembled, Harry's own power rising to meet Riddle's, the room caught between two gravitational fields. Then Riddle smiled. Cold and genuine and almost admiring. I think, he said, that this may be the most honest conversation I've had in years. Most people don't dare. Most people can't back it up. And you believe you can. I know I can. Riddle lifted his glass, still frosted, the wine partially crystallized, and drank. A deliberate gesture of control, pulling his power back in, letting the temperature normalize. You've given me a great deal to think about, Professor Evans. I hope you'll forgive me if I take my time doing so. Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere. Harry stood. The dinner was over, they both knew it. Everything else would be aftermath. One more thing, Harry said, pausing by the door. Riddle looked up. Still seated, still elegant, still projecting perfect control. But Harry could see it now, the tiny crack. The uncertainty that hadn't been there when the evening began. Whatever you decide to do about me, make sure you're ready for the consequences. Because I won't warn you again. He left. Walked through the restaurant, through the alley, into the night. The cold air bit at his face, real cold, not the supernatural chill of Riddle's anger, and Harry breathed it in. It was done. The gauntlet was thrown. Tom Riddle now knew, without ambiguity, without evasion, that someone existed who was not afraid of him, could not be controlled by him, and would actively oppose him. What happened next would depend on which impulse won in Riddle's fractured soul, caution or pride. Harry was betting on pride. And he was prepared for what that meant. He apparat back to Hogsmeade and walked to the castle. It was late, past midnight, but a figure was waiting for him at the entrance to the grounds. Dark cloak, darker hair, arms crossed against the cold. You're alive, Bellatrix said. Not a question, she could obviously see him walking toward her, but a statement of relief she couldn't quite disguise. Told you. How was it? Informative. He's every bit as dangerous as I remember. Also every bit as predictable. What did you tell him? The truth. That I know what he is and I'm going to stop him. Bellatrix stared. You told him that? To his face. Over dinner. Between courses. You're insane. Possibly. But he needed to hear it from someone who meant it. Someone he couldn't dismiss or intimidate. He's been operating without opposition for too long, it's made him complacent. Overconfident. Now he knows there's someone in the field who doesn't play by his rules. Bellatrix shook her head slowly. But she was smiling, that sharp, fierce smile that meant she was simultaneously furious with him and impossibly attracted to the audacity. What happens now? She asked. Now. He sends someone to test me. Probes my defenses. Tries to find weakness. It's his pattern, he never attacks directly until he understands the terrain. And when he probes, he finds nothing he can use. Harry closed the distance between them, took her hand. The resonance hummed, warm and steady, grounding after the alien coldness of Riddle's presence. I told him I'd protect my people. He's going to test that. He might come at you, try to force your hand, make you choose publicly. Let him. Bellatrix's chin lifted. I've made my choice. You might have to make it in front of everyone. Your family. His followers. The whole world. Then I'll make it in front of everyone. She squeezed his hand, strong, certain. I'm not afraid, Harry. Not of him. Not of my family. The only thing that frightens me is going back to what I would have been without you. Harry pulled her close, there in the darkness, with the castle at their backs and the stars overhead. Held her against him and felt the impossible rightness of it, the man out of time and the woman out of destiny, choosing each other against everything. Whatever comes, he said into her hair, we face it together. Together, she agreed. Then, with the wry humor that never quite left her, though if you could manage to be slightly less suicidally provocative with Dark Lords, I would appreciate it. I'll try. Liar. He laughed. She laughed. And the night held them, two people who shouldn't have existed in the same moment, building a future that had no right to be, and finding in each other something that neither time nor fate nor the darkest wizard alive could take away. Whatever Tom Riddle decided, whatever came next, they would be ready. Together, they would be more than ready. Chapter 3, The Serpent's Gambit. The attack came 3 weeks after the dinner. Not where Harry expected it, not at Hogwarts, not aimed at him directly. Riddle was too clever for that. It came for Andromeda. Harry was in his office grading fifth-year essays on Patronus theory when the door burst open and Bellatrix stood there, not composed, not controlled, not any of the things she'd learned to be. Wild-eyed and trembling, a crumpled letter in her fist. They took her, she said. They took my sister. Harry was on his feet before the sentence ended. When? Where? This morning. She went to Hogsmeade, special permission from Slughorn, some potions ingredient she needed. She didn't come back. Bellatrix threw the letter onto his desk. Her hand was shaking, but not with fear, with rage. The air around her crackled with heat. That arrived by owl 20 minutes ago. Harry unfolded the parchment. Elegant handwriting he recognized. Bellatrix, your sister is enjoying my hospitality. She is unharmed, for the moment. I would very much like to discuss your future, and Andromeda's continued well-being provides excellent motivation for that conversation. You have until midnight tonight. Come alone to the address below. Bring no one. Tell no one. We have much to discuss. A friend, no signature beyond that. No name needed. They both knew who it was. Harry set the letter down. His mind was already working, calculating, strategizing, assessing variables. But first, Bellatrix. Look at me. She did. Her eyes were blazing, her magic seething around her in visible waves of heat distortion. She looked like she wanted to burn the world down. "We're going to get her back," Harry said. "Tonight. Unharmed." He said to come alone. He also murdered dozens of people in my timeline, so I'm not particularly inclined to follow his instructions. Harry moved to his wardrobe, pulling out his combat gear, dragon hide vest under his cloak, wand holstered at his forearm rather than his hip, a dozen prepared spells stored in enchanted coins along his belt. "This is a trap. You know that." "Of course it's a trap. He doesn't want to talk, he wants to force my hand. Make me kneel to get my sister back." Her voice was raw. "And Andromeda, she's 15, Harry. She's just a girl who wanted to buy flux weed, she's going to be fine." Harry turned to her, fully equipped, and put his hands on her shoulders. Grounded her. Let his calm flow through the contact. "But I need you to do exactly what I say. Can you do that?" She met his eyes. He watched the struggle. Bellatrix Black did not do what she was told, not by anyone, and that reflex was warring with her trust in him and her terror for her sister. "Trust one. Tell me the plan," she said. The address led to a manor house in Wiltshire, not Malfoy Manor, but something adjacent. A property owned by the Knott family, if Harry's knowledge of pureblood real estate held true. Old money, old wards, and very likely filled with Riddle's most devoted followers. Harry apparat to a hilltop overlooking the property at 11 p.m., an hour before the deadline. Bellatrix was beside him, wearing the same practical combat clothing she trained in, her wand in her hand and her jaw set. "How many?" she asked, studying the manor below. Harry closed his eyes and extended his magical senses, something he'd developed during the war, a combination of legilimency and raw magical detection that let him feel the presence of other wizards within a certain radius. 8 inside, he said. Plus Riddle. Plus your sister, she's in the basement. Subdued but alive. Her magical signature is steady. You can tell all that from here. I can tell a lot of things from here. He opened his eyes. The wards are substantial. Layered. But they're designed to keep people out, not to detect someone who's already been invited. She was invited, Bellatrix said, understanding immediately. I was invited. The letter is the key. Exactly. You walk through the front door, the wards let you pass. The question is what happens after. What happens after is that you're not there, Bellatrix said flatly. Because the letter said alone, and if the wards are keyed to the invitation, they'll detect a second person. They'll detect a person, Harry agreed. They won't detect what I'm going to be. He reached into his cloak and produced it, silvery, fluid, impossibly light. The invisibility cloak. Death's own shroud, passed from father to son, now carried backward through time by the last person to hold all three hallows. Bellatrix stared at it. Even in the darkness, it shimmered with a quality that transcended normal invisibility charms, something other about it, something that the trained magical senses she'd been developing immediately registered as significant. That's not a disillusionment charm, she said. No. It's one of the deathly hallows. Her eyes snapped to his face. The hallows? Those are real. All three of them. This is the cloak of invisibility, the original, the one Death himself is supposed to have given to Ignotus Peveril. It doesn't just hide me from sight. It hides me from magic. No detection charm, no ward, no spell of any kind can find me while I'm wearing it. Where did you, how, it's a family heirloom. Literally. I inherited it from my father. He smiled at the irony. My father, who is currently 11 years old and has no idea it exists yet. Bellatrix looked at the cloak, then at Harry, then back at the cloak. You walk in under that. They can't see you, can't detect you. I go in through the front as expected. And when the moment comes, when Riddle shows his hand, I show mine. Harry draped the cloak over his arm. Your job is to play the part. Angry sister, desperate to negotiate. Keep him talking. Keep his attention on you. I'll handle the rest. And if he asks me to kneel, then you do whatever feels right to you in the moment. I trust your judgment. She looked at him, really looked, with everything she was. The fear for her sister. The fury at being manipulated. The fierce, burning core of the woman she was becoming, tested for the first time by someone who thought he could use her love as a leash. He picked the wrong leverage, she said quietly. I would do anything for my sisters. But I won't become his slave for them, because then who protects them next time? And the time after that? That's exactly right. So what do I do? Be yourself. The version of yourself that scares people. The version you've been hiding from everyone except me. Harry stepped close, cupped her face in his hands. You are the most powerful witch I have ever seen. Tonight, let him see it too. She turned her head and pressed a kiss to his palm, brief, fierce. Then she straightened, rolled her shoulders back, and became someone else. Someone cold and composed and utterly black. The pure-blood mask, donned like armor. Let's go get my sister, she said. The wards parted for Bellatrix like curtains. Harry, pressed close behind her under the cloak, felt them slide over him like water, registering nothing, detecting nothing. Death's cloak did its work perfectly. The front door opened before they reached it. A figure in dark robes and a silver mask, theatrical, Harry thought with contempt, but then Riddle had always loved theater, stood aside in silence. An escort, not a guard. The message was clear, you are a guest, not a prisoner. Bellatrix walked through the entrance hall with the stride of someone who owned whatever space she occupied. The manor was old, grand, exactly the kind of pure-blood showpiece designed to impress, dark wood, ancestral portraits, the quiet weight of wealth. The masked figure led her, as far as anyone could see, through corridors and up a staircase to a drawing room on the first floor. Double doors, carved with serpents. Very on the nose. Inside, the room was warm and well lit. A fire crackled in an enormous hearth. Comfortable chairs were arranged in a conversational grouping. Wine waited on a side table. It looked like a social call. Tom Riddle stood by the fireplace. Still handsome. Still magnetic. Still wearing that smile of practiced charm that made Harry's skin crawl with how effective it must have been on everyone who didn't know what lived behind it. Around the room, in chairs, leaning against walls, lurking by windows, were 7 others. Harry catalogued them quickly, not Senior Rosier Sr., Evan's father. Dolohov, young, not yet the scarred brute Harry had fought in the Department of Mysteries. Mulciber. 3 others Harry didn't immediately recognize. No masks in here. This was the inner circle. The true believers. Bellatrix. Riddle's voice was warm, welcoming, as if she'd arrived at a dinner party rather than an ultimatum. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. Drink. Where is my sister? Bellatrix's voice was ice. No pleasantries. No pretense. Safe. Comfortable. Sleeping, in fact, a gentle charm, nothing harmful. Riddle gestured to a chair. Please. This doesn't have to be adversarial. You abducted a 15-year-old girl to coerce me into a meeting. How would you characterize it? A ripple of amusement from some of the assembled Death Eaters. Riddle's smile didn't waver. I would characterize it as motivation. You've been difficult to reach, Bellatrix. Letters returned unanswered. Messages through intermediaries deflected. I began to think you were avoiding me. I told your people I wasn't ready to commit. Yes. Several months ago. And yet here we are, with you still uncommitted and me growing, impatient. Riddle moved from the fireplace, fluid, graceful, and sat in the chair nearest her. Close. Intimate. Your potential is extraordinary. I recognized at the moment I first spoke with your parents, something in you that transcends the ordinary. A fire. A hunger. Things I understand very well. Harry, invisible in the corner of the room, watched Bellatrix's face. Watched the mask hold. Watched her play the role with the skill of someone who'd grown up performing for an audience. You flatter me, she said coolly. I observe you. There's a difference. Riddle leaned forward slightly. Something has changed in you, these past months. You're stronger, I can feel it. More confident. More realized. His dark blue eyes narrowed pleasantly. Who's been teaching you? The question was precise. Targeted. He already knew the answer, or suspected it. Hogwarts has a new defense professor, Bellatrix said. He's quite good. Professor Evans. Yes. Riddle's voice remained pleasant, but something cold moved beneath it. A man of unusual talent and unusual obscurity. I met him recently. Fascinating individual. Is there a point to this? The point, dear Bellatrix, is that I'm offering you a choice. Riddle sat back. The charm receded slightly, replaced by something more direct. More honest, in its way. I am building a new world. One where witches and wizards of our caliber are no longer constrained by the mediocrity of those who fear what we can do. One where blood and power determine standing, not bureaucratic cronyism and muggle appeasement. I've heard the speech. Then hear the offer. Join me, freely, willingly, as an equal in my inner circle, and your family will be honored above all others. Your sisters will be protected. Your power will be nurtured, not suppressed. He paused. Or refuse, and accept the consequences of that refusal. Consequences meaning my sister. Consequences meaning that those who are not with me are, eventually, against me. And I do not leave enemies at my back. Bellatrix was silent for a moment. The room was tense, the assembled Death Eaters watching, waiting. Harry could feel their magic, could feel Riddle's, that cold, enormous presence pressing against the room like deep water pressure. And if I need time to consider? Bellatrix said. I've given you time. Months of it. I will not give more. Riddle's smile was gone now. What remained was the real face, beautiful and terrible and absolutely certain. Tonight, Bellatrix. Your answer tonight. She stood. Slowly, deliberately, with the grace that was as much Black family birthright as her magic. You want my answer, she said. Yes. Then here it is. She met his eyes, this man who would be Dark Lord, who had killed and maimed and fractured his own soul in pursuit of immortality, and her voice was clear as a bell in the silent room. No. The word fell like a hammer. Riddle didn't move. Didn't blink. But the temperature in the room dropped, that same impossible cold Harry had felt at their dinner. Frost crept along the window panes. Wine in glasses began to crystallize. Think carefully, Riddle said softly. I have thought carefully. 4 months. And my answer is no. Not because I'm afraid of you, I'm not. Not because someone told me to refuse, no one tells me anything. But because what you're offering is a leash dressed up as a crown. Bellatrix's magic was rising now, Harry could feel it, could see it in the way the air around her shimmered with heat that fought against Riddle's cold. You don't want equals. You want servants. Powerful servants, devoted servants, but servants all the same. And I don't kneel. Silence. Absolute, crushing silence. Then Riddle laughed. Soft, cold, genuinely amused in a way that was more terrifying than anger. Bold, he said. Very bold. Your professor has been filling your head with ideas, I think. My head was full of ideas long before he arrived. He simply gave me permission to act on them. Permission. Riddle stood. He was taller than her, taller than Harry, even, and he used that height now, looming. You speak of freedom, of independence. But you don't understand what those things cost. The world I'm building will not have a place for those who refuse to participate. Then I'll make my own place. Riddle studied her. The cold intensified. Behind him, his followers were shifting, hands moving toward wands, bodies tensing. The courtesy of the invitation was evaporating. Where is your sister? Riddle asked suddenly. In your basement. Where you put her? Let me rephrase. Where will your sister be, 10 minutes from now, if you walk out that door? The threat was explicit now. No charm, no seduction. Just power and its application. Bellatrix's face didn't change. But her hand, at her side, out of Riddle's sight line, made a small gesture. A signal. Harry removed the cloak. He didn't appear with drama or fanfare. He simply was. One moment, there was an empty corner. The next, Harry Potter stood there, fully armed, magic radiating from him like heat from the sun, his eyes fixed on Tom Riddle with the calm, patient attention of an apex predator. The room erupted. 7 Death Eaters drew wands simultaneously. Riddle spun, fast, impossibly fast, his own wand materializing from somewhere with the speed of a striking snake. The air was suddenly thick with hostile magic, ready to discharge. Good evening, Tom, Harry said. Hope you don't mind, I wasn't sure Bellatrix should navigate your hospitality alone. Riddle's expression was worth every risk of the evening. Shock, real, genuine shock, flickered across those handsome features before control reasserted itself. He hadn't felt Harry. Hadn't detected him. His wards, his senses, his legitimacy, all had failed. Professor Evans. Riddle's voice was silk over steel. I specifically requested that Bellatrix come alone. She did. I was here first. That wasn't true, but it was the kind of confident lie that planted doubt. Could he have bypassed the wards independently? Could he have been here all along, watching? Riddle's eyes moved to the cloak, still draped over Harry's arm. Something flickered in his gaze, recognition. The Hallows were legend, but Riddle knew them. Had sought them. The resurrection stone was in his ring right now, unknowing. An interesting artifact, Riddle said carefully. Family heirloom. Harry folded the cloak and tucked it away. Then he looked around the room, at the 7 wands pointed at him, at the hostile faces, at the power coiled and ready to strike. I'd like to propose an alternative to whatever this was going to become. You're in no position to propose anything. You're outnumbered 9-2. Am I? Harry smiled. Let me show you something, Tom. A lesson in what numbers actually mean. He didn't draw his wand. Didn't move his hand. Didn't speak. He simply pushed. The force that emanated from Harry was invisible but absolute. It hit every person in the room simultaneously, every person except Bellatrix, whom he excluded with surgical precision. 7 Death Eaters were slammed backward into walls, pinned there by telekinetic pressure that crushed the breath from their lungs. Wands clattered to the floor. Someone screamed, cut short as the force compressed. Riddle alone remained standing. His own power had risen to meet Harry's, that cold, vast reservoir of dark magic bracing him against the wave like a seawall against a tsunami. He stood, wand raised, feet planted, visibly straining against the force. Harry let the pressure on the others hold, not killing force, just incapacitation, and focused on Riddle. 2 titans pushing against each other across a drawing room, the wallpaper peeling from the walls between them, the furniture sliding toward the perimeter, the chandelier overhead swinging wildly. 9-2, Harry repeated. Would you like to revise that assessment? Riddle's face was a mask of concentration. Sweat beaded at his temples, something Harry suspected hadn't happened in a very long time. He was holding, but only just. What are you? Riddle whispered. I'm the end of everything you're building. I'm the thing you can't beat, can't buy, can't break. Harry stepped forward. The pressure increased. Riddle's feet slid an inch backward on the polished floor. And right now, I'm the person telling you to return Andromeda Black unharmed, or I will reduce this building to rubble with everyone in it. Riddle's eyes, darkening, reddening at the edges, the monster bleeding through, flicked to Bellatrix. She stood untouched in the maelstrom of force, her hair whipping in the magical wind, her face showing something that Riddle clearly hadn't expected, not fear. Not shock. Pride. She was looking at Harry with fierce, burning pride. Understanding dawned in Riddle's expression. Followed by fury. Followed by something Harry recognized from years of fighting this man, cold calculation. Cost-benefit analysis. The serpent's instinct to withdraw and return with better preparation rather than die in a fight it couldn't win. Release my people, Riddle said. Andromeda first. A standoff. Second stretched. Then Riddle made a small gesture with his free hand, a signal to whoever was guarding the basement. She'll be released. Unharmed. Harry held the pressure for another 10 seconds, making a point, establishing dominance, then withdrew. The 7 Death Eaters dropped from the walls, gasping, several unconscious. Riddle stumbled slightly as the opposing force vanished, then straightened with rigid dignity. You've made a very dangerous enemy tonight, Professor, Riddle said quietly. I was already your enemy. Tonight just made it official. Harry turned to Bellatrix. Get your sister. She moved, fast, purposeful, toward the door. Paused at the threshold. Tom. She said his name with deliberate familiarity. Deliberate disrespect. I want you to remember something. You came for my family to control me. That was your mistake. You should have left them out of it. She left. Harry heard her footsteps descending toward the basement. Alone with Riddle, the 7 followers either unconscious or too shaken to intervene, Harry met those darkening eyes one final time. I told you at dinner, Harry said. I won't warn you again. This is the last time I'm gentle. Gentle. Riddle repeated the word with a laugh that held no humor. You call this gentle? I left everyone alive. For me, that's gentle. Harry moved toward the door. Paused. One more thing. The Horcruxes. Riddle went rigid. Every muscle, every fiber, frozen with a shock so profound it transcended expression. Yes, Harry said. I know about all of them. And I'm coming for every single one. He smiled. Good night, Tom. He left. Behind him, the silence was absolute. Andromeda was groggy but unharmed, exactly as Riddle had promised. The sleeping charm was wearing off as Bellatrix helped her up the basement stairs, and by the time they reached the ground floor, the younger black sister was conscious enough to walk on her own, though leaning heavily on Bellatrix. Bella. What, where am I? What happened? I'll explain later. Can you walk? I think so. My head is, who's that? She'd spotted Harry, waiting at the bottom of the main staircase. Even groggy and confused, Andromeda Black had sharp eyes. A friend, Bellatrix said. Harry, can we, side along? Both of them. Harry held out his hands. Bellatrix took one, Andromeda, confused but trusting her sister, took the other. They vanished. Silent apparition, carrying 3, directly through the manor's apparition wards as if they weren't there. Another impossibility to add to the evening's collection. They reappeared outside Hogwarts gates. The castle loomed above them, warm and safe and solid. Andromeda swayed, and Bellatrix steadied her. The hospital wing, Harry said. She should be checked over. Pomfrey won't ask questions if I take her. No. Bellatrix's voice was firm. I take her. You weren't here tonight, not officially. If this comes out, it's going to come out regardless. 7 witnesses, even if they're loyal to Riddle, loyal and terrified are the same thing after what you just did to them. Bellatrix met his eyes over her sister's head. Let me take her. I'll tell Pomfrey she had a bad reaction to something in Hogsmeade, fainted, lost time. She doesn't remember enough to contradict it. Harry hesitated. Then nodded. She was right, the cleaner this looked from the school's perspective, the better. There would be consequences enough without adding to them. Go, he said. I'll be in my office. Bellatrix guided Andromeda toward the castle. But the younger girl looked back at Harry, dark eyes, so like her sister's, with an expression of confused curiosity that would probably become questions. Later. Harry watched them go, then turned and walked the long way around to the staff entrance. The night air was cold and clean after the oppressive atmosphere of the Knot Manor. His hands were steady. His heartbeat was normal. Whatever had been in his blood during the confrontation, that singing, battle-sharp clarity, was fading now, leaving him calm. He'd shown his hand. Completely, unmistakably. Riddle knew what he was. Knew what he could do. And, most dangerously, knew about the Horcruxes. That last part had been deliberate. Not tactical, perhaps, Dumbledore would be furious, but strategic in a larger sense. Fear was a weapon, and Harry had just given Riddle something to be afraid of. Let him scramble. Let him check his hiding places, move his treasures, spend his energy on defense rather than offense. It bought time. And time was what they needed. Dumbledore was waiting in Harry's office. Of course he was. The headmaster sat in Harry's chair, a deliberate power play, or perhaps just an old man who'd been waiting a while and needed to sit down, with an expression that combined disappointment, concern, and grudging respect in roughly equal measure. You know, Harry said, dropping into the visitor's chair on the wrong side of his own desk. I know that Andromeda Black was brought to the hospital wing by her sister at midnight, confused and disoriented. I know that my wards registered an extremely powerful magical disturbance in Wiltshire approximately 40 minutes ago. And I know that you, Dumbledore's eyes fixed on him, smell of dark magic residue and have what appears to be plaster dust in your hair. Harry brushed at his hair. Plaster dust, from the walls cracking during his confrontation with Riddle. He hadn't noticed. I told him about the Horcruxes, Harry said. The temperature in the room didn't change, Dumbledore wasn't Riddle, didn't manifest his emotions as physical phenomena, but the quality of his silence shifted to something glacial. You told him? Yes. After explicitly agreeing to consult me before taking action against him. He took Andromeda Black. A 15-year-old girl, Albus. Abducted from Hogsmeade to use as leverage against her sister. I wasn't going to respond to that with a consultation. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. And telling him about the Horcruxes? Was that also a rescue operation? That was a weapon. Fear. He's been operating from a position of absolute security, believing his immortality was secret, unknown, untouchable. Now he knows someone can see behind the curtain. That changes his behavior. It changes his behavior toward paranoia. Toward accelerated action. Toward violence. Dumbledore's voice was sharp, sharper than Harry had ever heard it, in any timeline. He may move the remaining Horcruxes. May create additional ones. May decide that offensive action against you, against this school, is worth the risk. He might. And I'll be ready for all of it. Will the students be ready? Will the 15-year-old girl in the hospital wing be ready for whatever retaliation he sends? Dumbledore stood. For a moment, just a moment, he looked every one of his considerable years. You are powerful, Harry. Perhaps the most powerful wizard I have ever encountered, present company very much included. But power without wisdom is a storm without direction. It destroys indiscriminately. Harry accepted the rebuke. He'd earned it, Partially, at least. The ring, he said. We need to move on it now. Before he relocates it. Now. Tonight. Tomorrow at the latest. The gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, he hasn't checked it in years. He trusts its obscurity, its protections. But if I've spooked him, that changes. Dumbledore paced. Thinking, Harry could practically hear the gears turning, the strategic mind working through variables. The curse on the ring, Dumbledore said finally. You mentioned it. A withering effect. Lethal if you put it on. But we're not going to put it on. We're going to extract the Horcrux without touching the stone. Harry paused. I can do it. But I'd rather have you there, both for the extraction itself and because of what the stone is. Dumbledore's stride faltered. The briefest hesitation, but Harry caught it. The stone. The resurrection stone. Ariana. I know what it means to you, Harry said gently. And I know what it does. It doesn't bring them back, not really. It shows echoes. Shadows. But for what it's worth. I've used it. I've spoken to the people it showed me. And while it isn't them, it isn't nothing either. Dumbledore stood very still for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Tomorrow. Dawn. We go at dawn. Agreed. The headmaster moved to the door. Stopped with his hand on the frame. The black girl. Bellatrix. What about her? She was with you tonight. At the confrontation. Yes. And she stood against Tom Riddle. Publicly. Irrevocably. Yes. Dumbledore turned. His expression was complex, layers of thought and feeling that Harry couldn't fully parse. Do you understand what you've done? She cannot go home now. Her family is enmeshed in Riddle's movement, they will not protect a daughter who has defied him openly. She has nowhere to go. She has me. That is precisely what concerns me. Albus. Harry stood, meeting the old man's eyes levelly. I understand your worry. I understand the parallels you're drawing, powerful man, vulnerable young woman, isolation from her support structure creating dependency. I see it. And I'm telling you it's not that. She's not dependent on me, she's choosing me. There's a difference. Is there? When the choice is between you and a family that will disown her. The question stung. Not because it was unfair, it was painfully fair, but because Harry had asked himself the same thing. Was Bellatrix choosing him freely, or was she choosing the only option that wasn't a cage? Ask her, Harry said. Don't ask me, ask her. If she tells you she feels coerced or manipulated or dependent, I'll walk away. But I think you'll find that Bellatrix Black's problem has never been a lack of will. It's a lack of anyone who respected it. Dumbledore regarded him for another long moment. Then nodded, slowly, without full conviction, but without further argument. Dawn, he repeated. The gaunt shack. I'll be ready. Dumbledore left. Harry sat down in his recently vacated chair, it was still warm, and put his head in his hands for just a moment. The night's events were catching up. Not exhaustion, he had plenty of energy, but the emotional weight of everything that had shifted in the last few hours. Riddle knew about the Horcruxes. Bellatrix had publicly defied him. Andromeda was safe but traumatized. The war that Harry had hoped to prevent was now, almost certainly, going to begin earlier than expected. And tomorrow, he was going to destroy another piece of Tom Riddle's soul. He should sleep. He should rest and prepare and conserve his strength for what was coming. Instead, he went to the hospital wing. Andromeda was sleeping, genuinely sleeping now, not enchanted. Pomfrey had pronounced her unharmed and prescribed rest. In the chair beside her bed, still in her combat clothes, still wearing the mask of composure that was starting to crack at the edges, Bellatrix looked up when Harry entered. Said nothing. Just watched him cross the darkened ward and take the chair on the other side of the bed. They sat in silence for a while, bookending the sleeping girl between them. Finally, Bellatrix spoke. My parents will know by morning. Either Riddle tells them, or one of his people does. Either way, I'm done. The family. I'm finished with them. I know. Narcissa is at school. She's safe for now. But if they pull her out, use her the way they tried to use Andromeda, we'll protect her. All of them. You say, we like it simple. It's not simple. But it is certain. Harry reached across the bed and found her hand. She gripped it, tight, almost painful. Tomorrow, Dumbledore and I are going after another Horcrux. The ring. After that, there are two left. The diadem is actually here in the castle, believe it or not, and the diary, which is currently with Lucius Malfoy's father. You're going to destroy them all. Every last one. And when they're gone, when Riddle is mortal again, then we end it. End him. Yes. Bellatrix was quiet. Her thumb moved slowly over his knuckles, unconscious comfort, seeking and giving simultaneously. Tonight, she said. When you appeared. When you did what you did. Pinned them all without a wand, without a word. Pushed Riddle back, physically pushed the most powerful Dark Lord in history. You were watching. I was watching. And I thought, she paused. I thought, this is what he showed me on the cliff. This is what he said power could be. Not kneeling. Not serving. Just, being so much more than everyone around you that they have no choice but to reckon with it. And I wanted to be beside you. Not behind you, not protected by you, beside you. Matching you. She looked at him across her sleeping sister. That's what I'm going to be, Harry. Whatever war is coming, I'm going to be beside you in it. Equal. I know you will. Not yet. Not tonight. But soon. Her grip tightened. Teach me faster. Starting next week. Every night, not just Saturdays. She nodded. Something in her relaxed, not fully, not with her sister unconscious and her family burning bridges around her, but enough. The plan was forming. The path forward existed, even if it was steep and dark and lined with enemies. Go sleep, Harry said. I'll stay with her. I'm not leaving. Then we both stay. So they did. Two chairs, a sleeping girl between them, their hands joined across the white sheets. The hospital wing was quiet around them, the distant sounds of the castle settling, the soft breathing of the other beds, the faint hum of healing charms doing their patient work. Harry didn't sleep. He watched the shadows move across the ceiling and planned. Planned for the morning, the gaunt shack, the ring, the curse he would have to outthink. Planned for the days after, the diadem in the room of requirement, the diary in Abraxas Malfoy's study. Planned for the confrontation that was now inevitable, Riddle, stripped of his Horcruxes, mortal and desperate and dangerous. And beneath the planning, deeper than strategy, gratitude. Because Bellatrix was alive and free and choosing her own path. Because Andromeda was sleeping safely. Because the future was changing, had already changed, in ways that gave him hope. Hope. There was a thing he hadn't felt in a long time. Dawn came gray and cold. Harry left the hospital wing as the first light crept through the windows, pressing a kiss to Bellatrix's forehead as she dozed in her chair. She stirred but didn't wake. He met Dumbledore at the school gates. The headmaster looked as though he hadn't slept either, but his eyes were clear, his magic steady, and his expression held the quiet resolve of a man who had decided to act. Ready? Harry asked. As one can be for such a task. Dumbledore held out his arm. You know the location. I know it. They apparat together, Harry leading, Dumbledore following his guidance. They emerged into a cold, mist-shrouded morning in Little Hangleton. The village was barely visible in the pre-dawn grey, a few lights in windows, a church spire, the heavy silence of a place where nothing much happened. Except here. In this forgotten copse of trees, up a muddy path, behind tangled hedges, the Gaunt shack. The last remnant of the Gaunt family, who had been the last descendants of Slytherin, who had produced the boy who became the monster. The shack was exactly as Harry remembered from Dumbledore's memories, half collapsed, held together by magic more than materials, the door hanging from one hinge. But the protections around it were formidable. Layers of dark magic, curses waiting to trigger, detection charms that would alert their caster to any disturbance. "I can feel them," Dumbledore murmured, his wand already tracing diagnostic patterns in the air. "Impressive work. The outer layer is a concealment charm, muggle-repelling, attention-deflecting. Beneath that, a defensive matrix, lethal force authorized. And beneath that, a compulsion on the ring itself," Harry said. "The curse activates on contact, specifically, on the desire to use it. The stone calls to people. Makes them want to put it on. That's the trigger." Dumbledore's hand twitched. Barely perceptible, but Harry saw it. The temptation was already working, even from out here. The stone knew what Dumbledore wanted. Knew about Ariana. Albus. Harry put a hand on the older wizard's shoulder. "Stay focused. We're here to destroy the Horcrux, not to use the stone." "I know." Dumbledore's voice was strained. "I know what I came for. Then let me handle the extraction. I need you for the dismantling. Fiend fire is the most reliable method, and your control is better than mine for sustained casting." A lie. Harry's fiend fire control was at least as good as Dumbledore's. But giving the older wizard a specific task, something to focus on other than the stone's whisper, was necessary. They approached. Harry dismantled the outer wards methodically, not with brute force this time, but with precise counterwork that left no trace of their presence. Layer by layer, like removing bandages from a wound. 10 minutes. 20. The pre-dawn chill sank into their bones. Finally, the shack stood unprotected. Harry pushed through the rotting door. Inside was squalor, the remnants of lives lived in poverty and madness. Floorboards rotting. A dead snake nailed to the door. And there, on a table beneath a pile of detritus, the ring. Gold band. Black stone. The peveril coat of arms etched into its face, the symbol of the Hallows, which Riddle had never understood for what it was. Harry felt the pull immediately. Not for the reason most people would, not for power, not for the resurrection of the dead. His pull was different, the Hallows recognized him. 3 parts of a whole, separated and scattered, and this one was calling out to its master. He pushed the feeling aside. Compartmentalized it. The Horcrux was what mattered. "Don't touch it," Harry said to Dumbledore, who was standing in the doorway with an expression of naked longing. "Albus. Don't touch it." Yes. Yes." Dumbledore shook himself visibly. "The curse, if you can isolate the Horcrux without, I can." Harry raised his wand. This required precision, surgical precision, the kind of spellwork that most wizards couldn't even conceptualize. He needed to extract the soul fragment from the ring without triggering the curse, without touching the stone, without damaging the object itself more than necessary. He breathed. Centered himself. Let his magic flow outward, not as a weapon but as a tool, delicate and exact. The curse was visible to his mage sight, a black web of killing intent wrapped around the ring, triggered by desire and contact. The Horcrux was beneath it, a dark stain on the object's magical signature, wrong and parasitic. Harry reached with his magic. Not for the ring, for the Horcrux itself. The soul fragment, the piece of Riddle. He found it, cold, writhing, aware of his attention, and gripped. The fragment fought. Of course it did, they always fought. This one was stronger than the locket had been, older and more deeply embedded. It screamed silently, sending waves of dark magic outward that Harry absorbed without flinching. He pulled. Slow, steady, inexorable. Like drawing poison from a wound. The Horcrux resisted, clung to the ring with desperate tenacity, the way a parasite clings to its host. Harry pulled harder. The curse activated, not on him, but on the fragment itself. As it separated from the ring, the withering hex triggered, trying to kill whatever was removing it. Black energy crackled along Harry's magical grip, crawling toward his hand. Harry severed the connection with a thought. The Horcrux came free, a writhing, screaming thing of dark smoke, suspended in midair between his magic and its former home. Now, Harry said. Dumbledore was ready. His wand came up and fiend fire erupted, not the uncontrolled inferno of most casters, but a precisely directed stream of magical flame, shaped like a serpent, appropriate, Harry thought grimly, that struck the hovering fragment. The Horcrux died screaming. A sound that wasn't sound, a psychic wail that rattled the remaining windows and sent birds erupting from nearby trees. Then it was gone. Ash and silence. The ring clattered to the table, inert. The curse was gone, it had exhausted itself on the extraction. The stone remained, black and ancient and no longer corrupt. 3 down. 2 remained. Dumbledore was staring at the ring. His face was a battlefield of emotions, relief, desire, grief, resolve. Albus, Harry said gently. May I? You can look at it. Hold it, even. The curse is gone, I promise. But the stone itself, if you use it, I know what it does. I know what it shows. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Shadows. Not truly them. Not truly them, Harry confirmed. But not nothing, either. Dumbledore reached out. His hand trembled, the hand that, in another timeline, would have blackened and died from the curse Harry had just circumvented. He picked up the ring. Nothing happened. No curse. No wither. Just an old man holding a piece of jewelry in a ruined shack. He turned it in his fingers. Once. Twice. 3 times. The air beside him shimmered. A shape formed, indistinct at first, then clearer. A young woman, barely more than a girl, with fair hair and kind eyes and a smile that carried all the forgiveness in the world. Ariana, Dumbledore whispered. Harry turned away. This wasn't for him. This was private, the most private thing he could imagine, and he would not intrude on it. He stepped outside into the cold morning and waited. The mist was thinning, sunlight beginning to pierce through. Birds sang, recovering from their fright, returning to their routines. The world went on. 5 minutes later, Dumbledore emerged. His eyes were red. His expression was peaceful in a way Harry had never seen on him, in any timeline, at any age. Thank you, he said. Just that. Nothing more needed. Harry took the ring from his unresisting hand and pocketed it. The stone was his, the hallow returning to its master. He'd deal with what that meant later. For now, it was safe, and the Horcrux was destroyed. 3 down, Harry said. The diadem is in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. I can get it tonight. And the diary? Abraxas Malfoy. That one requires more planning, he's well protected, well connected, and we can't exactly break into Malfoy Manor without declaring open war. Dumbledore nodded slowly, pulling himself back to the present, back to strategy, back to the chess game. Unless we acquire it through other channels. Abraxas is an old man, ill, by most accounts. His son Lucius is already at school. There may be diplomatic approaches. You want to negotiate for a Horcrux? I want to explore options that don't involve storming the home of one of Britain's wealthiest families. A ghost of the old twinkle returned to Dumbledore's eyes. You've already done quite enough storming for 1 week. Harry conceded the point. The diadem tonight. The diary, we'll plan. They apparat back to Hogwarts. The school was waking around them, breakfast smells drifting from the kitchens, students beginning to stir in their dormitories, the ordinary rhythm of institutional life rolling on oblivious to the fact that 2 wizards had just dismantled another piece of the most dangerous Dark Lord in history. Harry went to his quarters, showered, changed into teaching robes, and arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast as if he'd spent the night doing nothing more remarkable than grading papers. Bellatrix was already there, at the Slytherin table, eating toast with mechanical precision, her eyes finding Harry the moment he entered. A question in her gaze: how did it go? Harry gave her the smallest nod. Done. Her expression didn't change. She was surrounded by people who might report to Riddle, after all, but something in her shoulders relaxed fractionally. Another piece of the monster's immortality, destroyed. Another step toward the end. The fallout from the Knot Manor confrontation began arriving that afternoon. First, a letter from Cygnus Black, addressed to Dumbledore, demanding a meeting regarding outside influences on his daughter. Cold, formal, furious, the language of a patriarch whose authority had been challenged. Second, a letter from the Board of Governors, asking pointed questions about the background and qualifications of the new defense professor. Someone had been talking. Someone had been lobbying. Third, Rodolphus Lestrange, withdrawing from defense against the dark arts. His official reason was scheduling conflicts. His actual reason was standing in the corridor when Harry passed between classes, flanked by Rosier and 2 7th-year Slytherins Harry didn't recognize, radiating hostility like a furnace. "Your days here are numbered, Evans," Rodolphus said as Harry walked past. Not quietly, loud enough for the corridor to hear. Harry didn't stop walking. "Probably," he said pleasantly. "But they won't be ended by you. The Dark Lord is welcome to try." Harry paused. Turned. Let his power pulse once, just once, a heartbeat of raw magical force that made the torches on the walls flare and every student in a 30-foot radius flinch. "Is there anything else, Mr. Lestrange?" "I have a class to teach." Rodolphus said nothing. His face was white, whether with fear or rage, impossible to tell. Harry continued to his classroom without looking back. But the message was clear: Riddle's people at Hogwarts were mobilizing. Not openly, not yet, but the lines were being drawn. Students were choosing sides, whispered conversations were happening in common rooms, and the atmosphere in the castle was shifting from academic to something more closely resembling pre-war tension. Dumbledore handled Cygnus Black with the deft political skill that had kept him in power for decades, soothing without conceding, acknowledging concerns without making promises. The Board of Governors' investigation went nowhere. Harry's teaching record spoke for itself, and the students' improvement was measurable and dramatic. But the pressure was building. That evening, Harry retrieved the diadem. The room of requirement provided what it always had, the vast cathedral of lost and hidden things, towering piles of accumulated objects stretching into dusty infinity. Harry had been here before, in another life, in a room that was burning. Now it was quiet. Still. Waiting. He found the diadem where he knew it would be, atop a bust, half hidden behind a stack of books. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, beautiful and corrupted, carrying the intelligence of its maker and the malice of its desecrator. This one he didn't bother with delicacy. He placed it on the stone floor, stepped back, and cast fiendfire, his own, tightly controlled, a lance of cursed flame that consumed the diadem in seconds. The Horcrux screamed and died. The fire consumed itself. All that remained was a melted lump of silver. For down. One remained. The diary. In Abraxas Malfoy's possession. Behind the wards of one of the oldest, most heavily protected wizarding estates in Britain. Harry picked up the ruined diadem and pocketed it. Evidence. Proof. For when the time came to explain all of this to whoever needed explaining to, He left the room of requirement and found Bellatrix waiting in the corridor. She'd taken to meeting him here after sessions, a dangerous habit, but one neither of them seemed willing to break. "Done?" she asked. "Done. One more." She fell into step beside him. They walked in silence for a while, comfortable, easy silence. The castle around them was settling into night, portraits sleeping, ghosts drifting on their endless rounds. "My father wrote to Dumbledore," she said eventually. "I know. He'll try to pull me out of school. Bring me home, lock me in, marry me off to Rodolphus before I can do anything else embarrassing." Her voice was flat, stating facts, not feelings. But Harry heard the thread of something beneath it. Not fear. Resignation. Exhaustion. "He can try. He's my father. Legally, you're 17. Of age. He has no legal authority over you. Legal authority and family authority are different things in pureblood society." She stopped walking. Turned to face him in the torchlit corridor. "If he demands I come home, and I refuse, that's the end. Not just a disagreement. Not just rebellion. That's disownment. The family magic, the vaults, the name, all of it, gone." Harry looked at her steadily. "What do you want to do?" "I want to tell him to fuck off and die." The vulgarity was startling from someone who normally spoke with such precise diction, a measure of how frayed she actually was. "I want to tell him that I'm not his property, not his bargaining chip, not his legacy project." "Then tell him that." "And then what?" "I have nothing. No money, no home, no family, you have me." Harry took her hands. Held them firmly. "You have Dumbledore's protection while you're at school. You have your own power, which, I'll remind you, is extraordinary and growing every day. And you have a choice about what your life becomes." "That's not," she started, then stopped. Breathed. "In my family, women don't just leave. It doesn't happen. Andromeda, she's the gentle one, the accommodating one, even she's been talking about blood traders and mudblood since she was 12 because that's what you do. You say the words, you perform the role, and you survive. Andromeda leaves eventually," Harry said quietly. "In the future I came from. She marries a Muggleborn named Ted Tonks and they disown her for it. She's happy, Bellatrix. Happier than anyone else in your family. She chooses love over legacy and she thrives." Bellatrix was staring at him. "Andromeda? My Andromeda? Marries a Muggleborn? Has a daughter? Nymphadora. Metamorphmagus, changes her hair color every 5 minutes. Bright, brilliant, brave." Harry paused. The next part was harder. "She dies in a battle, in my time. 25 years old. Her son grows up without her." "Harry, that doesn't have to happen. None of it has to happen the way it did before. But some things, the love, the choice, the courage, I think some things are meant to be. Andromeda is meant to be free. And so are you." Bellatrix's grip on his hands was crushing. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, not exactly, but with something overwhelming. Too much information. Too much future. Too much reshaping of everything she thought she knew. "I need to think," she said. "About all of it. About what I'm going to say to my father. Take your time." "I don't have time. The letter demands a response by Friday. Then take until Thursday night. And whatever you decide, whatever words you use, I'll be beside you." She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his chest. Brief. Vulnerable. The kind of gesture she would never make in front of anyone else. "I hate this," she murmured. "I hate that he made it a choice between them and everything else. That's not how families should work. No. It's not. But it's how my family works." Harry held her. Said nothing. Sometimes there was nothing to say, sometimes you just had to be present in someone's pain without trying to fix it. After a moment, she pulled back. Composed herself. The mask slid into place, imperfect, cracked, but present. Thursday, she said. Thursday. She walked away toward the Slytherin dungeons. Harry watched her go and felt the weight of what he was asking her to do, not explicitly, never explicitly, but by his very presence, by being the alternative, by showing her what freedom looked like. He was asking her to burn everything she'd known. Was that fair? Was it right? He didn't know. He only knew that the alternative, watching her be sold into servitude, watching that fierce light be extinguished by a loveless marriage and a madman's brand, was something he could not and would not accept. Wednesday brought a surprise. Harry was in his office during free period, writing lesson plans, which was the mundane backbone of his cover story, when a knock came at the door. Not Bellatrix's knock, 2 sharp raps, impatient. Not Dumbledore's, 3 measured taps. This was hesitant. Uncertain. Come in. The door opened. Andromeda Black stood there, 15, dark-haired like her sister but softer in features, gentler in bearing. She looked nervous. Her hands were clasped in front of her, twisting. Miss Black. Come in. Sit down. Harry gestured to the chair across from his desk. Tea. No, thank you, Professor. She sat on the very edge of the chair, as if ready to bolt. I wanted to talk to you. About my sister. Which one? A flicker of something, not quite a smile. Bellatrix. Obviously. What about her? Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Organizing her thoughts. Then, she's different. Since January. Since you arrived. I don't know how to describe it. Lighter? No, that's not right. More, her. Like she's stopped performing something. And that concerns you? It concerns me that she's making choices that will get her hurt. Andromeda's voice was steady, but her hands were still twisting. Our family is not kind to defiance, Professor. I've watched it happen, cousins, distant relations, people who stepped out of line. They don't just disown you. They erase you. Burn your face off the tapestry. Remove you from the genealogy. As if you never existed. I'm aware of the Black family practices. Then you're aware of what you're asking her to risk. Harry set down his quill and gave Andromeda his full attention. This girl, barely 15, still frightened from her kidnapping, had come to him not to ask for help or protection, but to advocate for her sister. That took backbone he hadn't expected from the gentle Black. I'm not asking her to risk anything, Harry said carefully. She's making her own choices. Because you showed her there were choices. Before you, she was, Andromeda hesitated. She was being pulled. By those people. The ones who, she swallowed. The ones who took me. Yes. And now she's being pulled by you instead. Harry felt the echo of Dumbledore's concern, the same question, from a different angle. Was he just another gravitational force, pulling Bellatrix toward a different orbit but no less controlling? Andromeda. Do you think your sister is easily led? Despite herself, Andromeda almost laughed. No. God, no. That's not, I don't mean she's being manipulated. I mean she's chosen you, and that choice has consequences that you might not fully understand. What consequences? My parents will try to hurt her. Not physically, worse. They'll use Narcissa. Use me. They'll make it so the price of her freedom is our safety. Andromeda's voice cracked slightly. They already used me once. It worked, not the way they intended, but it forced her hand. They'll do it again. Harry was quiet for a moment. Thinking about what Andromeda was actually telling him, not a warning about Bellatrix, but a warning about the family's tactics. And implicit in that warning was something else: protect all three of us, or this doesn't work. What if there was a way to protect you? Harry said. All three of you. Remove the leverage entirely. How? Come here. To Hogwarts. All three of you, under Dumbledore's protection. Stay through the summer if necessary. Your parents can't compel you back if the headmaster refuses to release you. They'll go to the board, let them. Dumbledore has survived worse than angry parents on the board of governors. Andromeda stared at him. You do that? For Narcissa and me? I'm not, you don't even know us. I know that Bellatrix would destroy anyone who threatened you. I know you just walked into a professor's office to advocate for your sister's safety at personal cost. And I know that in the future I'm building, all three Black sisters survive and are free. He smiled. That's enough to know. She was quiet for a long time. Then, very softly, the night they took me. In the basement. I was conscious for some of it, before they refreshed the sleeping charm. I heard things. Voices. Someone saying Bella's name. Someone saying, your name. What did you hear? That you were dangerous. That you came from nowhere. That Riddle, she whispered the name like a curse, was afraid of you. He should be. Andromeda looked at him. Really looked, with those black family eyes that were so like Bellatrix's but carried a different quality. Where Bellatrix's gaze was fire, Andromeda's was water, deep, reflective, seeing things beneath surfaces. Are you going to save us? She asked. Simple, direct, a 15-year-old girl asking if the world was going to be okay. Yes, Harry said. And meant it with everything he was. She nodded. Stood. Smoothed her robes with the automatic gesture of someone raised to always look perfect. I'll talk to Narcissa, she said. About staying. About everything. Thank you. She moved to the door. Paused. Professor? Yes. My sister is in love with you. You know that, right? I know. Don't break her. She's stronger than anyone I know, but if this ends badly, she won't recover the way normal people recover. She'll go somewhere dark. Somewhere no one can reach. The words hit Harry like ice water. Because he knew, from his own timeline, from the madwoman in Azkaban, from the slavish devotion to Voldemort that was all that remained of a broken heart's need to belong to something, exactly how right Andromeda was. I won't break her, he said. I promise you that. Andromeda nodded once. Left. Harry sat at his desk and felt the weight of that promise settle onto him, heavy, binding, absolute. He'd made many promises in his life. This one felt like the most important. Thursday night. Bellatrix came to his office after curfew. She'd been doing that more frequently, operating outside the rules with the casual disregard of someone who'd stopped caring about school-level consequences. She sat in the chair Andromeda had occupied the day before. She was holding a letter, sealed, addressed in her own handwriting to Cygnus Black, head of the noble and most ancient house of Black. Read it, she said, holding it out. Harry took it. Broke the seal. She hadn't sent it yet, was still holding it, still deciding. Father, I received your letter. I understand your expectations. I will not comply with them. I am of age. I am a legal adult in the wizarding world. My choices are my own, and I will not be summoned home like a wayward child to be scolded and sold off to the Lestrange family like livestock at market. I do not intend to cause you pain. But I will not sacrifice my autonomy, my potential, or my future to maintain the appearance of obedience. If that means I am no longer welcome in the family, then so be it. I would rather be disowned and free than owned and respectable. I love Andromeda. I love Narcissa. I will protect them regardless of what happens between us. If you use them as weapons against me, you will discover that I am more dangerous than you ever imagined, and I do not say that as a bluff. I am choosing my own path. I suggest you make peace with that, or don't. It changes nothing. Your daughter, whether you want her or not, Bellatrix. Harry read it twice. Then looked up at her. She was watching him with an expression that was trying to be fierce but was also, unmistakably, scared. Not of him, of the enormity of what she was doing. Of the finality of it. It's perfect, he said. It's a declaration of war. It's a declaration of independence. There's a difference. She let out a breath, shaky, unsteady. Then straightened. Andromeda came to see me this afternoon. Said she spoke to you. Said you offered protection, for both of them. I did. Narcissa is 12. She doesn't understand any of this. She just knows her family is falling apart and she's scared. Then we make sure she has nothing to be scared of. How? How do you protect 3 black sisters from the Black family and a Dark Lord and his followers and all of pure-blood society? Harry stood. Came around the desk. Leaned against its front edge, arms crossed, looking down at her with the same steady certainty he'd shown her on the cliff, in the pub, in every moment since. The same way I've done everything else since I got here. By being better than anyone who comes against us. By building something stronger than what they've built. By refusing to accept that their power is greater than ours. He tilted his head. Bellatrix. In 6 months, I've destroyed 4 of Riddle's Horcruxes. I've faced him directly and walked away while he stood shaken. I've trained you to a level that puts you above most graduated wizards. Do you genuinely believe I can't protect your sisters from a family of angry aristocrats? She was quiet. Then, the smallest smile. When you put it like that. Send the letter. She looked at it in his hands. Then took it back. Sealed it again with a tap of her wand. Tomorrow morning, she said. I'll send it with the school owls. And then, whatever happens, whatever happens. She stood. They were close, too close for propriety, too close for the office of a professor with an open door. But neither moved away. Harry. Yes. When this is over, the Horcruxes, Riddle, the war, all of it, what do you want? For yourself. Not for the world, not for the timeline, not for some abstract greater good. What do you want? He'd never let himself think about it. Not really. The future had always been about prevention, about stopping the bad things, saving the people, fixing the broken timeline. Personal desires had seemed irrelevant in the face of that mission. But she was asking. And she deserved truth. You, he said. A life. Something I've never had, something ordinary and extraordinary at the same time. A home that isn't a battlefield. Mornings where no one's trying to kill anyone. He paused. You. That's the answer. Everything else is details. Her eyes were very bright. Her hand found his, their fingers interlocking with the practiced ease of people who'd been reaching for each other for months. Then let's finish this, she said. Quickly. So we can start that. The diary is the last piece. After that, Tom Riddle is mortal. And mortals can die. The simplicity of it, the cold clarity in her voice, reminded Harry that this was still Bellatrix Black. Brilliant, fierce, and not remotely afraid of what killing meant. She wasn't a light witch in some idealized sense. She was a complex, powerful woman who'd chosen a side but hadn't lost her edge. He loved that about her. Loved that she wasn't soft, wasn't safe, wasn't the gentle healer or the supportive partner standing behind a hero. She was fire and blade and a mind sharp enough to cut the world, and she was his, and she was choosing to use all of that for something worthy. The diary, Harry said. I have a plan. But it requires something I haven't done yet, something I've been avoiding. What? I need to talk to Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. Lucius? He's 17. 7th year. Son of the man who has the diary. And already in deep with Riddle's movement, but not yet branded. Not yet committed beyond recovery. You think you can turn him? I think I can offer him something Riddle can't. Which is survival. Harry's expression hardened. In my timeline, Lucius Malfoy spent years in service to Voldemort and ended up broken, humiliated, stripped of everything he valued. His family nearly destroyed. His son traumatized. His wife reduced to lying to the Dark Lord's face to save her child. He paused. Right now, today, Lucius Malfoy is a 17-year-old boy who's scared of his father and desperate for approval. If I can show him what following Riddle actually costs, show him the end of the path he's walking, I might be able to get him to deliver the diary himself. That's ambitious. That's necessary. Because the alternative is storming Malfoy Manor, and Dumbledore's right, that starts an open war we're not ready for yet. Bellatrix considered this. He could see her mind working, the tactical intelligence that would have made her Riddle's greatest general now applied to the opposite cause. Lucius is vain, she said. Proud. But not stupid, not quite. He wants comfort more than conviction. If you threaten his comfort convincingly enough. She nodded slowly. It could work. But you'd need to get him alone. Away from Rosier, away from Rodolphius, away from anyone who might report back. I'm his professor. I can manufacture a reason. Do it soon. Before my letter reaches my father, because once the Black family publicly breaks from Riddle's movement, everything accelerates. The lines harden. People who might be reachable now become unreachable. She was right. The timing was crucial. Tomorrow, Harry said. I'll find a way to get Malfoy alone tomorrow. Bellatrix squeezed his hand one final time. Tomorrow, she agreed. And then, because she was Bellatrix and the gravity of the moment needed puncturing, try not to pin him to a wall with wandless magic. He'll cry. Harry laughed. She grinned, sharp, wicked, alive, and slipped out of his office into the darkened corridor. Tomorrow. The last Horcrux. The final piece. And then the end game. Getting Lucius Malfoy alone was easier than Harry expected. A note after class, please see me regarding your NEWT practical, Mr. Malfoy, and the boy appeared at his office the next afternoon, immaculate as always, chin high, every inch the pure-blood prince. But nervous. Harry could see it, the tight set of his jaw, the way his fingers kept drifting toward his wand, the flicker of his gaze around the room as if checking for threats. You wanted to see me, Professor? Sit down, Lucius. Malfoy sat. Elegant, composed, performing confidence with the skill of someone who'd been trained to it since birth. Harry recognized the mask, it was similar to Bellatrix's, though less effective. This isn't about your NEWT, Harry said. Malfoy's composure cracked slightly. I assumed not. I want to talk to you about your father. About what he keeps in his study. And about what it's going to cost your family if you don't listen to what I'm about to say. The blood drained from Lucius's face. Slowly, visibly, like watching a glass being emptied. I don't know what a diary. Black leather cover. Belonged to Tom Riddle. Given to your father for safekeeping. Harry watched each word land, watched the recognition, the fear, the frantic calculation of how does he know this. I need it, Lucius. And you're going to help me get it. Malfoy's hand was on his wand now, not drawing, but gripping. Security blanket. Why would I help you with anything? Because the alternative is that I go to Malfoy Manor myself, take it by force, and your family's reputation, the social standing, the political connections, everything your father has built, burns down in the process. Harry leaned forward. I'm giving you a choice that Riddle would never give you. A way out that preserves what matters to you. You're threatening me. I'm informing you. Same thing I told Rodolphus, there's a difference. Malfoy was silent for a long moment. Harry could practically hear the gears turning, the Slytherin calculation, the weighing of risks and rewards. If I helped you, Malfoy said carefully. Hypothetically. What would happen to my father? Nothing. As long as he stays out of what's coming. The diary disappears. No one knows how. Your family is clean. And the Dark Lord is going to fall. Whether you're standing under him when he does is your choice. Malfoy's eyes searched Harry's face, looking for the lie, the angle, the trap. Finding none, because there wasn't one. This was exactly what it appeared to be, a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. How? Malfoy whispered. How can you be sure he'll fall? You don't understand what he is, I understand exactly what he is. Better than anyone alive. And I'm telling you, the immortality he promises, the invincibility he projects, it's a lie. One I'm systematically dismantling. Harry paused. 4 times already, Lucius. 4 pieces of his supposed eternal life, destroyed. The diary is the last. After that, he's just a man. A brilliant, dangerous man, but mortal. Killable. Beatable. The silence stretched. Lucius Malfoy, 17, terrified, caught between 2 terrible forces, stared at Harry with the desperate hope of someone who wanted badly to believe that escape was possible. If he finds out, he won't. The diary disappears during Easter holiday. Your father is ill, I know that. He's not checking his study daily. By the time anyone notices, it's too late. And if Riddle asks my father, then your father tells the truth, he doesn't know what happened. Because he won't. You take the diary, you bring it to me, and you never tell a soul. Clean hands. Malfoy closed his eyes. His hand released his wand. His shoulders dropped, the performance of confidence finally, completely collapsing. My father will die if Riddle wins, Lucius said quietly. I know that. Everyone who serves him eventually, I've seen it. The older ones. The way they look. Used up. He opened his eyes. I don't want that. I don't want any of this. I never did, it was expected, I know. And Harry did know, knew from decades of watching the Malfoy family navigate between survival and servitude. You don't have to be what they're making you, Lucius. None of you do. Easter holiday, Malfoy said. I'll do it. I'll get the diary. Good. And Lucius, yes. When this is over, when the dust settles, remember who gave you the choice. Not for my benefit. For yours. Remember that there was a moment when you could have stayed on the path and chose not to. Malfoy nodded. Stood. Moved to the door with the slightly dazed walk of someone whose world had just tilted on its axis. Professor? Yes. Bellatrix. Is she really, with you? That's not your concern. It's just, she's changed. Everyone can see it. He searched for words. Free. She seems free. I didn't know that was an option. It's always an option. That's the part they don't tell you. Malfoy left. Harry sat in the silence of his office and allowed himself, for just a moment, to feel something like hope. One more Horcrux. Easter holiday. 2 weeks away. And then Tom Riddle would be mortal. And the story could end properly. That night, Harry found Bellatrix in the room of requirement. She was already there when he arrived, practicing, always practicing. Violet fire danced between her hands as she ran through the wandless exercises he'd taught her, her magic flowing with an ease and confidence that would have been impossible 6 months ago. She looked up when he entered. Read his face. It worked. Malfoy's Inn. Easter holiday. The diary. She extinguished the fire with a thought, the darkness rushing back before the room's torches compensated. Then she crossed the space between them and kissed him, hard and triumphant, her arms around his neck. "One more," she said against his mouth. "One more and he's mortal. One more." She pulled back, hands on his shoulders, eyes blazing. And then we end him. Together." The smile she gave him was beautiful and terrible, the smile of a warrior who'd finally been given permission to fight. Not Riddle's weapon. Not her family's ornament. Her own woman, choosing her own war, standing beside the man she loved. "Together," she repeated. I liked the sound of that. So did Harry. More than he could say. The fire in her hands reignited, violet and fierce, casting their shadows long and intertwined against the walls of the room that had become their sanctuary. 2 weeks. 1 diary. And then the war would truly begin. But for the first time since he'd landed in this era, stumbling on wet grass with the taste of displacement in his mouth, Harry wasn't fighting alone. And that made all the difference. Chapter 4, Blood and Stars. Easter holiday arrived with the kind of false spring that England specializes in, bright mornings that turn to grey by noon, warmth that vanishes with the sun. The castle emptied slowly, students trickling away to platforms and fireplaces and waiting families, leaving Hogwarts echoing in quiet. Bellatrix stayed. Her letter had gone out 2 weeks ago, and the response had been exactly what she'd predicted: silence. Not the silence of consideration, the silence of a family sharpening its knives. No reply. No acknowledgement. Just the cold, deliberate void of people deciding how to punish. Andromeda stayed too, claiming a need to use the library for OWL revision. Narcissa, young, confused, and increasingly aware that something was wrong, had been gently convinced by Andromeda to remain as well. The 3 Black sisters, together at Hogwarts while the world outside rearranged itself around their absence. Harry watched the Hogwarts Express pull away from the platform and felt the particular tension of a plan entering its critical phase. Somewhere on that train, Lucius Malfoy was heading home, heading toward a study in a manor house, toward a black leather diary that contained the last fragment of Tom Riddle's immortality. 2 days. Lucius would need 2 days to find the right moment, take the diary, and return. Harry had given him a charmed box, warded against detection, sealed against the Horcrux's influence, and explicit instructions. Don't open it. Don't write in it. Don't even look at it longer than necessary. 2 days of waiting. Harry hated waiting. He spent the first morning in his office, organizing his thoughts. The ring's destruction with Dumbledore. The diadem, melted in the room of requirement. The locket, secured months ago. The cup, consumed by fiend fire. 4 pieces of Voldemort's soul, gone. The diary would make 5, every external Horcrux accounted for. Which left only the man himself. A knock at his door, light, hesitant. Not Bellatrix. "Come in." Narcissa Black stood in the doorway. 12 years old, blonde where her sisters were dark, delicate where they were fierce. She looked like she'd been crying recently but had carefully repaired her appearance before coming, a Black family skill apparently learned young. "Professor Evans? I'm sorry to bother you." "Not a bother. Come in, Miss Black." She entered with the careful poise of a girl who'd been taught deportment since she could walk. Sat in the chair. Folded her hands. Everything correct, everything proper, everything a mask. "I want to know what's happening," she said. Her voice was steady, but her chin trembled. "Bella won't tell me. Andromeda says I'm too young to understand. But I'm not. I know something terrible is happening with our family, and I know it has to do with you, and I know," she swallowed. "I know Father is very angry." Harry studied her. Narcissa Malfoy, that was who she'd become in his timeline. Narcissa, who'd lied to Voldemort's face to save her son. Who'd endured years of terror with rigid composure. Who'd proven, in the end, that love was stronger than fear. She deserved truth. Not all of it, not the heavy, adult weight of everything, but enough to understand. To not feel lost. Your sister made a choice, Harry said carefully. A brave one. She chose not to join a group of people who wanted to use her talents, her name, her family connections, for things that would have hurt a lot of people. The Dark Lord, Narcissa whispered. I'm not stupid. I hear things at home. Father's meetings. The way people talk. Yes. Him. And Bella said no. She said no. Narcissa was quiet. Her hands twisted in her lap, the first break in her composure. Is he going to come for us? Like he came for Andromeda? No. Harry said it with absolute certainty, the kind that he could back with action. He's not going to touch you. Any of you. I promise. People break promises. I don't. She looked at him, really looked, with those pale blue eyes that were so different from her sister's dark gaze but carried the same fierce intelligence. Whatever she saw satisfied her, because she nodded once, stood, and straightened her robes. Thank you, Professor. Formal. Correct. The mask back in place. But as she reached the door, Professor. Yes. Bella smiles now. She didn't used to. Not really. A pause. Thank you for that too. She left. Harry sat with the quiet aftermath of a 12-year-old's observation and felt the responsibility of it settle deeper into his bones. The diary arrived on the second day. Not by Owl, by Lucius Malfoy himself, who appeared at Hogwarts gates at 9 in the evening, looking like he hadn't slept since leaving. He was clutching the charmed box Harry had given him, and his face had the particular grayish pallor of someone who'd spent 2 days in proximity to a Horcrux and had felt its influence pressing at his mind. Harry met him at the gates. Took the box. Felt the weight of it, physical and metaphysical. The diary inside pulsed with a cold intelligence that was sickeningly familiar. Did anyone see you? Harry asked. No. Father is bedridden, the consumption is worse. The house elves don't report to anyone when he's ill. Lucius was trembling slightly. The diary, it whispered to me. Through the box. Through the wards. I could hear, it does that. It's designed to be seductive. Harry looked at the young man, exhausted, frightened, but here. He'd done it. You did well, Lucius. Go back to the castle. Get some sleep. It's over. Is it? Malfoy's voice cracked. Because it doesn't feel over. It feels like it's just beginning. The hard part is over for you. The rest is mine. Malfoy nodded, dazedly, like a man waking from a nightmare. He walked toward the castle without looking back. Harry watched him go, then looked down at the box in his hands. Last one. He could feel it through the wards, the fragment of Tom Riddle's 16-year-old self, brilliant and charming and utterly monstrous. The diary that had nearly killed Ginny Weasley in another timeline. The Horcrux that had taught Harry, at 12 years old, that evil could wear a handsome face. He didn't take it to the room of requirement. He didn't take it to Dumbledore. He carried it to the edge of the Black Lake, where the water lapped at stone in the darkness and the giant squid slept in the depths. He set the box down. Opened it. The diary sat there, plain black leather, no markings on the outside. Innocent looking. Harry picked it up and felt the Horcrux within stir. Felt it reach for him, testing, probing, trying to find the crack it could exploit. It found the connection. The old connection, the scar bond that had linked Harry to Riddle for 17 years in another timeline. The diary fragment recognized it. Recognized him. And for a brief, sickening moment, Harry heard Tom Riddle's voice, young, charming, curious, whisper from the pages. You. I know you. What are you? I'm the End, Harry said. And drove the basilisk Fong, retrieved months ago from the Chamber of Secrets, preserved in stasis, directly through the diary center. The scream was audible this time. Ink erupted from the wound, black, viscous, carrying the death throes of a fragmented soul. The diary writhed, pages flipping wildly, the leather cover buckling and splitting. Harry held it down with one hand and twisted the Fong with the other, and the screaming intensified until it cut off abruptly. Silence. The diary was still. Ink pooled around it, then seeped into the ground. The presence, the cold, intelligent whisper, was gone. Just paper. Just leather. Just an object. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. Tom Riddle was mortal. Harry sat back on the cold stone and breathed. The night air was sharp, the stars bright overhead, the castle a warm glow behind him. Somewhere in Britain, a man who had divided his soul 5 times had just felt something, a pain, a loss, a sudden terrifying vulnerability, and would not understand why. But he would know. Soon. He would know because Harry was going to tell him. He found Bellatrix in the astronomy tower. She went there sometimes, not for classes, just for the sky. She sat on the parapet with her legs dangling over a 100-foot drop, her hair loose in the night wind, her face turned up to the stars. Harry sat beside her. She didn't startle, she'd felt him coming, that magical awareness of hers now finely tuned to his specific signature. Done? She asked without looking away from the sky. Done. She turned then. Looked at him with something vast and shining in her expression. All of them. All of them. He's mortal, Bellatrix. Right now, tonight, Tom Riddle is as killable as any man who ever lived. She exhaled, long, slow, the release of tension she'd been carrying for months without fully acknowledging. Then she reached for him, pulling him close by the front of his robes, and kissed him. Soft, this time. Tender in a way that Bellatrix Black rarely allowed herself to be. Not triumph, relief. The simple, human relief of knowing that the worst was possible to overcome. When? She murmured against his lips. Soon. He'll know something's wrong, the Horcrux's destruction creates a disturbance he'll feel. He'll check his hiding places, find them empty. And then he'll come. Here, probably, he'll think I still have them, that they can be recovered. He doesn't understand what fiendfire does to a soul fragment. You want him to come here? To the school. I want him where I choose. Where I'm prepared. Where the ground is mine. Harry looked out over the grounds, the lake, the forest, the hills rolling away into darkness. I spent 7 years in this castle. I know every stone, every passage, every ward. And Dumbledore is here. Between the 2 of us, the 3 of us. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze with absolute resolution. Don't, she said, before he could argue. Don't tell me it's too dangerous. Don't tell me to stay behind. Don't you dare. Bellatrix, I have spent 6 months training for this. You made me into a weapon, don't ask me to be a shield. Her eyes blazed in the starlight. He tried to own me. He took my sister. He would have broken me into pieces and used them for his war. I have earned the right to face him. Harry looked at her, really looked. Not at the 17-year-old girl. At the warrior. At the witch who could duel most adults to a standstill, who wielded fire without a wand, who moved through space without apparition. At the woman who had chosen, over and over, to stand up rather than kneel down. Beside me, he said. Not behind me. Always. He took her hand. They sat on the parapet together, the castle at their backs, the stars above, the future before them. Unknowable but no longer uncontrollable. They'd taken it, piece by piece, Horcrux by Horcrux, choice by choice, into their own hands. There's something else, Harry said. Before riddle. Before the fight. What? Your family. Specifically, your family's allies. The event. Bellatrix tensed. How do you know about that? Dumbledore. He received an invitation this morning, or rather, a provocation disguised as one. The Blacks are hosting a formal gathering. End of Easter holiday. The official purpose is to announce your engagement to Rodolphus. Bellatrix's voice went lethal. Low, soft, and absolutely deadly. My engagement. To Rodolphus Lestrange. Which I have not agreed to. Which I will never agree to. I know. That's the point. They're forcing the issue, making it public before you can refuse publicly. Once it's announced at a formal gathering in front of all of pure-blood society, refusing becomes a scandal rather than a private family matter. I'll give them a scandal, Bellatrix snarled, and the air around her heated. I'll give them a scandal they won't forget for the rest of their, I know. Harry squeezed her hand. Which is why we're going. She stopped. Stared at him. We're going to the gathering. We're going to the gathering. Together. Together. Publicly. Obviously. In front of every pure-blood family in Britain. Harry smiled, and it was not a kind smile. It was the smile of a man laying his final cards on the table. They want to announce your engagement to Rodolphus? We're going to announce something else entirely. Bellatrix stared at him. Then, slowly, inevitably, she started to laugh. Not the cackle. The real thing, rich, deep, delighted. The laugh of a woman who had just been handed the opportunity for the most spectacular act of rebellion in Black family history. You're mad, she said. Absolutely stark raving mad. Probably. My mother will have a stroke. Possibly. My father might actually try to kill you. He can try. Half of pure-blood society will be there. This will be unforgettable. Yes. That's rather the point. She grabbed him, both hands fisting in his robes, and kissed him with a ferocity that nearly knocked them both off the parapet. Harry steadied them with a wandless grip on the stone, kissing her back with equal intensity, and they stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in each other, in defiance, in the electric thrill of what they were about to do. When they finally separated, both breathless, Bellatrix's eyes were incandescent. I need a dress, she said. The Black family gathering was held at Grimmauld Place, number 12, the London townhouse that Harry knew better than he wished he did. The Fidelius charm that would later hide it hadn't been cast yet. It stood in its row of Georgian houses, visible to Muggle and wizard alike, its facade spelling old money in every polished brick. The guest list, according to Dumbledore's intelligence, was the entirety of pure-blood high society. The Malfoys. The Lestranges. The Rosiers. The Knotts, the Carrows, the Averys. Ministry officials with the right bloodlines. Foreign dignitaries from old European families. And at the center of it all, Cygnus and Druella Black, presenting a united front, announcing their eldest daughter's engagement to the Lestrange heir. An engagement that their eldest daughter had never agreed to. Harry dressed with care. Not robes, not tonight. A Muggle suit, perfectly tailored, midnight blue that was almost black. A deliberate choice. He was not performing pure blood. He was not pretending to belong to their world. He was arriving as himself, half-blood, time-displaced, and wielding enough magical power to level the building. He met Bellatrix at the gates of Hogwarts at 8 in the evening. She appeared from the direction of the castle and Harry momentarily forgot how breathing worked. She wore black. Of course she wore black, she was a Black, and she had the particular vicious humor of reclaiming the name even as she set fire to everything it represented. The dress was devastating, high-collared, long-sleeved, fitted to her body with the precision of expensive tailoring, but slashed with deep violet accents that matched her signature magic. Her hair was up, severe and elegant, exposing the line of her neck and jaw. She looked like a weapon dressed for a ball. Which was exactly what she was. "You clean up well, Evans," she said, looking him over with undisguised appreciation. "Potter," he corrected. "Tonight, I think we use the real name." Her eyebrows rose. "You're sure? By the end of tonight, everyone in that room is going to know I'm not what I've been pretending to be. Might as well give them the right name to whisper about." She considered this. Nodded. "Harry Potter. The mysterious wizard who stole Bellatrix Black from under the Dark Lord's nose. It does have a ring to it. Shall we?" He offered his arm. She took it, her hand settling into the crook of his elbow with practiced grace. Side by side, they made a striking picture, him dark and tall and radiating controlled power, her fierce and beautiful and burning with contained fire. They apparat together, silent, smooth, arriving in the small garden behind Grimmauld Place. The house blazed with light. Music drifted from open windows. Voices, dozens of voices, carried on the evening air. "Last chance to reconsider," Harry said, not because he thought she would but because she deserved the offer. "Not a chance in hell." Her smile was sharp enough to draw blood. "Let's ruin my mother's evening." They walked around to the front entrance. The door was attended by a house elf in the Black family livery, a small creature who took one look at Bellatrix and nearly dropped its tray of champagne glasses. "Miss Bellatrix." "You is, master said you isn't, I'm on the guest list, creature." Bellatrix said it with the calm authority of someone who had grown up in this house. "I'm the guest of honor, remember. Can't have an engagement announcement without the bride." Creature's enormous eyes swiveled to Harry. The elf's expression cycled through confusion, alarm, and something that might have been curiosity. "And this is?" "My date." Bellatrix swept past without waiting for further discussion, drawing Harry with her into the entrance hall. The house was as Harry remembered it, though cleaner, better maintained, not yet fallen into the disrepair of later years. The walls were lined with portraits of Black ancestors, all of whom turned to stare as Bellatrix entered with a strange man on her arm. Several of them started whispering urgently to each other. The main gathering was in the drawing room, enlarged by magic to accommodate the crowd. Harry and Bellatrix paused at the threshold, still unseen by most of the guests. The room was full. Truly full, 100 people, maybe more, in expensive robes and glittering jewelry. The cream of pure-blood society, gathered to witness and validate the union of two ancient houses. Champagne floated on charmed trays. Music played from an enchanted string quartet. Everything was elegant, expensive, and suffocating. At the far end of the room, on a slightly raised platform, stood Cygnus and Druella Black. Beside them, Rodolphus Lestrange, dressed in formal black robes, looking smug and proprietary. His parents flanked him. The arrangement was clear, the stage was set, the announcement imminent, the audience assembled. All that was missing was the bride. "Ready?" Harry murmured. "Born ready." Bellatrix lifted her chin. Straightened her spine. Let her magic rise just enough to create an aura, a shimmer in the air around her that made people look, that demanded attention. They stepped into the room. It took perhaps 5 seconds for someone to notice. Then 10 more for recognition to cascade through the crowd like a shockwave. Bellatrix Black, in the most dramatic dress anyone had ever seen, on the arm of a stranger, walking through the center of the room with the confidence of a conquering queen. Conversations died. Champagne glasses paused mid-sip. Heads turned. The music faltered. Druella Black saw her daughter first. The woman's face went through a rapid series of transformations: shock, fury, disbelief, the particular horror of a socialite whose carefully orchestrated event is going off script. Bellatrix. Her voice cut through the growing silence, sharp, commanding. "What is the meaning of, who is that man?" Bellatrix didn't answer her mother. She kept walking, steady, unhurried, drawing every eye in the room, until she stood directly before the raised platform. Before her parents, before Rodolphus, before the assembled weight of pure-blood expectation. "Hello, Mother," she said. Her voice carried, not magically amplified, just projected with the confidence of someone who intended to be heard. "Father. I understand you've arranged a party in my honor." "You were not," Cygnus Black started, his face mottling with fury. "You were told not to come. This announcement was going to proceed without me? How curious. An engagement announcement without one of the engaged parties." Bellatrix's smile was razor-thin. "I thought I'd save you the embarrassment of making promises I have no intention of keeping." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry stood at Bellatrix's shoulder, silent, watchful, his magic unfurled and visible to anyone with the sensitivity to perceive it. Several people in the crowd were staring at him with expressions that said they could feel it, that vast, steady power radiating from him like heat from a forge. Rodolphus stepped forward. His face was dark with anger, and something else. Humiliation. The public variety, the worst kind for a man who valued status above all else. "Bella." He said her name with possessive familiarity. "We need to talk privately." "This isn't, I have nothing to say to you privately, Rodolphus. I have nothing to say to you at all." Bellatrix didn't look at him. Kept her eyes on her parents. "I am not marrying him. I am not joining the cause you've sold our family to. And I am not your property to dispose of as you see fit." "You ungrateful," Druella's voice was a hiss. "After everything we've given you, you've given me a cage. An expensive one, gilded and comfortable, but a cage nonetheless. And I'm done with it." Bellatrix stepped back, one step, aligning herself more fully beside Harry. "I've made my choice. This is Harry Potter. He is the man I'm with. And he is more than any of you can handle, so I suggest you accept this gracefully." The name Potter created a stir. It was an old pure-blood name, if not sacred 28, and several older guests reacted with surprised recognition. But it was the demonstration of alliance, Bellatrix deliberately choosing this man over their chosen one, that sent the real shockwave through the room. Cygnus Black descended from the platform. He was a tall man, imposing, with the Black family bone structure and cold gray eyes. He stopped 3 feet from Harry and looked at him the way one examines something unpleasant found on a shoe. "Mr. Potter." The name was delivered with contempt. "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my daughter, but I suggest you leave this house immediately. This is a private family matter." "With respect," Harry said, and his voice was calm as still water, "your daughter is of age and has made her position clear. This isn't a family matter anymore. It's a personal one. She is my daughter, she is her own person. Something you apparently never noticed." The temperature in the room shifted. Cygnus's magic flared, intentional intimidation, the projection of patriarchal authority backed by power. It was considerable, the Black bloodline carried genuine magical weight. Harry didn't respond in kind. He simply didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't react at all to Cygnus's display. And in that non-reaction, in the absolute, unshakable stillness of a man who couldn't be impressed or intimidated, the message was clear. "You are not a threat to me. You are not even interesting." Cygnus felt it. His eyes narrowed. His hand moved toward his wand. "Father." Bellatrix's voice snapped like a whip. "Don't. You dare bring this nobody into our home, I dare whatever I like. I am Bellatrix Black, and I answer to no one." She stepped forward, between Harry and her father, and the fire in her was visible now, not metaphorical but actual. Heat shimmered around her. The champagne glasses on the nearest tray began to steam. "I came here tonight to tell you, to tell all of you," she raised her voice, addressing the room, "that I will not be sold. I will not be traded. And I will not kneel before any man who demands it, whether he calls himself Lord or Father. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Then a voice from the back of the room. Cold. Amused. Carrying with it a weight that made several people physically recoil. How dramatic. The crowd parted. Not voluntarily, they were pushed aside by a force that moved them like chess pieces, clearing a path from the doorway to the center of the room. Tom Riddle walked through the gap. He looked different from the dinner. More formal, elegant black robes, his dark hair perfectly styled, his handsome face carrying an expression of mild entertainment that didn't reach his eyes. Behind him, 3 figures in dark cloaks, not masked, not yet, but carrying themselves with the particular readiness of bodyguards. Harry's hand closed on his wand. Not drawing, not yet, but ready. Every sense alert. Every magical defense active. Riddle stopped 10 feet away. His gaze swept over the scene, Bellatrix in her defiant glory, Harry at her shoulder, Cygnus frozen with impotent fury, the gathered crowd holding its collective breath. Bellatrix, Riddle said warmly. You look magnificent. Rebellion suits you. I wasn't aware you were invited, Bellatrix said. Her voice was steady but Harry could feel her tension, could feel the effort it took to stand before the man who'd kidnapped her sister and speak without trembling. I'm always invited, my dear. The Blacks are old friends. Riddle's eyes slid to Harry. Lingered. And Professor Evans, or Potter, was it? You continue to surprise. Riddle. Harry matched his tone, casual, unconcerned. 2 men at a party, making conversation. Didn't expect to see you at a society event. Thought you'd be busy checking on your precious collection. The barb landed. Harry saw it, the microscopic flinch, the flash of something dark and desperate behind those blue eyes. Riddle had checked. Had found the Horcruxes missing. And was standing here, in this room, wearing charm like a second skin, while somewhere beneath it the realization of his mortality was eating him alive. You've been busy, Riddle said softly. Haven't you? Very. And you think this changes things? A few trinkets, we both know they're more than trinkets, Tom. And we both know what their absence means. Harry let his voice carry. Let the room hear. You're mortal. Right now. Tonight. As killable as anyone else in this room. Gasps. Whispers. Several people who clearly understood the implications, who were deep enough in Riddle's circle to know what he'd done, went chalk white. Riddle's mask didn't slip. But his magic surged, vast, cold, the full weight of everything he was pressing against the room like deep ocean pressure. Glasses shattered. The string quartet's enchantment failed, instruments clattering silent. Several weaker witches and wizards staggered. You don't want to do this here, Riddle said. Still quiet. Still controlled. But the veneer of charm was cracking, the thing beneath it showing through, the thing that had murdered for immortality, that had split its own soul for power, that was now facing the horror of its own vulnerability for the first time in decades. There are civilians. Then let's take it outside, Harry said. Unless you'd rather talk about it over champagne. Riddle stared at him. The room was frozen, 100 pure-blood witches and wizards, the flower of wizarding high society, watching 2 forces of nature face each other across a drawing room. Then Riddle smiled. And it was the worst smile Harry had ever seen on a human face, beautiful and cold and completely, terrifyingly empty. Outside, then, Riddle said. Let's finish this. He turned and walked toward the door. His 3 guards fell in behind him. The crowd parted again, scrambling this time, fear overpowering propriety. Harry looked at Bellatrix. She looked back. No words needed, just the slight nod, the shared breath, the alignment of 2 people who had been building toward this moment since the night they met. They followed Riddle out. The garden behind Grimmauld Place was larger than it should have been, expanded by magic, walled in stone, private from the Muggle street beyond. Old trees grew along the boundaries, bare-branched in early spring, their shadows making geometric patterns on the frost-touched grass. Riddle stood in the center of the space. His three companions had positioned themselves at the perimeter, not participants, Harry noted, but witnesses. Or perhaps fail-safes. Harry and Bellatrix emerged from the back door side by side. Behind them, faces crowded at windows, the party guests, unable to resist watching whatever was about to happen. "I want you to know," Riddle said conversationally, "that I didn't come here planning this. I came to watch my latest acquisition," he gestured toward the house, toward Rodolphus, "claim his prize. To cement the alliance with the Black family. A minor political matter. And instead you found me," Harry said. "Instead I found you. And the rather alarming discovery that my insurance policies have been cancelled." Riddle's hands were at his sides, wand not visible. But Harry could feel his magic, immense, coiled, ready. "You know what this means, of course. Without my protections, without the surety of continuation, I cannot afford to leave threats standing." "I know. You forced my hand. I hope you appreciate that. You've been forcing everyone else's hand for 20 years, Tom. How does it feel?" Something genuine flashed in Riddle's eyes, rage, pure and incandescent. The composed mask fractured. For just a moment, the monster was visible, the thing that had murdered his father at 16, that had tortured for pleasure, that had ripped its own soul apart in pursuit of eternity. Then control reasserted itself. "Barely. Who are you?" Riddle whispered. "No one appears from nowhere with this much power. No one simply knows the things you know. You're not from this time, I've felt the displacement since the moment we met." "Where did you come from?" "The future," Harry said. "Your future, specifically. Where I killed you." Silence. Then Riddle laughed. A terrible sound, high and cold and genuine. "You're from my future." Where you?" He stopped laughing. His expression transformed into something calculating and eager. "Then you know things. Things about what I become, what I achieve. What you achieve is nothing. What you become is a monster so far gone from humanity that your own followers are more afraid of you than of death. What you build collapses in a single night when a 17-year-old boy you spent a decade trying to kill stands up for the last time and puts you down." Harry's voice was flat. Hard. "That's your legacy, Tom. Failure. Complete, total, unredeemable failure." The cold returned. Frost on the grass. Ice crystallizing on the tree branches. Riddle's power manifesting uncontrolled, the fury too great to contain. "Then I'll simply have to do better this time," Riddle said. "Starting with removing the obstacle." He attacked. No warning. No formal dueling bow. No theatrical pronouncement. One moment he was standing still, the next, a killing curse, brilliant green, the color of Harry's eyes, the color of his mother's last protection, was screaming across the garden. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his hand, empty, wandless, and caught it. The killing curse stopped. Hung suspended in the air before Harry's palm, a sphere of green death hovering inches from his skin. The gathered witnesses, at the windows, at the garden's edge, made sounds of shock, of disbelief, of raw primitive terror. No one caught the killing curse. It was impossible. It was unblockable, unstoppable, the one spell that admitted no defense. Unless you were the master of death. Unless you had walked into the void and returned. Unless death itself recognized you as its equal and would not take you unwilling. Harry looked at the killing curse in his hand, at the spell that had murdered his parents, that had marked him, that had defined his entire existence, and closed his fist. The green light went out like a candle. "No," Harry said. "Not this time." Riddle's face was, for the first time in Harry's experience of any version of this man, showing genuine fear. Naked, visceral terror at something that couldn't exist. Something that violated every law of magic he understood. "What are you?" It was barely a whisper. "I told you at dinner. I'm the end of everything you're building." Harry drew his wand, Holly, Phoenix Feather, the brother wand to the one Riddle carried. "And tonight, Tom, you die." Riddle recovered. The fear transformed, alchemized by his enormous will into something else. Fury. Defiance. The refusal to accept an ending, which was, after all, the defining trait of his entire existence. He attacked in earnest. The duel that followed was unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in living memory. Later, the witnesses would struggle to describe it, would fail to convey the scale, the speed, the sheer overwhelming magnitude of power being wielded by both combatants. Riddle was everything Harry remembered and more, faster, sharper, more creative, less constrained by the madness that would later limit his tactical thinking. He fought with the full repertoire of a genius who had spent decades studying magic's darkest corners. Curses that Harry had no names for. Transfiguration at combat speed, the grass becoming serpents, the trees becoming golems, the iron fence sprouting spears. Apparition feints that made him seem to exist in multiple places simultaneously. Harry met him. Matched him. Exceeded him. Where Riddle was brilliant, Harry was experienced. Where Riddle was powerful, Harry was more. Every curse was countered or absorbed. Every creative assault was met with a creativity born not from study but from desperation, years of fighting for his life, of improvisation under fire, of pushing magic past every known limit because the alternative was death. The garden was being destroyed around them. Trees shattered. Stone walls crumbled. The ground itself cracked and buckled under the force of spells that missed their targets. The house shook on its foundations. Windows blew inward, showering the terrified watchers with glass. Bellatrix was there. Not watching, fighting. She'd engaged Riddle's 3 guards the moment the duel began, and Harry was peripherally aware of her, a streak of black and violet, her magic blazing, her wand work precise and devastating. She dropped the first guard in 10 seconds. The second lasted 30. The third, larger, more skilled, gave her a genuine fight that lasted nearly a minute before her wandless fire caught him in the chest and he went down screaming. Then she turned to face the main event. Not interfering, she knew this was Harry's fight at its core, but present. Ready. Covering his flanks, her magic extending to deflect the environmental effects of the duel, her awareness filling the gaps in his defense. Harry pressed forward. Riddle was good, astonishingly good, fighting with the desperation of a man facing his first real mortality in decades. But desperation made mistakes. And Harry had been fighting for his life since he was 11 years old. He was better at this. A feint left. A transfiguration, the broken stone at Riddle's feet becoming liquid, trapping his ankles for just a moment. Not long enough for most opponents, but Harry wasn't most opponents. In that fraction of a second of restricted movement, Harry sent 3 spells in rapid succession, a disarmer, a bodybind, and something of his own invention that severed the connection between a wizard and their magic for precisely 2 seconds. The disarmer was blocked. The bodybind was dodged, barely, Riddle wrenching free of the stone trap with brute force. But the third spell hit. Riddle staggered. His magic, the vast, cold reservoir that defined him, vanished. For 2 seconds, he was just a man. Mortal, vulnerable, ordinary. Harry didn't hesitate. He hit Tom Riddle with a stunner powerful enough to fell a dragon. It struck center mass and the Dark Lord's eyes rolled back and he dropped, boneless, instantly unconscious, to the ruined grass. Silence. The garden was devastated, a crater of destruction, scorched and broken. The house behind them was damaged but standing. At the windows, pale faces stared in mute shock. Harry stood over Riddle's unconscious body, breathing hard for the first time. Not from exhaustion, from the controlled release of so much power, the come down from operating at a level he rarely reached. Bellatrix appeared at his side. Her dress was torn at one shoulder, there was a burn mark on her left forearm that she didn't seem to notice, and her hair had escaped its pins entirely. She was breathing hard, her eyes wild and brilliant, and she was the most magnificent thing Harry had ever seen. Is he unconscious? Not dead? Why not dead? It was a fair question. Harry looked down at Riddle, at the handsome face, slack in unconsciousness, unmarked by the decade of Horcrux creation that would later transform it into something inhuman. At the man who, in another timeline, had destroyed everything Harry loved. Because killing him isn't enough, Harry said. He needs to stand trial. The wizarding world needs to see what he is, what he's done, and judge him publicly. If I just kill him, he becomes a martyr. A mystery. Something for future dark wizards to romanticize and emulate. And if he escapes a trial? He won't. I'll see to that personally. Bellatrix looked down at Riddle's unconscious form. Her expression was complex, rage and satisfaction and something like grief for the version of herself that had worshipped this man in another life. He's so ordinary like this, she murmured. Just a man. I can't believe that I could have, you didn't. That's what matters. She nodded. Tore her eyes away from Riddle and looked at Harry instead. Reached up and touched his face, a gentle gesture at odds with the destruction around them. You caught a killing curse, she said. You literally caught it in your hand. I did. That's not possible. I know. How? Harry covered her hand with his. Long story. Involves dying and coming back. I'll tell you all of it, later. When this is over. Behind them, the back door of Grimmauld Place opened. Figures emerged, cautiously, fearfully, drawn by the silence after the storm. Among them, Harry spotted Cygnus Black, ashen-faced. Druella, clutching her husband's arm. Rodolphus Lestrange, looking like he'd been hit with a body bind himself, his face slack with incomprehension. And Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, who must have felt the magical disturbance from Hogwarts, who had probably been en route the moment the first spell was cast, appeared at the garden wall with a crack of apparition. His face was grave, his wand drawn, his eyes immediately finding Harry and then Riddle's crumpled form. Harry, Dumbledore said. Just the name. But carrying volumes. It's done. Harry stepped back from Riddle's body. He's alive. Stunned. I need magical containment, something that can hold him without magic. He's too strong for normal restraints. Dumbledore was already moving, conjuring chains that shimmered with silver light, binding Riddle in enchantments that Harry recognized as the Hogwarts headmaster's personal wards. Not standard Auror equipment, something older, stronger, drawn from the castle's own magic. The Ministry will need to be contacted, Dumbledore said, working. And the witnesses are all right here. Harry gestured to the windows. 50 of Britain's most prominent pureblood families just watched Tom Riddle lose. Publicly. Unambiguously. There's no spinning this. No denying it. Dumbledore paused in his work. Looked at Harry with an expression that mixed exhaustion with something approaching pride. You planned this. Not exactly. I planned to fight him eventually, I didn't plan for it to be tonight, at a Black family garden party. But when the opportunity presented itself. Harry shrugged. You are, without question, the most reckless strategist I have ever encountered. Thank you. It was not entirely a compliment. But Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling, dimly, beneath the gravity of the moment, but present. Miss Black. Are you injured? Bellatrix glanced at the burn on her arm as if noticing it for the first time. Minor. I'll live. Indeed you will. Dumbledore's gaze moved between them, Harry and Bellatrix, standing together in the ruins of a garden, victorious and obviously, undeniably, together. I think there are a number of conversations that will need to happen in the coming days. Days, Harry agreed. Not tonight. Tonight is for making sure he's contained and the witnesses are managed. People were emerging from the house now. Some fleeing, apparating away the moment they cleared the threshold. Some approaching cautiously, drawn by morbid curiosity, by the need to confirm what they'd just seen with their own eyes. Cygnus Black was among those approaching. He stopped 10 feet from the group and stared at his daughter, standing in a ruined garden, beside the unconscious Dark Lord, next to the man she'd just publicly claimed, and looking absolutely unrepentant. Bellatrix. His voice was hoarse. What have you done? Picked the winning side, father. Bellatrix looked at him without hatred, without defiance, just calm, sad certainty. Something you might consider doing. Cygnus's mouth worked. No sound came out. Your lordship. Harry addressed him directly. Politely, even. Your daughter is extraordinary. The most gifted witch of her generation, possibly of several generations. You had something rare and precious, and you tried to sell it to a monster. He gestured at Riddle's unconscious form. That monster is done. The movement he was building is done. What happens to your family now is up to you, but I'd suggest that treating your daughter as a person rather than a commodity would be a good starting point. Cygnus stared at him. Then at Bellatrix. Then at Riddle, bound and helpless on his own host's lawn. This isn't over, he said. But the threat was hollow, and everyone present knew it. The man who would have enforced it was lying unconscious in enchanted chains. It is, father, Bellatrix said softly. It really is. She turned her back on him. On the house. On the life she'd been born into and raised for and expected to continue. Harry offered his arm. She took it. Let's go home, she said. They returned to Hogwarts in the small hours. The castle welcomed them, Harry felt it, that warm pulse of ancient magic recognizing their return, settling around them like a blanket. Dumbledore had remained at Grimmauld Place, managing the aftermath, coordinating with the Ministry, doing the political work that would ensure Riddle's defeat translated into lasting change. He'd sent a Patronus ahead, all is in hand. Rest. We speak tomorrow. Bellatrix's arm had been healed with a quick charm, nothing serious, just a surface burn from one of the guard's last desperate spells. They walked through empty corridors, footsteps echoing, the adrenaline slowly fading into something quieter. The room of requirement opened for them without needing to pace, responding to their combined presence and need with the immediate understanding that came from months of use. Inside, it had configured itself simply, a fire, a couch, warmth. Nothing else needed. They sat. Close together. Bellatrix's head dropped to his shoulder with the bone-deep exhaustion of someone who just fought the hardest fight of her life, not the physical one, but the one in the drawing room. The one where she'd stood before her family and the world and declared herself free. It's really over, she murmured. It's over. The man is captured. The Horcruxes are destroyed. The movement is decapitated. Harry pressed his lips to the top of her head. It's over. So what now? Now. Now the Ministry trials begin. Now Dumbledore does what he does best, navigates the political aftermath, ensures Riddle faces justice, rebuilds the institutions that were being corrupted. Now people like Lucius Malfoy and your family decide which direction to jump. And us? Harry was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Outside the room's walls, the castle slept. I'm still a man out of time, he said. I can't go back to where I came from, that future doesn't exist anymore. I've rewritten it. Everything from this moment forward is new. Uncharted. Does that scare you? A little. He felt her shift, look up at him. I've always known what was coming. Even before I came back, there was always a prophecy, always a destiny, always a next step laid out for me. This is the first time I genuinely don't know what happens tomorrow. I know what happens tomorrow, Bellatrix said. What? We wake up. We have breakfast. You teach your classes. I finish my 6th year. She curled closer against him. And we figure out the rest as we go. Like normal people. We're not normal people. No. But we can pretend. She yawned, actually yawned, the very human response to exhaustion overriding everything else. God, I'm tired. Is it bad that I just fought the most powerful Dark Lord in history and all I want is to sleep for 12 hours? That's extremely human of you. Her eyes were closing. Stay. I'm not going anywhere. I know. But stay anyway. He stayed. The fire burned low. The castle settled into deeper night. And two people who had just changed the course of history held each other in a magic room that understood exactly what they needed, and provided nothing more or less than warmth, and safety, and the simple miracle of tomorrow. Morning came bright and cold. Harry woke first, old soldier's habit, surfacing from sleep at the first change in light, and for a long moment simply lay still. Bellatrix was curled against him on the transfigured couch, her face relaxed in sleep, younger and softer than she ever allowed herself to look while conscious. Her breathing was deep and even. One hand was fisted in his shirt, as if holding him there even in unconsciousness. He watched her sleep and let himself feel it, the vast, impossible tenderness of loving someone this fierce. This complicated. This much. She'd stood in front of her entire world last night and burned it down. Not for him, he wasn't that arrogant. For herself. Because she'd rather be disowned and free than owned and comfortable. Because someone had shown her a third option between submission and solitary rebellion, and she'd grabbed it with both hands. He thought about the other Bellatrix, the one from his timeline, his memory, his nightmares. The cackling madwoman, the torturer, the slavish devotee. And he felt something he hadn't expected, pity. Not for the monster had deserved what she got. But for the girl that monster had once been. The girl who was sleeping against his chest right now, who'd never gotten this chance. Who'd been hungry and brilliant and angry, and no one had ever said you're worth saving just as you are. Stop thinking so loud, Bellatrix mumbled, not opening her eyes. I can hear your brain from here. Sorry. No, you're not. She stretched, a long, luxurious motion, and opened her eyes. Looked at him with that particular morning clarity that she'd never shown anyone else. Hello. Hello. We won. We did. I didn't dream that. You didn't dream that. She smiled. Soft. Private. Then sat up, pushing her ruined hair out of her face. What time is it? Early. 7, maybe. I need to check on my sisters. She stood, smoothing her dress, still the stunning black number from last night, now considerably worse for wear. Narcissa was there last night. At the windows. She saw her sister save herself. That's not a bad thing for a 12-year-old to witness. She saw a war. She saw her family break apart. Then be there for her. Harry stood too. I need to see Dumbledore. Find out what happened after we left. Bellatrix nodded. Moved to the door. Paused. Harry. Yes. Last night. When you caught the curse. When you stood there and it was clear that nothing, could touch you. She turned to face him fully. I've never felt safer in my life. And I've never been more terrified. Of me? Of what it means to love someone that powerful. Of what it would do to me to lose you. A pause. I don't like being afraid. Harry crossed to her. Took her face in his hands, gently, the way you hold something precious. I'm not going anywhere, he said. Not to another time, not to another fight, not anywhere you can't follow. That's done. The war is over. The destiny is fulfilled. Everything from here is just living. Promise? Promise. She kissed him, brief, firm, sealing it. Then she was gone, out the door, down the corridor, a streak of black silk and determination heading to find her sisters. Harry watched her go and felt, for the first time in memory, completely at peace. The war was over. The monster was caged. The woman he loved was free and fierce, and his, or rather, they were each other's, which was the better truth. All that remained was the future. Unwritten, uncharted, terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. He could hardly wait. Chapter 5, A Future Unwritten. The Ministry of Magic had never seen a trial like this. 3 weeks after the confrontation at Grimmauld Place, Tom Marvolo Riddle stood before the full Wizengamot in enchanted chains that Harry had personally designed, layered with every containment method he knew from both timelines, supplemented by Dumbledore's own wards and a goblin-forged collar that suppressed magical ability entirely. Riddle wore it with the rigid dignity of a king in exile, his handsome face composed, his dark blue eyes scanning the assembled court with contempt. Harry sat in the gallery, not the witness box. He'd given his testimony privately, a carefully edited version that established Riddle's crimes without revealing the full scope of time travel or Horcrux destruction. The official story was simpler: an international dark arts expert had infiltrated Riddle's network, gathered evidence, and confronted him at a social event where his violent reaction confirmed his guilt. The truth was messier and more magnificent, but the truth didn't need to be public. Not all of it. Bellatrix sat beside him. She'd been called to testify as well, about the kidnapping of Andromeda, about the recruitment attempts, about the coercion and threats. She delivered her testimony with the cool precision of someone who'd been performing for audiences her entire life, and the Wizengamot had listened in horror as the scope of Riddle's operation became clear. Today was the final day. Verdicts. The chief warlock, not Dumbledore, who had recused himself due to his relationship with the accused, read the charges. Murder. Multiple counts. Dark arts of the highest order. Conspiracy. Coercion. Kidnapping. Use of unforgivable curses. The creation of objects so dark that the Wizengamot had sealed the records relating to their nature. Riddle said nothing throughout. His eyes found Harry once, across the courtroom, across the ranks of Wizengamot members, across the distance between a caged monster and the man who'd put him there. Something passed between them in that gaze. Not hatred, something beyond hatred. The cold recognition of absolute defeat, and the absolute refusal to accept it. The verdict was unanimous. Guilty on all counts. The sentence, life imprisonment in Azkaban. Maximum security. No visitors. No correspondence. No possibility of release. Riddle smiled when the sentence was read. A small, private smile that made several Wizengamot members shudder. He said nothing as they led him away, didn't protest, didn't rage, didn't make speeches. Just walked, chains rattling, that smile fixed on his face like a mask. Harry watched him go and felt, not triumph. Not satisfaction. Something quieter. Something like the settling of a very old debt. Beside him, Bellatrix's hand found his. Squeezed once. Done, she whispered. Done. The aftermath of Riddle's fall reshuffled Wizarding Britain like a deck of cards thrown into the wind. The Death Eaters, those who'd been identified, who'd been witnessed, who'd been named in testimony, scattered. Some turned themselves in, desperately cooperating in exchange for leniency. Some fled the country entirely, disappearing into the magical communities of Eastern Europe, of South America, of anywhere that wouldn't extradite them. Some simply denied everything and relied on their wealth and connections to shield them from consequence. The Ministry, embarrassed by how deeply Riddle's influence had penetrated its ranks, launched a purge that was equal parts justice and theater. Officials who turned a blind eye were quietly retired. Policies that had favored pure-blood interests were reviewed and revised. The word reform echoed through every corridor of magical government. Harry watched it all from a comfortable distance. He taught his classes. He trained Bellatrix. He had long conversations with Dumbledore about the shape of the world they were building. And slowly, carefully, he let himself believe that it had worked. The timeline was changed. Irrevocably, permanently changed. No first wizarding war. No murder of his parents. No orphaned boy under the stairs. No prophecy, no chosen one, no decade of terror. The people who would have died, Marlene McKinnon, the Pruitt brothers, the Bones family, the Longbottoms tortured into madness, would live out their lives in a world that never broke them. James Potter and Lily Evans would grow up without a war to die in. Would they still fall in love? Would they still marry? Would they still have a son named Harry? He didn't know. Couldn't know. The future he'd come from was gone, dissolved like sugar in water, leaving only the taste of memory. He was an orphan in time, untethered from any version of events that produced him. It should have been terrifying. Some nights, it was. The existential vertigo of being a man whose origin no longer existed, whose parents were children, whose birth was uncertain, whose entire history was a branch of reality that had been pruned. But then Bellatrix would find him. Would slide her hand into his, or press her shoulder against his arm, or look at him with those dark eyes that saw everything and asked nothing except that he be present. And the vertigo would fade. Because he was real. He was here. He existed, whatever the timeline said about the logic of it. June arrived warm and long-shadowed. The school year was ending, exams completed, students packing trunks, the particular bittersweet energy of farewells permeating the castle. Bellatrix had sat her sixth-year exams with the casual brilliance of someone operating at a level far beyond the curriculum. Her practical defense exam had lasted approximately 45 seconds before the examiner declared it the most impressive demonstration he'd seen in 30 years of testing. Her charms and transfiguration results were similarly exceptional. In potions, she'd brewed something that made Slughorn weep with pride. But the numbers didn't matter. What mattered was the question that had been hanging between them since the night of the trial, unspoken, circling, waiting for the right moment to land. What now? Harry found the answer on a Tuesday evening in late June, walking the castle grounds in the golden light of summer sunset. He'd been thinking, about timelines, about futures, about the life he wanted versus the life he'd been living. The defense position had been his cover. His reason for being at Hogwarts, his proximity to Bellatrix, his platform for influence. But the cover was no longer needed. The war was over. Riddle was caged. The mission, the reason he'd stayed, the purpose that had driven every action since he'd landed in 1971, was complete. Which meant the question wasn't just what now, it was who was he, without a war to fight. He was 25. He had more gold than he could spend in several lifetimes, stored in a Gringotts vault that asked no questions. He had power that put him in a category of perhaps 3 living wizards on Earth. He had knowledge of magic, both theoretical and practical, that exceeded anything available in the current era. And he had Bellatrix. Brilliant, fierce, 17 going on 18, about to finish her 6th year with 1 more year at Hogwarts ahead of her. A year where he would be her teacher and she would be his student, and the boundary they'd already blurred would become increasingly untenable. The answer came to him as he walked past the lake, the giant squid surfacing lazily in the evening warmth, and it was so simple that he laughed out loud. He found Dumbledore in his office. Knocked. Entered. "I'm resigning," Harry said. Dumbledore looked up from his correspondence. If he was surprised, he didn't show it. "I rather thought you might." The position served its purpose. And continuing to teach while, he paused, finding the diplomatic phrasing, while maintaining a relationship with a student is untenable. Even if the whole school already knows. The whole school has known since approximately February, by my estimation, Dumbledore said dryly. You are both rather less subtle than you imagine. Then I'm doing everyone a favor by making it above board. Harry sat in a chair across from the desk, their positions reversed from that first meeting, when he'd walked in unannounced and declared himself a time traveler. I'll finish the term. Find a replacement who can continue what I've started. I already have someone in mind. A young witch named Meadows, talented, passionate about practical education. She's been corresponding with me about the position since your methods became public knowledge. Perfect. Harry leaned back. And the other matter? Which other matter? There are several. The one where I'm a temporal anomaly with no legal identity, no history, and no official existence in this time period. Ah. That matter. Dumbledore opened a desk drawer and produced a folder, thick, official-looking, bearing the ministry seal. I took the liberty of addressing that several months ago. You are, according to these documents, Harry James Potter, half-blood, born 1946, educated abroad, naturalized British citizen as of January 1972. Your family history is appropriately vague: tragic orphan, foreign education, returned to Britain to seek employment. It won't survive deep investigation, but it shouldn't need to. The people who matter already know who you are. Harry took the folder. Opened it. Inside, a birth certificate, forged with Dumbledore's own hand, he suspected, a wand registration, a Gringotts identity verification, a Wizarding World passport. A life, manufactured from whole cloth. You planned for this, Harry said. I planned for several contingencies. This was the most optimistic one. Thank you, Albus. You've earned rather more than paperwork, Harry. Dumbledore's expression was warm, genuinely warm, without the calculation that so often underlay his kindness. You came to this time with nothing but power and grief, and you built something extraordinary from it. A safer world. A prevented war. A young woman saved from a terrible fate. He paused. Speaking of which, what are your plans regarding Miss Black? I'm going to ask her to marry me. He hadn't planned to say it. Hadn't even fully formed the thought until it emerged from his mouth, complete and certain. But the moment the words were in the air, he knew they were right. Knew with the same bone-deep conviction that had guided him through every impossible thing he'd done since arriving in this time. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, then settled. A smile crept across his face, slow and genuine. I see. And do you anticipate that she'll accept? I anticipate that she'll say something cutting about the patriarchal implications of marriage as an institution, and then say yes. Dumbledore laughed, the full, warm sound that Harry had heard too rarely from this man in any timeline. Yes. I rather think that's exactly what she'll do. He didn't ask her that day. Or the next day. Or the day after that. Not because he was nervous, though he was, in a way that combat and Dark Lords and temporal displacement had never made him. But because the moment needed to be right. Not staged, not dramatic, just right. The end-of-year feast came and went. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Harry hadn't influenced this, though his generous point awards to students who showed genuine courage in his classes hadn't hurt. Exams were finished. Trunks were packed. The school year of 1972 was ending, and with it, the chapter of Harry's life that had been defined by mission and purpose. He found her on the last day of term, the day before students left. She was in the room of requirement, of course. Their space. Sitting on the floor surrounded by books, advanced magical theory, combat techniques, things Harry had recommended over the months. She was cross-legged, barefoot, hair loose, wearing one of his shirts because she'd discovered months ago that his wardrobe was more comfortable than her own. She looked up when he entered. Smiled, that private smile, the one that was only his. Last day, she said. Last day. Strange. This room has been, she gestured vaguely. Everything. Training ground. Sanctuary. The place where I figured out who I am. It'll still be here next year. But you won't be. She said it matter-of-factly. Dumbledore told me about the resignation. This morning. I was going to tell you tonight. I know. I'm not angry. She closed her book. Set it aside. Looked at him with clear, direct eyes. It's the right choice. You can't be my teacher and my, whatever we are, at the same time. Not honestly. What are we? Harry asked, sitting down across from her. The floor was comfortable, the room had long since learned to cushion itself for them. Whatever we want to be. She pulled her knees up, resting her chin on them. That's the whole point, isn't it? No one telling us what to be. No destiny, no family obligation, no prophecy. Just, choice. Then I choose you, Harry said. Explicitly. Permanently. Not as a professor, or a mentor, or a fellow combatant. As, he paused. The words felt too big for the room, too big for the casual intimacy of a Tuesday afternoon. But they were true, and she deserved truth. As everything. As the person I build whatever comes next with. Bellatrix was very still. Her eyes didn't leave his face. That sounds like a proposal, she said. Carefully. Neutrally. It is one, if you want it to be. The silence stretched. Harry's heart was doing something uncomfortable and arrhythmic in his chest, which was absurd, because he'd faced down Voldemort without this particular physiological response. Then Bellatrix uncurled. Moved across the space between them, fluid, graceful, inevitable. She settled in front of him, close enough that her knees touched his, and took his face in her hands. You absolute idiot, she said softly. You don't even have a ring. I have 3. He said it without thinking, then laughed at himself. Though one of them is the resurrection stone, one is technically my family ring from a family that doesn't exist yet, and the third is, well. I could get a ring. A proper one. I don't want a proper one. Her thumbs traced his cheekbones, gentle, exploring, as if memorizing him by touch. I want an impossible one. One that matches everything else about this ridiculous, beautiful, impossible thing we've done. Is that a yes? It's a yes, you absolute idiot, of course it's a yes, did you really think I'd say anything else? She kissed him, fierce, certain, tasting of joy and exasperation in equal measure. I didn't stand in front of my entire family and defy a Dark Lord just to date you casually, Harry Potter. He laughed against her mouth, relief and happiness and the sheer absurdity of it all, of being a man out of time proposing to the woman who'd killed his godfather in a timeline that no longer existed, in a magic room in a castle where his 11-year-old father was currently learning basic transfiguration. Your family name, he said, pulling back slightly. You'll want to keep it. Black. She considered. Potter Black. Or Black Potter. Or just Black. Names don't change what we are. Potter Black. I like that. Of course you do. Your ego needs the first position. My ego is very secure, thank you. Your ego caught a killing curse bare-handed in front of 50 witnesses. It transcends security. But she was grinning, wide and open and utterly undone. Bellatrix Black, laughing with joy, in a room full of books, barefoot and wearing his shirt. A far cry from the monster. A universe away from madness and chains. This was what he'd come back for. Not the Horcruxes, not the war, not the grand historical intervention. This, a girl becoming a woman becoming herself, free and fierce and happy. He kissed her again because he could. Because the future was unwritten and she was here and nothing in any timeline, could take this moment from them. Summer unfolded like a promise kept. Harry rented a cottage in the Highlands, stone and thatch, perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. The same sea he'd shown her on that December night, a lifetime ago. The symbolism wasn't lost on either of them. Bellatrix had one more year at Hogwarts, her 7th, her NEWT year, and the summer was theirs. 3 months of unstructured time, of waking without crisis, of days shaped by nothing more urgent than what they wanted from them. It was harder than Harry expected. Not the relationship, that was easy, natural in a way that surprised him daily. Bellatrix in domestic space was everything he might have predicted and several things he wouldn't, fiercely territorial about her morning coffee, prone to reading obsessively until 3 a.m., capable of arguing about magical theory with a passion that other people reserved for politics or religion. She trained every day, habit ingrained too deeply to break, and Harry trained with her, and together they pushed each other to heights that neither would have reached alone. What was hard was the stillness. The absence of threat. The long, quiet hours where no one was trying to kill them and nothing demanded their immediate intervention. Harry had never learned how to live without a fight. He'd been fighting since he was 11, first for survival, then for victory, then against the clock of temporal displacement. And now there was nothing to fight. Just, life. Ordinary, beautiful, terrifying life. He had nightmares. Not every night, but often enough. The killing curse, green as his mother's eyes. Sirius falling through the veil. Cedric hitting the ground. The weight of 100 deaths he hadn't prevented, 1,000 he'd prevented too late. The faces of people who existed only in his memory now, who would never be born, or would be born differently, or who would live full lives never knowing what they'd been saved from. He woke from these gasping, heart-hammering, magic surging uncontrolled, and Bellatrix was there. Always there. Not soothing, not coddling, that wasn't her way. But present. Her hand on his chest, her dark eyes steady in the moonlight, her voice cutting through the panic with characteristic directness. You're here. You're safe. It's done. I know. Then let your body know it too. Breathe. She never asked him to be fine when he wasn't. Never pushed for details he didn't offer, or demanded explanations for the nights when his magic filled the room with unconscious light. She simply adapted to the geography of his damage with the same fierce pragmatism she brought to everything else. And slowly, over weeks, over months, the nightmares came less often. The hypervigilance eased. The reflexive reaching for his wand at every unexpected sound quieted into something merely cautious rather than combative. He was healing. They both were. Because Bellatrix had her own damage, different in kind but equal in weight. The Black family's rejection had landed harder than she'd admitted. Letters from Narcissa, still at home, described an increasingly cold household, her parents grim and silent, Bellatrix's name never spoken, her room emptied and locked. The tapestry at Grimmauld Place had been burned in the spot where her portrait had hung. She was erased. She processed it the way she processed everything, intensely, privately, with bursts of emotion that she channeled into magic rather than tears. Harry would find scorch marks on the cliff face some mornings, evidence of midnight sessions where she'd poured grief and rage into fire and let the sea air carry it away. He didn't try to fix it. Couldn't, some losses didn't have fixes. He just stayed. Existed in her orbit. Made breakfast. Offered silence or conversation as she seemed to need. Let her be angry without trying to temper it, let her grieve without trying to rush it. One evening in late July, she found him on the cliff edge, watching the sunset, whiskey in hand, thinking about nothing and everything. She sat beside him. Close enough to lean, not quite touching. Watched the sky bleed gold and pink and purple. Andromeda wrote, she said after a while. She's met someone. Oh. A Hufflepuff boy. Ted Tonks. Bellatrix's voice carried a complicated blend of emotions. Muggleborn. Decent, apparently. Kind. I know. Harry kept his voice neutral. I told you, in my timeline, they marry. They're happy. I know you told me. It's just, she pulled her knees up. It's real now. She's actually doing it. She's going to leave too. And then it's just Narcissa, alone in that house with parents who've already lost 2 daughters and will only grip the third one tighter. We'll get Narcissa out. When she's ready. She's 12. She won't be ready for years. Then we wait. And we watch. And we make sure she knows there's somewhere to go when the time comes. Harry set down his glass and put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him, automatically, the way a compass needle finds north. Your sisters are going to be fine, Bellatrix. All 3 of you. Different paths, but all of them better than what was planned. Because of you. Because of all of us. I just opened the door. You all walked through it yourselves. She was quiet for a while. The sun sank below the horizon. Stars began to appear, faint at first, then brighter, filling the sky with the particular abundance of a place far from city lights. I'm going to do something, she said. With my life. After Hogwarts. Something that matters. I know. I've been thinking about it. What you do, what you did, teaching. But not at Hogwarts. Something different. She sat up straighter, animated by the idea. A school. Or not a school, a program. For witches and wizards who've been told they can't. The ones like me, powerful, gifted, but trapped by family or circumstance or blood status expectations. People who need someone to show them what they're capable of. Harry looked at her. At the fire in her eyes, different from the fire of combat, softer but no less intense. The fire of purpose. Of meaning. You want to teach people to be free, he said. I want to teach people to be powerful. On their own terms. Without anyone telling them what that power should be used for. She turned to him. You did it for me. I want to do it for others. Then do it. You have the skill, the knowledge, the experience. You've literally been trained by the most powerful wizard alive, Modest. And you've overcome things that most people can't even imagine. If anyone can show someone how to break free, it's you. She kissed him, light, grateful, full of the quiet confidence that had replaced the desperate hunger of a year ago. She wasn't searching anymore. She'd found what she was looking for, in him, in herself, in the future they were building together. After 7th year, she said. I'll finish school properly. And then we start. We. You think I'm doing this without you? You're the most powerful wizard alive and you're currently unemployed. That's a waste of resources. Harry laughed. Fair point. Besides. She leaned against him again, face tilted up to the stars. I like working with you. I like what we become when we're building something together rather than fighting something. The fighting was necessary. Important. But this, she gestured at the sky, the sea, the cliff, the cottage behind them, everything. This is what it was all for, isn't it? The world we saved. Might as well make something good in it. Might as well. They sat until the stars were thick overhead, the Milky Way visible in all its impossible abundance, and talked. About the program. About what it would look like, where it would be housed, who it would serve. About the specific techniques Harry had developed, the intent-based casting, the wandless work, the philosophical approach to magic that treated it as a collaborative force rather than a subjugated tool. About the future. Their future. A future that no prophecy had shaped, no destiny demanded, no Dark Lord threatened. Just 2 people, powerful, damaged, in love, deciding what their lives would be. September came. Bellatrix returned to Hogwarts for her 7th year, not as a secret rebel hiding her power, not as a Black family daughter performing propriety, but as herself. Openly, unapologetically, magnificently herself. Harry stayed at the cottage. Worked on plans for the program. Corresponded with Dumbledore about ongoing political developments. The reform of the ministry was proceeding slowly, the way institutional change always does, but proceeding nonetheless. Riddle's trial and imprisonment had sent shockwaves through wizarding society that were still reverberating. He visited Hogsmeade on weekends. Met Bellatrix in the Three Broomsticks, the same pub where they'd first spoken, a year and a half ago. She'd slide into the booth across from him, complaining about classmates or professors or the insufficiency of the school library, and Harry would listen and laugh and marvel at the ordinariness of it. Ordinary. After everything, the time travel, the Horcruxes, the confrontation with Riddle, the Black family rupture, they'd arrived at ordinary. Weekend visits and letters during the week and counting down days until holiday breaks. It was the best thing Harry had ever experienced. Andromeda came to visit at Christmas, bringing Ted Tonks, a pleasant-faced young man with an easy laugh and an obvious adoration of Andromeda that would have been insufferable if it weren't so genuine. They stayed 3 days. Bellatrix was prickly with Ted at first, old habits, old prejudices dying slowly, but by the second evening, she was grudgingly admitting that he was acceptable, and by the third, she was arguing magical theory with him over breakfast while Andromeda rolled her eyes. She likes him, Andromeda told Harry privately, while Bellatrix and Ted's argument about the comparative merits of intent-based versus traditional spellwork echoed from the kitchen. That's the Bella version of liking someone, arguing with them about things that don't matter. I'm familiar with the dynamic, Harry said dryly. Andromeda smiled, that gentle, knowing smile that was so different from her sister's sharp edges. You saved her, you know. I don't think she'll ever say it, too proud, but you did. She was so close to, she stopped. Shook her head. I don't like thinking about what would have happened. Then don't. It didn't happen. It won't happen. She's free. Because of you. Because of herself. I just showed her it was possible. From the kitchen, Bellatrix's voice rose in triumphant argument, and if you can't see that the fundamental relationship between caster and magic is collaborative, not hierarchical, then I can't help you, Tonks, Andromeda laughed. God help whatever students she eventually teaches. They won't know what hit them. Harry grinned. No. They really won't. The program launched in September of 1973. They called it the Prometheus Institute, Bellatrix's choice, with her characteristic flair for mythological drama. Stealing fire from the gods and giving it to whoever needs it. They rented a building in Wizarding Edinburgh, large enough for training spaces, small enough to maintain intimacy. Bellatrix handled curriculum design with the same fierce brilliance she brought to everything. Harry handled the impossible things, the advanced magical techniques that no one else could teach, the raw power demonstrations that showed students what the ceiling actually looked like when you stopped accepting artificial limits. Their first cohort was 12 students. All adults, the youngest 19, the oldest 43. A mix of backgrounds, purebloods who'd been told their magic should serve family interests. Muggleborns who'd been told their magic would never match those born to it. Half-bloods caught between worlds. Witches who'd been shunted into supportive roles despite talent that exceeded their male peers. All hungry. All ready. Bellatrix taught like she fought, intensely, unforgivingly, with absolute conviction in her students' capacity to exceed their own expectations. She pushed them harder than most were comfortable with, and she never apologized for the difficulty. But she also noticed things, the quiet student who needed individual attention, the overconfident one who needed humbling, the traumatized one who needed patience before pressure. She was, Harry realized with a mixture of pride and awe, a natural. Not because she was kind, she wasn't, particularly, but because she understood hunger. Understood what it meant to be brilliant and caged. Understood the particular liberation of being told you can by someone who meant it. Harry taught the advanced sessions, the impossible magic, the things that shouldn't work but do. Wandless casting. Intent-based manipulation. The philosophy of magic as partnership rather than dominance. He demonstrated at levels that left his students speechless, then broke it down into learnable components with the systematic precision of someone who'd been self-taught under the worst possible conditions and knew exactly which steps mattered. Between them, fire and certainty, blade and foundation, they created something genuinely new. Not a school in the traditional sense. Not a dueling club. Not a political movement. Something closer to a sanctuary for people who needed permission to be extraordinary. The Prometheus Institute grew. 12 students became 20. 20 became 40. The reputation spread, whispered about in pubs and ministry corridors and international magical communities. The witch who defied the Dark Lord and the wizard who defeated him, teaching anyone willing to learn that magic had no ceiling except the ones you accepted. Years passed. Not in the dramatic sweep of historical events, but in the quiet accumulation of ordinary days. Harry turned 27. 28. 30. The war he'd prevented grew more distant, a thing that had almost happened, referenced in history books and political speeches but increasingly abstract. The people who would have died grew up, grew older, lived lives that had no idea how close they'd come to being cut short. James Potter finished Hogwarts. Married Lily Evans. Some things, it seemed, were truly fated. They had a son in 1980, named Henry, not Harry, because the circumstances of his birth were different enough to change the small details even if the love was the same. Harry met him once, a red-faced infant with his father's dark hair and his mother's eyes, and felt something vast and strange and ultimately peaceful settle inside him. This boy would not be him. Would not carry his burdens, his scars, his prophecy. This boy would grow up loved and safe and ordinary in all the ways that mattered. It was enough. More than enough. Sirius Black grew into a man without Azkaban to break him, loud, reckless, deeply loyal, everything the boy had promised. He reconciled with his family partially, or rather, with the parts of his family worth reconciling with. He and Bellatrix maintained a relationship that was part cousin bond, part mutual admiration, part constant argument. They had Christmas dinner together every year, which inevitably devolved into magical demonstrations that endangered the furniture. Narcissa graduated Hogwarts and did not marry Lucius Malfoy. She married a French wizard she'd met during a summer abroad, a quiet man who thought she was brilliant and told her so daily. Draco Malfoy would never be born. Something else would exist in that space, or nothing at all. The universe didn't demand specific children. Lucius himself went into politics, less virulently than he might have, stripped of both Riddle's influence and the worst of his father's expectations. Abraxas had died 2 years after Riddle's fall, the illness finally claiming him, taking with it the darkest of the Malfoy legacy. Lucius, freed of that weight, became merely ambitious rather than actively malicious. An improvement, if an imperfect one. And Riddle rotted in Azkaban. Mortal. Alone. Aging, as he'd feared more than anything, the grey creeping into his hair, the lines forming on his once handsome face, time doing what Harry's magic hadn't. Not killing him. Worse, making him ordinary. Harry visited once. 5 years after the sentencing. He didn't know why he went, curiosity, perhaps. Or the need to close a chapter with something more final than a courtroom verdict. Riddle sat in his cell, suppressed, contained, human in a way that would have horrified his former self. He looked up when Harry appeared beyond the bars. Those eyes, faded now, no longer the vivid blue of his prime, held recognition. And something else. Something that might have been curiosity. Potter. Riddle's voice was rough with disuse. I wondered if you'd come. I'm not staying long. No. I imagine not. You have, a ghost of the old smile, better things to do. A life to live. A woman to love. All the pedestrian pleasures you've chosen over power. I have power. More than you ever did. And you waste it. On teaching. On that institute of yours. Contempt, thin and bitter. You could rule. Could reshape the world in your image. And instead you play schoolmaster with the girl who should have been my best weapon. She was never a weapon. That was your mistake, thinking people are tools. Everything is a tool. Even love. Riddle's eyes were sharp, penetrating, even now, even diminished. You love her. I can see it. And that love makes you vulnerable, whatever you tell yourself. It gives the world a lever. Maybe. But it also gives me something you never had, something worth protecting. Something that makes the power mean something, instead of just accumulating for its own sake. Harry looked at this man, this brilliant, terrible, wasted man, and felt the last remnants of anger dissolve into something closer to pity. You could have been extraordinary, Tom. Not just powerful, good. But you were too afraid to try. Afraid? Riddle's voice sharpened. I was never, you were always afraid. Of death. Of weakness. Of love, because love means needing someone, and need means vulnerability, and vulnerability means death. Harry shook his head. You built your whole life around running from fear. And you ended up here, in the thing you feared most. Alone. Mortal. Ordinary. Silence. Riddle stared at him. For just a moment, one brief, terrible moment, something cracked in his expression. Something that might have been recognition. Not agreement, Riddle would never agree, would never concede, but the bone-deep acknowledgement of a man confronting the truth of his own choices. Then it was gone. The mask reasserted. The contempt returned. Leave, Riddle said. You've had your moment of triumph. Don't cheapen it with philosophy. Harry left. Walked out of Azkaban into grey daylight and salt air and never went back. The cottage on the cliff became a home. Properly, permanently, filled with books and magical artifacts and the accumulated evidence of a shared life. Harry and Bellatrix married on a Tuesday in October, because Bellatrix refused anything that resembled a society wedding, and because Tuesday had always been their day. Their training day. The day of the week when everything between them had started to become real. The ceremony was small. Dumbledore officiated, older now, fully silver-haired, but with those blue eyes still twinkling with their undiminished intensity. Andromeda and Ted stood witness. Narcissa came from France. Sirius came because he was family, and because he'd never missed an opportunity to celebrate a black family member's defiance of tradition. Bellatrix wore dark green. Not a wedding dress, she'd rather have died. Something elegant, something sharp, something that made Harry forget his own name when she walked toward him across the windswept grass of their cliff. You look, he started. I know. She grinned. Sharp as ever. Softened by joy. They exchanged vows that they'd written themselves, because of course they had, because nothing about them had ever been standard or traditional or anyone else's script. I promise, Bellatrix said, her hands in his, the sea crashing below and the sky enormous above, to never let you become comfortable. To challenge you when you're wrong and fight beside you when you're right. To be fire when you need heat, and silence when you need peace, and always, always, to choose you. Not because I need you, I don't need anyone, but because wanting someone is braver than needing them. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it, because it was perfect. Because she was perfect, in all her imperfect, cutting, brilliant glory. I promise, he said, to see you. All of you, the fire and the fear, the brilliance and the damage, everything you are and everything you're becoming. To never ask you to be less than you are. To build something with you that's worth everything we burn down to make space for it. And to love you, not quietly, not carefully, not in moderation, because you have never in your life done anything in moderation, and I don't intend to start now. She kissed him before Dumbledore finished the binding spell. The old wizard sighed with theatrical resignation and completed the enchantment around them anyway, golden threads of magic winding around their joined hands, sealing what had long since been sealed. That resonance, the one they'd felt since the first moment, in a pub in Hogsmeade, across a crowded room, sang. Loud and clear and permanent. Two frequencies in perfect harmony, synchronized beyond separation. Married. Bound. Together. As it was always meant to be. In this timeline. In this version. In this life that they'd built from the ruins of a future that never happened and the courage to want something better. On their cliff, years later, many years, too many to count and too few to ever be enough, Harry sat watching the sun set over the sea. The same sea he'd raised into the sky on a December night to show a desperate girl what power could be. Bellatrix found him there, as she always did. Sat beside him, as she always had. Their hands found each other with the automatic ease of long practice, fingers intertwining, warm and familiar. Thinking, she asked. Remembering. Good memories or bad? Both. Mostly good. He looked at her, older now, as he was, but no less fierce. No less beautiful. The years had sharpened her rather than softened her, and the fire in her eyes was the same fire he'd first seen in a pub in 1971. Eternal. Undimmed. I was thinking about choices, he said. About how one moment, one conversation in a pub, can change everything. You were very arrogant that day. I was very right. Also that. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you hadn't? If you'd stayed away? Let things unfold as they were meant to. Sometimes. Late at night. When the nightmares come. He pressed his lips to her hair, gray-streaked now, still wild, still beautiful. But I always come to the same conclusion. Which is? That nothing is meant. There's no destiny. No fate. Just choices. And the choice to reach out, to try to save someone, to offer something better than what's being given, is always the right one. Even when it's terrifying. Even when it breaks the rules. She hummed. Contemplative. Comfortable. You broke a lot of rules. I broke a lot of everything. But what we built, what we are, he pulled her closer. The sea crashed below. The stars began to emerge. The world, their world, saved and shaped and imperfect and alive, turned on its axis toward another day. What we are is enough, he said. More than enough. Bellatrix lifted her head. Kissed him, soft, unhurried, with all the time in the world. Because they had it. All the time. Stolen from a broken device in a dark room, paid for in courage and love and the stubborn refusal to accept that the worst version of things was the only possible version. You know what I love most about our story, she murmured. Tell me. That it shouldn't exist. Every rule, every law of magic, every principle of time and fate says this, us, is impossible. We shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have survived. I shouldn't have changed. None of this should have worked. But it did. But it did. She smiled, radiant, defiant, every bit the woman who'd stood before a dark lord and said no. Because some things are more powerful than fate. Some things rewrite the rules just by existing. Like what? She looked at him with those dark, endless eyes. The ones that had seen him clearly from the very first moment. The ones that had chosen him, over family, over expectation, over a darkness that should have consumed her. Like us, she said. Like choosing. Like love that refuses to be reasonable. Harry Potter, man out of time, master of death, destroyer of dark lords, and husband of the most extraordinary witch who ever lived, pulled her close and watched the stars come out over the sea. The future was unwritten. Had always been unwritten. Would always be unwritten. And that was the most beautiful thing about it.